And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another weekend edition of the not quite PiGosaur Monday, the PiGosaur Cup number 30. I'm of course your VIP. With me, I'm joined by these amazing players, by the ByuN chat and ByuN plushies as well. Welcome, one and all. After having a brief break here, brief reprieve from the GSL qualifiers. Again, we've been going ham on the GSL qualifiers over the past 24 hours, and we will continue, by the way. But it is time to pick it up. As spawning in the top left hand corner of Persephone, we have the American Terran player, the Orange Terran representing Detonate. It is Dolan. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the French Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Berserker Esports. It is Matt. And you know what time it is? It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we are live here in the round of 32. Exclamation mark, be in the chat to have a look at the bracket yourselves. The bracket is live, the bracket is stacked, the bracket is insane. And of course, we are opening up, 2x Reaper. Let's go. Let us go. Now, when it comes to getting into this broadcast and getting into this event, for those who are curious, this event is usually on Tuesdays, Monday, depending on where you are, Monday/Tuesday. Usually it is yesterday, I should say, every single week. But because all these weeklies are back to back to back to back, I'm referring to the Woody TV Monday, I'm referring to the Monday Night Weekly, and the PiGosaur Monday as well. The reality is, a lot of players do attempt to play in all three, and they go for all-nighters. I'm referring to ByuN, I'm referring to Solar, Hero, MaxPax, Clem. There's a lot of players that do stay up 24 hours to play, and there are some players that can't quite commit that hard and have to pick and choose what to play in, and it can be kind of difficult to actually play in every single weekly back to back to back. Because of that, the organizers have decided to push it back a day, and to maybe have this as the new regular time and regular slot for this tournament, where now it's a little bit more spread out, and now it's more viable for players to play in Woody TV Monday, in Monday Night Weekly, have a break, have some rest, and actually wake up and stay up for this event a day later. So there's a little bit less commitment, and ideally, it's better for the players. It's more healthy for the players, more healthy for us as well here at the CranKy Ducklings. That's the goal, that's the plan, and we'll see how it is received. Personally, I like the idea. I like, and I champion the idea of of spreading it out and making this a little bit more accessible to more players. Is always a good thing, but here we go. As I thought this was 2x Reaper, by the way. It's 2x Marine. What's happening? We're hunting down overlords. Already one overlord goes down, and we are hunting down a second overlord as well. And Dolan, he will find it. There's no Reaper. I should say pillar here. Yeah, there's nowhere to escape. There's nowhere to escape. A second overlord goes down. Very cheeky build here out of Dolan, supply blocking Matt. With this is going to be transitioning into a 2-1-1 variation. Never mind, with a 4x. Oh my god, Dolan just doubling it. He's crazy. He's an animal. Oh my god. The Marines, they move out, they take down 2 overlords already. They do contest with the Queens, but alas, the Marines, they should be backing the hell off. Oh, as already one Marine does go down. Behind this, we do have a 3rd and 4th racks on the way. With this, a 4-rack sim timing, we might just pull the boys. We might just pull the boys with this as well. This is going to hit like a truck. And the scary thing right now, remember, the scouting overlord got sniped. So Matt, he sees nothing, by the way. He does not have any vision across the map. He has no real way of seeing the main base without a lair, without an overseer. Oh boy, he has no overlord ready to jump in. Of course, there's always a chance that maybe the depot lowers and the links can slip in, but for the most part, Matt is playing blind. Matt is in the dark. He is in the dark here, and we'll see if he can recover. I mean, for the time being, he's joining up. He's massing up Queens as we speak, spreading more of that creep. He is trying to secure himself here on his 3 bases, but again, he doesn't really know what's going on. Now, the best bet, I would assume, upon seeing 2 Raxes here on the low ground, is 2-1-1. It's like a 2-1-1 variation. This does typically mean that Matt is free to drone up somewhat here, at least for the next couple of seconds, before having to focus and fixate on his own Ling Bane Queen production. We'll see when Matt stops droning. I'm a little bit concerned here. He is moving out with his Ling. He is getting some scouting information. I believe based on his Ling positioning, he is in position to scout a medevac. As we can see, though, there's no medevac. This is a ground-based push. This is hitting pre-medevac, pre-snarport because of the 4x. Oh boy, he's coming. Meanwhile, it's going to be a lair first here from Matt. Ling does count. Does confirm. We need army. We need nothing but army right now. Bailey Nest gets thrown down, but again, there's going to be no Bailey to defend. It's going to be pure Ling queen. How many queens? 7 queens. Lings are on the way. He just droned. Oh, he just made workers here. This is a little bit too greedy from the side of Matt, and this might just be it. This might just be game. I mean, the queen count, we have a couple of transfuse. We have a couple of transfuses available. All the queens come forward. We have 16 Lings on the way. And Dolan is holding on to that sim. Oh, she sims in. Does sim, gets one. Takes down one team, takes down one queen, gets a second. 2 queens go down. Lings, they just evaporate, and all the queens are going down. Massive pick up here for Dolan because he's not done. Takes down 7 queens. And GG. GG gets called. Dolan, he will take a lead in the series. Whew. GG, a very intense game here, very aggressive as well. Dolan opening up 2x Marine, hunting down 2 Overlords, and then going for a 4x behind it. A hyper aggressive build here from Dolan. Unfortunately, Matt wasn't playing safe. That's what I will say there. Yes, Matt was working with incomplete information, so he didn't really know what he was up against, didn't really know what was going on, but at the same time, he also just wasn't holding back when it came to droning. Likewise, he was not going for his Evo Chamber first or his Bailey Nest first. He was going for something more committed instead, and with that, he was punished. But now we're getting into game number 2, and we'll see if we can bounce back and force the ace match. I'm hoping for a back and forth. I'm hoping for an ace match. Let's go. But as you saw, despite Matt being in the dark, he was going for a lair first. He was going lair first. He droned up to 3 base saturation, minus the gases, of course, but still droned up quite heavily there. So again, Matt was being, I would say, quite greedy, especially considering he actually never scouted the low ground either. Like, he was working with very incomplete information. But here we go, we're getting into our next game, and we'll see if we can force that ace match. This morning, in the top left-hand corner of Pylon, we have the American Terran player, the Orange Terran, representing Detonate. It is the ex-CranKy Duckling himself. It is Dolan. And this morning, in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the French Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Berserker Esports. It is Matt. Go. I'm just setting things up on our end, but we are going to be settling in, and I'm curious. Oh, let's go. Oh my god. Matt's moving out with 2 drones already. He's crazy. 2 workers going to be moving out across the map. With this, the plan should be for proxy hatches, and Matt, he's looking to cheese things up. A very different setup here. As we can see, Dolan on the high ground, no longer on the low ground here, so he does have that high ground ramp and choke point to work with. The proxy hatchery is on the way, and remember, another drone also got sent out. I would imagine for a spine crawler to go for a spine rush. I would imagine, as never mind, looks like this might have been a missed rally, and we are coming back home. Okay. The goal here is to come back home. Drone does turn back around, and we do have Matt going for his hatchery into spawning pool. It actually might be hatch pool a hatch here out of our Zerg player, which means it would not be an all-in. Again, gasless. Okay, going for a gasless style. Yep, he is going for the hatchery on the low ground. This is designed to force an overreaction, and yeah, the boys are being pulled. This is a big reaction here from Dolan. Ay. That's a lot of SCVs. So 3, 6, 9, 10 SCVs pulled off the mineral line. That is insane. And this is a heavily delaying the economy of Dolan. And Dolan, he will deny this, that is true, but this comes at a cost. Oh, I'll go. Okay, never mind. That was a kill. Ooh, that was a kill, not a kill. That should not have happened, baby. That should not have happened. Ay. So that was a kill that needed to be a cancel. Of course, ping is always a factor. We are, of course, playing on the US East server, as Matt is from Europe, but again, was cutting it a little bit too close there, and oof, that is brutal. Initially, it was good. Initially, all things good here. Everything was fine. Denying all that mining time, but now suddenly, Matt, it did cost him that much more. He's double expanding behind this. The Reaper does move out across the map, and meanwhile, do we have any Lings to defend? We have 0 Lings. 0 Lings, 0 Queens. Drones are under fire. And speaking of, it does morph into Spore. Spore is morphed in. 1 drone goes down. Oh, we're gonna get a second drone as well. Unless we have enough for it. Yep, there we go. Gas geyser. Does morph in the gas. Spore gets morphed in. And he wants it. Oh my god. Forcing out another gas geyser. Dolan does pull away. Only getting one drone kill, forcing out a spore or a gas. Another gas as well. I mean, again, it could have been worse. Dolan does pull away. And behind this, Dolan is getting to his own 1-1-1. From here, he can go into Banshee. True. Oh god, does he overextend? Yeah, big overextension from Dolan. Does overextend, we'll lose the Reaper. And behind this, Dolan going into either Banshee, or he could even go into a Liberator-based opener, Viking first. But there we go, Tech Lab on the starport. Banshee is on the way. Banshee's in production. Double Hellion for Ian. Oh, does get the tumor. Not bad. Takes down the tumor. Once again, forces out a spore, forces out a gas geyser. At least the drones do survive. And oh Jesus, Dolan. So he opens up 1-1-1 into Banshee into BC. Battle cruisers are on the horizon. That is going to be a brutal follow-up here from the side of Dolan, and again, the pressure is going to be on Matt here to scout to figure out what's going on. Now, he does have an Overlord outside of the main, thankfully, but because of the quirky start to the game, gas production or gas mining is non-existent. So no lair, no Overlord speed. It's going to be difficult here for Matt to figure out what's happening. Now, he should be getting safety spores nonetheless once he realizes that there is a Banshee. True. Meanwhile, Hellions, they just dive in. Oh god, they just don't even care. I mean, again, there is no link speed. Lings, they're trying to keep up, but the Hellions, they do rush past. Yeah, they do trade well for themselves here. The Lings are going down, but can they get any economic damage? Yeah, 3 Hellions to get into the mineral line. Oh my god, drones lining up. Oh no, they're lining up. Oh my god, 10 drone kills. 10, 11. 11 workers go down. That is a brutal start. And remember, without link speed, without gases, how do we counterattack? We don't. Right, Matty cannot counterattack. He has no presence on the map. His gases are just so late. And behind this, we're making it up as well. It's going to be BC into mech. Banshee's on patrol in case there is going to be any kind of run by, any kind of aggression. And what's the queen count looking like? 6 queens. Okay, the queen count is decent. Like, the queen count should be enough to deflect 1 BC. The BC can still get economic damage though, and I don't see a spore. Oof. Yeah, no spore in any of the bases. It didn't even have to be BCs. Like, even cloak Banshees in this position would fare quite well. They will do well for themselves. BC does teleport across the map. Headed for the mineral lines. Drone's going to be going down. Getting up to 3, 4, 5 worker kills. 6 drone kills already. And he's not done. Heads over towards natural. Thankfully, there is a spore here at the natural base. So this could be worse. As the BC does head back into the main. Catching out more drones. 10 drones! 10 drones for the 1 BC. Oh, god. And the BC does get out. And behind this, we have another battle cruiser on the way. We have Yamato. We have, of course, Macfield accelerators going into battle mech. Matt behind this is going into his own roach-based composition, going into Ling Roach. We have a Spire as well. But the problem here is the economy. Like, that's the thing that's really slowing Matt down because of the Hellion run by and now the BC counterattack as well. Even Matt getting hyper supply blocked. Not like this. Not like this. We'll see if Matt can recover. Likewise, this 4th base, oh, it's going to be denied as well. This time does cancel in time. Yamato is done, gets a queen, teleports back home. And now can be repaired. As he's joined by a 2nd battle cruiser. So Dolan very much so in form. Very much so in form here. Just building up. At this point, I would say that Matt, his best chance to recover in this game would be to go for an all-in. But even then, I do think there's potential. I mean, it's against a battle mech army, not against a more heavy tank composition. So there is a chance if Matt were to cut workers and focus on purely Ling Ravager or Ling Roach Ravager, he could maybe try to catch this army out, win a fight, and then hit the third. Like, there would be an opportunity here, potentially. As right now, Matt, he has to build up his Corruptor count. Likewise, waiting for his upgrades as well. Matt once again still just getting supply blocked. Hunting down more Overlords. Corruptors there to engage. We have Yamato's. Yamato's there pop up. Massive heavy run by into the middle. Oh, no! The run by comes in. And drones are getting roasted. And there's no way out of this. The roaches, they can punish some of the cyclones at least. And not a bad catch, but even then, the cyclones, they still trade well. And that's going to be 24 workers going down. And 4 drones. Dolan does pull away. And here, Matt, it's just a really rough position for him. He does have enough Corruptors to at least maintain control of the skies and defend himself, but he has to redrone. The problem is that he has to redrone, he has to resaturate if he's going for a longer game state, and that is eating into his army size, or his army count. It's eating into his roaches. Stolen pokes in once again. Oh my god. Catching out so many roaches here with those lock-ons. The lock-ons are brutal. And there's just no support. There's no support. Yamato's coming in. Takes down the Ravagers. And GG gets called. Dolan, he will overwhelm. And Dolan will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the next round. GG. GG, well played, Dolan. He will claim the series. Shout out to Matt. Again, he had a quirky style here in game number 2. Game 1 was a little bit more one-sided. Game 2, I did, of course, start with the proxy hatchery, which I do think worked quite well. Remember, 10 SCVs were forced off the mineral line. That was a lot of lost mine time at the start of the game. But then the hatchery was killed, right? That's so because it was a rough start to the game, that did set Matt a little bit further behind. Also, because Matt was going gasless for quite some time there, Dolan was able to punish that with his heli run-bys, right? Because no gas, no link speed, without link speed, Matt was more vulnerable. And we saw that Dolan was able to take advantage of that early on, and was able to just wreak havoc from there. GG. GG, well played. And shout out to Matt. Shout out to, I mean, in general, like European players that play in this tournament. It is a very, very late time in Europe. Very, very late. I know it's like, what, 2, 3 a.m. in the morning. So, not the easiest time to stay up to and to compete in. But GG. GG, well played. With that, Dolan does advance through. Oh, I should also fix up the, there we go. Fix up the race logos here, as we can now focus on our next series. Up next, where exactly are we going? What's going on? Let's find out. Let's find out. Exclamation mark be in the chat if you guys don't have a look back yourselves. Here we go. We have from the top MaxPax. MaxPax, he gets a walkover over Shelby. Shelby. Ay. Great to see him once again. Doesn't compete, but great to see his face nonetheless. We have Hubside versus Greenert in the next round. We have Nicaract. Nicaract takes down patches 2-0. And up next, we have Nicaract versus Dolan in the next round. Oh boy, let's go. That's going to be our next series. We're going to be following Dolan into Nicaract, into that TVT. Dolan, he was letting me know that they did actually play yesterday in the Monday Night Weekly, and it did actually go Nicaract's way. He's a little bit anxious about facing off against Nicaract for a second time, but best of luck. Best of luck to Dolan. The danger, Dolan. Let's go. So I look forward to seeing that rematch here on the channel. Scrolling down, we have Creator versus Tech. We have Rebellion versus Acheron. We have Chan versus PSZ. We have ByuN taking down Bomyoja 2-0. That's a very fast series. I'm sure cannons were involved. Scrolling down a little bit further here, we have ByuN. ByuN takes down Hunted Swarm 2-0. ByuN waiting for the winner of Tavito and Ateshi. We have Shameless versus Yedmi. We have Master versus J Money. SHIN takes down Dave Testa, waiting for the winner of Pig and Yen. And we have Percival taking down Nasus Nasty, waiting for the winner of, oh, actually up against Mute in the next round as well. So the tournament is progressing. We are going to be focusing here on the upper portion of the bracket. I do want to catch the potential SHIN versus ByuN match. Like there's potential for SHIN versus ByuN lower semifinals. I would love to be all over that. But for now, our attention is going to be on Dolan and Nicorette on the upper half of the bracket. Let's go. Let's go. Just messaging the players. Are you streaming the Chan match? We might, in the sense that if we can catch him later on, then we might be able to feature him. For now, though, we're going to be covering Nicorette versus Dolan. After this series, if we have some downtime, we might be able to head down a little bit here to Chan versus ByuN or Chan versus another player, but we'll see. We'll see. For now, though, we're going to be focusing on following our initial players. Nope, Vetoes are done. Vetoes are done, and we are jumping into our next series, jumping into our next best of 3 TVT between Dolan and Nicorette. Let's go. Hey lad, hope you're having a great day, buddy. I appreciate the casting once again. Oh, thank you, Mr. Melancholia. Thank you. Do appreciate it, Always, always. I just woke up. I did just wake up. Ready for some back-to-back casting. The plan here for today's broadcast is we're going to be casting this PiGosaur Cup, and then right after this we'll have like a 10-minute break, and then we'll be jumping into the GSL qualifiers, the finale. There's still 4 best of 3s remaining that we haven't casted for the GSL qualifiers, so we're going to be covering that after this broadcast. That is the plan, so back-to-back broadcasts. But here we go, spawning in the top left-hand corner of Pylon, we have the green Terran player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Nicorette. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the orange Terran player, the American Terran representing Detonate. It is Dolan. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series, on who you think will advance on into the next round. Will it be one Terran or the other? Up to you to decide. Now, coming into this, again, this is a rematch. Apparently, they faced off earlier this week in the Monday Night Weekly, and Nicorette did take down Dolan 2-0, but Dolan said that he felt like, you know, he definitely could have played a little bit better in certain aspects and definitely could have taken it to Nicorette. So I'm hoping for an ace match. I'm hoping for back and forth. I do likewise lean towards Nicorette coming into this, but we got a lot of love for Dolan here. A lot of love for Dolan. For those that are unaware, for those that are maybe newer viewers to the channel, Dolan is an ex-CranKy Duckling. Dolan, he was on the CranKy Ducklings for quite some time, actually. For quite some time, he was representing the team. He was representing us in WTL, in World Team League, and is definitely near and dear to our hearts. Eventually, he got an offer to join Detonate, and we were more than happy to let Dolan go and you know, spread his wings. Fly the coop, if you will. So very happy to see Dolan find a new team, and we'll see how he's able to compare here to Nicorette. So far, double gas opener, racks into a factory. Likewise, Dolan doing the same thing, mirrored builds. So far, we do have mirrored builds here between our players. We are going double gas. Dolan, of course, he's known for his Dolan builds. He's known for having some quirky styles at times and some cheeky all-ins, but that is usually for Terran vs Protoss, I feel, and sometimes for Zerg as well, but for the most part, his TVT is more standard than anything. Not as quirky with his style. So now Dolan, he pokes in, delays the CC. Oh, and he will kill the worker. Not bad. Does get a kill here on the worker. Takes down the SCV. From here, does pull away. does pull out. We have Nickrat going for his own 1-1-1. And likewise, Dolan doing the same. We do have a slight deviation here. We do have the tech lab on the factory from the side of Dolan, so Dolan going for faster Cyclone production. Meanwhile, we do have Nickrat going for a Reaper Hellion early on. Okay, so he commits the Reaper Hellion. With this, Nickrat, he has map control, and he's looking to try to pick off any stray units out on the map. Dolan is taking a more defensive stance with his Cyclones, but one Cyclone on its own is not enough here. He needs everything together. If he reacts too late, he will lose that Cyclone. And here comes Nickrat. Dolan, he kites back. Not bad, he does kite back. Marines, they move down. He's going for the dive on the Cyclone. Up, and he will get it. Yeah, massive PiGosaur Cyclone goes down. At the same time, busting into the mineral line, trying to find some economic damage. Oh, gets one SCV, not bad. Gets one, gets two. Two SCVs, three SCVs do go down. Nice control towards the end. Nickrat, he will lose the army, but he will trade very nicely. Takes down the Cyclone, and he takes down the three SCVs. Again, it was an awkward defense for Dolan. Dolan, unfortunately, for the start of that fight, he had two Reapers in the main. He had two Reapers in the main base, so they were not a part of that defense early on. And Dolan, he was overwhelmed. Was overrun. As it settles, Nickrat, he's in a slightly better position. Is slightly better, bearing in mind that Reaper Hellion does not scale well into a longer game, so killing a Cyclone and getting worker damage is ideal. So better start here for Nickrat. Behind this, both players working towards Raven, both players working towards their tank production. I say that Dolan, he does make another Cyclone first, just to be safe. Just to be safe. From here, we are just going to slow things down. Oh my god, Nickrat going for an old school build here, going for a second starboard. Second starboard, this is going to be a 2-port Jew-base all-in here from Nickrat. I say that this is a modern variation of this build. Usually this would be for reactored Viking production into Liberator into 2-base all-in. This is more modern because it does start things off with initially Ravens, then the add-on swap, then into Viking. So it's going to be Viking Raven from the side of Nickrat. I believe with this, there are versions of this where you can expand and get a third, but this is still very committed and very aggressive here from Nickrat, as he's making 3 Vikings at a time, which will ensure that he does maintain air control. Go. Likewise, Dolan, he's going to be down in Vikings as he's only making 2 at a time. This is going to move out. 3rd CC on location. Bold move here by Dolan. Dolan, he does break out. Scans does for the Viking count. Here's where he's now down in Vikings. Ooh. Thankfully going up. Dolan sitting up here outside of the base, but again, because of the lower Viking count, I can definitely see Nickrat bullying this. Yeah, Liberator's on the way. Liberator is on the way. That's going to be a big deciding factor here. Dolan is in trouble. Here come the Master Sables, and Nickrat, he breaks out. He breaks out. Hoarded turrets are not going to be enough here. Tank volley's going up. I mean, Dolan, actually, he does stim forward. Say stim. They don't have stim, but Marines, they do break through. Not bad. Will bleed out all the tanks, but does he get on top of the tanks of his opponent? Barely. He does. The Vikings, they land. Oh my god, so close. Yeah, it does land just in time. GG. And Dolan with his reinforcements, with his Marines, he actually does break through that siege line. And Dolan takes game 1. Let's go. Oh my god. GG. Let's go. Here we go. We are going to be getting into an team. Fun fact, I messaged Dolan. I was like, GG, let's go. Not gonna lie, I thought that fight was going to go badly. Dolan, he's like, me too. he's like, I'm surprised I won that fight. I don't know what the hell just happened. Let's go. But the auto charge did a great job tanking shots, even though the Master Saber was popping off. Like again, the Marines, the landed Vikings, the auto turrets at Dolan, he barely had enough to break through that low ground setup. And GG well played. Whew. With that, we're now getting into our next game. We're getting into game number 2, and spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the green Terran player. We have the Platinum Heroes Terran down in the series. We'll see if he bounces back. We'll see if he can force the ace match. I'm sure he can. It is Nicorette. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the American Terran player, the Orange Terran, representing Detonate, leading the series 1-0. It is Dolan. Nicorette, he's angry. He's upset. Here we go. We have 2 SCVs. We have 2 proxy Raxes here outside of the bases, and we are looking to cheese Dolan out. Now, depending on the opener, Dolan might be in trouble. Dolan, last game he did open up double gas. But here, 2 Rax Reaper opener here. Dolan with a very good read. The SCV does move out across the map. The SCV will miss the proxy location, but this build that Dolan is going for is designed to hard counter proxy 2 Rax, because Dolan, he'll have the equivalent production, but defensively back at home with that defensive advantage. So this should be better for Dolan. He also can pull the boys and have some SCVs help support, but what I will say, this is good for Dolan. It comes down to the execution, comes down to the micro, comes down to the control. Oh my god, it's Nicorette, he's doubling down, he's going for a 3rd Rax. SCV Scout does confirm that the Rax is missing. We have the 3rd Rax across the map. I didn't think that Nicorette would double down this hard, but okay. So he's going Mass Reaper. Suddenly, we'll see if Dolan can hold with this. It's gonna be close, definitely. You can see, yeah, the boys are being pre-pulled. He does pre-pull some of the boys. Usually you pre-pull like maybe 3 or 4. This is a big reaction here, pulling 6 SCVs. That's a lot of SCVs that aren't going to be mining. Bear that in mind. But here we go. He does have the high ground. Reapers dive in. Oh, the boys are here, and he does get the first Reaper. Oh, ta-da! The first Reaper goes down. And with that, Dolan, he holds, he defends, I would say in a sense almost overreacted there, but no, it worked out beautifully. And with that, Dolan will take the 2-0. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Bearing in mind that because Nicorette went for a 3rd Rax, that meant he was all in. Typically you can transition out of 2 Rax Reaper, but he doubled down. He doubled down into a 3rd Rax. GG, well played. Dolan will take the series and advance on. Oh my god, crazy. GG, well played. Dolan, he will take the series. He'll advance on into the next round. Again, a very intense series here. Again, game 1 was crazy. Game 1 was very close. I wasn't too confident when it came to the push, when it came to the assault of Dolan. Here in game 2, very fortunate. I don't know what the history is when it comes to their series in Monday Night Weekly. I don't know if this had happened before, where Nicorette had gone for the proxy Raxes and had maybe cheesed Dolan out in the past. But yeah, this is a really good read here at Dolan, opening up 2 Raxes back at home with that GG. Again, like almost a hard counter from Dolan. And with that, that does lead us here into the rest of the brackets. I was expecting, in the TBT, I was expecting a longer series, I'll be honest. So, let's go. Let's switch our scenes over. Let's catch up on the brackets. From the top, Hubsire versus Green are still ongoing. MaxPax still waiting. Dolan, he has some downtime. Dolan, he has a lot of downtime here, so he will have a massive break waiting for his next opponent. And we do have some other updates coming in. Creator, he does advance on to face off against Akadoni. Akadon takes down Rebellion. Big win there for Akadon. Very nicely done. As we do have both 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 Creator and Akadon facing off. Likewise, Cham and ByuN also facing off as well. Scrolling down a little bit further, we have some more updates. We have ByuN, ByuN waiting for the winner of Tavo versus Ateshi. Shameless up against Master in the PvP. We have Shin waiting for the winner of Pig and Yen, and we have Percival up against Mute as well. So the second round is getting underway. When it comes to what we are going for, usually we try to stick and centralize to a certain area of the bracket. Because we were just covering Dolan's matches, we want to stay on the upper half, but Dolan has a lot of downtime. So most likely we actually will try to find either Creator or Akadon, Creator and Akadon as a series, or even Cham versus ByuN as well. That'll be the goal. That'll be the goal, that'll be the plan. Until then, though, we have some downtime. We do have some downtime here, so we're going to be going on a break. Take this time to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, drain your disruptors, massage your marines, and when we come back, we'll have our next series. We'll have some more PiGosaur Cup. See you soon. See you soon. Pappy, see you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Ooh, hope you enjoyed that break. Hope you enjoyed that lovely Brutal OC as we have returned. We have returned here with our next series, with our next best of 3. We are jumping in mid-series, actually, into game number 2. And I'm ready for some cannons. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Maganatha, we have the orange Protoss player from the land of the Netherlands. He is the renowned cannon rusher himself. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Mexican Zerg player, the blue Zerg representing Xeritus Esports. It is a Chan. El Chamaco, papi. Let's go. Let's go. And if you're in the chats, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. Coming into this, ByuN is known for being hyper cheesy, hyper aggressive, and hyper all-in. But I see a gateway first. Okay, I see a gateway first here out of ByuN. We are loading into... Oh, no, the probe is coming in. We are loading into Maganatha, of course. Maganatha being one of the larger maps in the... Or being the largest map in the map pool. Probe is in position, getting ready to fake out a cannon rush. I say fake. There is a forge on the way. But Sham is already in position. Again, ByuN has a reputation. This is the downside of being a renowned cheeser, is that you do have a reputation and everyone is aware of your shenanigans here. So Cham, he does take this seriously. He does follow the probe with his drone. He sends out 2 more drones to low ground. The cannon, the pylon has been thrown down. Ooh, and we do wall up. Nicely done. We do fully wall up. We do fully wall up. Cham already working on that first pylon, already gaining access to the location of the cannon. And remember, this is a macro cannon rush. This is a gate into forge. Meanwhile, more boys are being pulled. Cham taking this very seriously. Oh my god, he does squeeze out. Jesus. The probe does squeeze out, throwing down another cannon on the right-hand side. But the first cannon is under fire. Yeah, we have 3 drones attacking. Likewise, another cannon's under fire as well. And these cannons are not going to finish. Yeah, they're not going to finish up. It's going to be too little too late. Oh my god, as the probe takes a lot of hits, takes a lot of damage. More cannons on the way. And again, 3 drones is all you need. Yeah, 3 drones is barely enough. Speaking of, not a single drone goes down, and Cham holds. It's going to be show 1. Cham holds. Cham, he shuts down the cannon rush. GG gets called, and Cham, he will take the series 2-0. GG. We knew it was going to be a short one, man. We knew it was. GG, well played. Again, ByuN, he's known for cannon rushing. That's what he does. That's what he does best. Unfortunately, as I mentioned, it does have a reputation, and we did see that Cham, he immediately pulled the boys. He was immediately on top of ByuN, and with that, did shut down the attempted cannon rush. GG. GG, well played. With that, Cham will advance on into the next round. Oh. And here we go. We have our fresh best of 3 ready for us. Beautiful. So Cham, he's waiting for the winner of this next series. We're jumping into our next series here. And fun I wasn't sure if it was gonna line up here, but no, yeah, it does line up. We just finished up game number 2 of Cham versus ByuN, and bam, this is a fresh best of 3 between our Protoss and our other Protoss. As spawning in the bottom left hand corner of Persephone, we have the red Protoss player from South Korea, one of the favorites to win the tournament. It is a Creator. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the American Protoss player, the Teal Protoss, representing Bing Bong Exports. It is Akadon. It's time to export the Bing Bong. What does that mean? I don't know. I do know that the team name is meant to be a bit of a meme on like Good Game Gaming, for example, or things of that nature. But here we go. We are here. We are back. And so far, if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Oh, right. I think they already got posted. But predictions. There we go. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our fresh best of 3. Again, this is game 1. And coming into this, Creator is going to be the heavy favorite. But remember, Akadon, he actually had, I would say, a bit of an upset in the first round. Akadon, he did take down Rebellion 2-1. Akadon, he already took down 1 Korean Protoss. What is another Korean Protoss? I'm ready for it. Let's go. For now, 2 gate opener. 2 gate opener out of Akadon. Meanwhile, we do see Creator being greedy, going for a gate cyber into Nexus, a more economic opener out of Creator. Oh boy. Meanwhile, Akadon, he does not probe scout. Ooh, no probe scout. I was going to say that if he did probe scout, he could react with a 1 base all in, but he does not know what's going on. As a result, Creator, there's a lot that he can get away with. Can get away with some greed. Just catching up. Speaking of greed, yep, there it is. So Gate, Cyber Expand. This is one of the greediest builds you can go for in PvP. And again, Akadon doesn't scout. He's not aware as to what's happening. He's going for his own opener here with 2 gates. And again, he cannot react, he cannot respond to what Creator is getting away with. Here we go. Setting up his own expansion. His own Nexus. Here, well, the probe is going to be hunted down. Sorry, just stretching. Don't forget to stretch. And so now we're going to be settling in. We have our tech of choice, Twilight Council opener out of Creator, likewise Twilight Council out of Akadon as well. Both players working towards Blink. Blink is on the way. Oh, and Akadon being a little bit cheeky here. Based on the Twilight Council opener, are we going for the Proxy Dark Shrine? Yeah, DTs would make the most sense in this position. Show us what you got. Akadon still waiting for his resources. But he is getting there. And this can end the game. Like, straight up, like, proxy DTs, they have the potential, there we go, to end the game once they arrive. Basically, what we're looking for here is a robo. Based on Creator's vision and scouting, he's seen everything he needs to. He saw the 2-gate, he saw the faster Nexus, he saw the Twilight Councils, he's at researching as well. So everything's looking normal from the side of Creator. Thankfully, robo. It is not uncommon in PvP for a Protoss player to get an expansion to take a 3rd base before the robo. Here, robo before 3rd. So safe play here by Creator, taking an extra gas geyser, going for the forge as well. So Creator, he will have detection. So this will not end the game. This can still get damaged, don't get me wrong, but it shouldn't be an instant GG, which has happened in the past. As Creator is now claiming his 3rd. Looking to move out. Proxy Pylon is done, and we are waiting for the Dark Shrine to finish. Now, with the completion of the robo, there is the Observer on the way, and it's rallied here to the natural. Again, just a really good read here by Creator. Just recognizing that he could be vulnerable to something like DTs. He hasn't scattered Dark Templar whatsoever, but he checks, he sees no 3rd. There's no 3rd expansion, there's no setup here. Is no expansion. DTs are waddling in. I get past the Observer. We got one into the main, one into the natural, and we do Creator. He does notice. Yeah, it does notice, does recognize what's going on. Shuts down the Dark Templar. He walls off the ramp. And there's no way out of this. The DTs, they go down, they get shut down completely. And just like that, Creator, he holds. He holds, he defends. Creator is in a better position. Likewise, he scouts. He does find the Dark Shrine. So again, a solid read, solid response, and now solid scouting by Creator. Shutting down Akadon. It's going to be on Akron here to try to recover. I mean, he has a late 3rd. He's in a mirror matchup. It's difficult to recover in this position. Not impossible. You can try to outposition your opponent and out-control them with Blink, of course. Like, that is an option. But here on Persephone, there's not as many attack paths, or I should say, there's not many as many angles to try to slip into these bases here. The bases themselves are a little bit more centralized. These 3 bases, I mean, and it's going to be difficult to really break in. But the pressure is on Akadon. We're gonna go do something. And what's the plan, Glaives? We're going for Glaives, we're going for the all-in. Glaive Adepts and Mass Immortal, this is a basically 2.5 base all-in, essentially, or in a sense, almost 3 bases. I mean, there's gonna be no extra gases, there's gonna be no further tech, there's gonna be no Archons or Disruptors or anything like that. Just Mass Immortal Adept. All or nothing for Akadon. This does feel like a late response and a late setup here from our Teal Protoss. And because it's later, it allows Creator to max out, to get a 4th base, build up more Stalkers. he takes down the Dark Shrine. Dark Shrine goes down, Prism into the main, does some charge lots. Likewise, a Creator, he has +1, so he has the upgrade advantage. And also jumped into the main, going for the massive weapon as well. Warping in 6 Zelts directly into the main. Oh, he does wreak havoc. Probes are going down. Getting a lot of worker kills, and here comes Creator. Now, the main army of Ackerman is quite robust, especially with 3 Immortals. He blinks in. Oh my god, he's crazy. Does blink in, does focus out all the sentries, and now going for the Immortals. Yeah, nice force fields, locks down the Immortals. There is no escape. The shield batteries, they do nothing. They don't help. There's just so much burst damage with Mass Stalker Immortal. The shield batteries, they just don't really assist there. And the problem here is that this kind of setup, this all-in that Akedon was going for, which is Mass Adept Immortal, I mean, we're missing a key part. We're missing the Immortals. Adepts, they're not really built to do damage. They're built to tank. They're built to sustain. So, yeah, this army can tickle the forces of Creator. Creator, he blinks in, denies the Prism, denies the Warp in. GG gets called, and Creator, he takes game number 1. Whew. GG. Creator, he does take a lead in the series. A solid game here from Creator, and with that, Akedon has to bounce back. He's up against the wall, he's down in the series, and we'll see if he can fight back and force the ace match. Pressure is on. Pressure is on as our players are setting up. Likewise, the rest of the bracket is progressing. Looks like the entirety of the round of 32 has now concluded. It's all wrapped up. And the round 16 is underway. When it comes to updates here, Tavo took down Ateshi, Yen took down Pig. And with that, Greener takes down Hapsaya as well. So the first round is wrapping up. Now the second round is fully underway. And of course, we're going to be following this series into Champ. And then ideally into the upper semifinals, depending on how fast or how slow things are going, is the plan. Here we go. As game 2 is going to be on ley lines. And spawning in the top right hand corner of ley lines, we have the South Green Protoss player, the Red Protoss, leading the series 1-0. And we'll see if he can keep this going and close this series out. It is a Creator. Again, one of the favorites to win the entire tournament, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the underdog himself. We have the American Protoss player, the Teal Protoss, representing Bing Bong Exports, down in the series, but he has already caused 1 upset in this tournament. Can he cause another? It is Akedon. Here we go again. Last game, he had a cheeky build going for a Twilight Council opener into a proxy Dark Shrine, but Creator was playing safe. Creator, he was playing safe. He had the Observer, the DTs, they did nothing. And with that Akedon, he kind of fell apart from there. This time, I don't expect the same build, but we'll see if it has something else, something cheeky up his sleeve. Maybe not DTs, but we could go for a proxy into a 1-base all-in with proxy Robo. We can open up proxy Stargates and try to get some economic damage early on instead. We can try and go for a 2-base all-in, a 3-base all-in. Like, there's potential. We'll see. Keep an eye on Akedon. So now is on patrol. This time double gate. This time 2-gate opener at a Creator. Remember, last game Creator did cut corners. Last game Creator, he went gate into Cybercore into Nexus. This time 2-gate opener at a Creator. Likewise 2-gate opener out of Akedon. Mirrored builds. The builds are mirrored. Are settling in. So now our player's just calming down. We have our tech of choice. Creator going for a Stargate opener first. Stargate opener back at home. Likewise, we do have Akadon just going for his 2-gate opener into an expansion. So Creator, he's going to be the aggressor. With this, the goal is for economic damage. This should just be Stargate into Oracle, maybe double Oracle. And with double Oracle, you can one-shot probes. You can do even more damage. This shouldn't be like into Phoenixes. This shouldn't really be into Void Rays or anything like that. Just to get some harassing damage and then expanding behind it. So now we are just going to be setting up. Here we go. The first Oracle does move out across the map. Akadon back at home, just securing himself. Limited scanning information. He does see. Okay, never mind.
Complete. Hopefully it wasn't Neo Steel Frame.
I don't think I've ever seen anyone use a day 9 announcer pack. Okay, let's go. I'll be honest, for a moment there, I was like, who was that? Yeah, I forgot the announcer. Let's go. Shout out to Akadon. Big shout out. Using day 9. But yeah, I think that's a first for me. It's a first. With that, Akadon, of course, he is going to be securing himself, getting to blink. So far, he deflects the oracles, but now we have 2 oracles. And we mentioned before, 2 oracles, they can one-shot probes. So they are going to be that much more threatening. So far, shield battery in position, both in both mineral lines, army in position as well. And Akadon, let's go! 2 base all in. We're going for the proxy 2 gates here, so we are hiding 2 gateways. We have 4 in total, and on 2 bases we can even go up to 6. We could even build up to 6. Regardless, what we're seeing here is extra gateways in favor of a 3rd. So Creator is setting up for a standard opener to get into a longer macro game, investing into an expansion. Meanwhile, Akadon, instead of the expand, all in. Production buildings, gateways, extra warp ins here. And this is going to be a tough hold for Creator, especially if he doesn't realize what's going on. Now, thankfully, stasis traps will help. These can make or break a defense. Like, they can be insane. They can pop up. They can shut down an all-in. So you have all-in, a 5th gateway gets thrown down. And, oh, the Oracles, they will confirm. They scout the proxy. With that, Creator, he has a piece of the puzzle. Blink is now done for Akadon. Remember, Blink is delayed for Creator. I love that Creator, he sees what's happening. He doesn't get baited into attacking here. Remember, because Creator doesn't have Blink, he'd get caught out. He'd get caught out, and things would work out poorly for him if he got caught fighting out in the open. Ideally, he wants to fight with his shield batteries and with his stasis traps. Now, does Akadon notice? He moves in. Oh no, the stasis! Stasis is going to go up. He baits him forward. Trying to make him chase. So far, takes out 1 sentry, gets 1. Doesn't quite get the other. Ooh, baits out a sound. Oh, the stasis does pop off. He baits out 2 of them, but 1 actually connects. And with that, Creator, he's holding. Creator, he's holding on. His buying more time for extra warp ins. Blink is outdone for Creator. +1 is on the way. But Akadon, he does have a massive Stalker lead. Does have that Stalker advantage. Stasis runs out. Creator, he has to pull away. So far, nice catting. Shield Wires and Avenger. The boys are being pulled. Yeah, still a tough hold here for Creator. Adepts take it across the map. Forcing defensive warpins. And of course, there's warpins. More shield batteries are on the way. This is still a tough hold here for Creator. He's still down in Stalkers. And he has to pull back. He has to pull back. And Creator is being broken. Akadon forcing his way in. Oracles across the map. They're doing a lot of economic damage. Now remember, losing this space doesn't really matter as much for Creator. He can afford to lose it. He does not need the 3rd. And right now he's blinking his heart out. But still bleeding out Stalkers. It's still a rough trade. I say that shield battery comes into play. 4 shield batteries. It's not enough though. Yeah, it's not enough. And Akadon, he has done it. He breaks through the defensive line. He breaks through the Stalkers. He will miss the stasis. And Akadon, He will break his opponents. We're looking to force the ace match here. The boys are being pulled. There's 4 stalkers remaining. Oh, another stasis goes up. Okay. Another stasis does connect. Oracle's a race back home. Oh my god. Yeah, but they both get targeted down. Creator barely holding on. That's Creator. He pulls back. Does wait for the stasis. Oh. Catching out, what, 3 stalkers? Not bad. Does catch 3 stalkers, but again, oh god, it's still an uphill battle. Akedon, he still has double the stalker count. And he's going to tie things up. Like, there's no shot. There's no coming back from this. He's going to tie things up. Again, the all-in was successful. Creator, he needed more time, needed more stasis traps, needed more of everything. Even more shield batteries. And Akedon, he's doing it. I mentioned before, he already caused 1 upset taking down Rebellion, and now he's here to cause another upset as well. He's here to cause another upset. Let's go. Let's 21 more probes go down. Creator, he bought enough time, by the way. By pulling those boys, he lost 21 workers, but Creator, he's still equal in economy, and now has a more comparable stalker count. Oh my god. No shot, Creator. He was down and out, by the way. Creator, he's fighting back. He's came with the production, takes down the stalkers. GG, he barely holds on, and Creator, he will not be forced to the ace match. He will take game 2, and Creator will take the series 2-0. Whew, GG. GG, well played. Very impressive there by Creator. He had like half the stalker count. He was down heavily in stalkers, but I love that he made use of his probes. Remember, he had a high probe count because he was being greedier, because he was being more economic, and that's a resource you can use. So he was quick to, or he was more than willing to embrace pulling the boys later on. I do think he could have pulled them a little bit earlier, but regardless, did pull them nonetheless. And even though he lost 21 probes, he did actually, he was able to make use of that to build up his stalker count and to actually maintain himself and have a comparable stalker count to Akedon. GG. GG, well played. With that, GG, well played. With that, Creator, he does take the series, does advance on into the next round, and into the next round we have his next series, we have next opponents, we have his next matchup. Here we go. Up next is going to be Creator versus El Chamaco. Let's go. Ay, ay, ay. Here we go. We're setting up. We're setting up here Creator and Cham, so there's just a little bit of banter going on, but we're setting up the player names, setting up the teams as well, as vetoes are underway. Vetoes are underway, and yo, a shout out to Akedon, because again, he made it close. He made it very close. He almost caused that upset. He almost forced the ace match. Akedon, he was crazy. Was crazy. But as videos are underway, we're going to be going on a short break. And when we come back, we'll have our next matchup. We'll have Creator and Cham facing off. Dolan is still waiting for his opponent. He's still waiting for either MaxPax or Greener, so there's still some downtime when it comes to the upper matches. So for now, we'll be back soon after the break. See you soon. See you soon. and welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the PiGosaur. I said PiGosaur Monday. The PiGosaur Cup number 30. Welcome back to the quarterfinals. We have finally made it. We have our fresh set of players. We have our fresh best of 3, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of ley lines, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss. It is Creator. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Mexican Zerg player, the red Zerg, representing Xeritus Esports. It is Cham. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we get into our fresh best of 3. Here we go. We are going to be jumping in. Coming into this, of course, a Creator. He's looking to get more and more in form. We did recently have our GSL qualifiers coming into season 1. Of course, we still have season 2 on the horizon. We still have Star Wars Zagora. We still have plenty of events on the horizon here. We'll see if Creator or how Creator is able to compare. Coming into this, he has still been trying to find his footing when it comes to some of these matchups. Still a strong player in his own right, but we'll see how he compares to Cham. As Cham, he is more of an unorthodox player. Cham is not standard by any means. Very often he does go for certain aggressive styles, a certain unique builds as well. So we'll see how Cham will approach the problem that is Creator. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Let's go. So best of luck in the chat. I see in the chat, are there team tournaments? Ooh, I believe maybe the Rakshir Team League is still a thing. I think maybe Chobo Team League as well. Team leagues are a little bit more rare nowadays. There used to be some larger ones. Specifically, I'm referring to obviously WTL. That was the team league last year, for example. But there's no longer Berserker Team League, for example, right? Berserker, they stepped away a little bit, they stepped back, so Berserker Team League is no longer active from my understanding, but I think the Rakshir Team League or the Kaprulu Team League is still a thing. But even then, it's not as, the prestige isn't as there as it was for some of these other big events. So Team Leagues, nowadays, they're more of a rare thing. Unfortunately. Assuming you're talking about like team leagues when it comes to like teams versus teams, if you're talking about like 2v2s and 3v3s, Uthermal has been hosting 2v2 tournaments on a monthly basis, and we are going to be casting that actually, I think tomorrow. Am I not mistaken? Yes, tomorrow we're going to be casting Uthermal's 2v2 circuits. So there are team games in that sense. If that's what you're referring to, or team tournaments in that sense. I know that Wardy has also expressed a lot of interest and has been also hosting his own 2v2 and 3v2 tournaments as well. He has been enjoying that, especially during the off-season. Cham's been beating top pros recently. He has been, I mean, I would say that Cham has been very much so looking in form. Very comparable with a lot of the other top pros, that is true. I would say that Creator is a step above that, and Creator already opening up with opening up Glaive Eps. Oh my god, that's a lot of gateways. Creator 4-gate Glaive Eps, hyper aggression out of Creator. Cham back at home. I'm hoping that we throw down a Roach Warren. Right now, standard opener, hatch gas pull into a third base, but without roaches to defend, Cham is going to be in trouble. Cham, he should soon move in for a scout. Remember, there's no stalker. This Overlord can get a free scout into the main. Thankfully, safety Roach Warren out of Cham at the 4-minute mark. So Cham, he will have the tools to defend, but it comes down to the execution. On top of that, because of the placement of the Roach Warren, no SimCity, he cannot wall off this area, which means Adepts to have free reign between all the bases. Adepts, they are revealed. Creator, he's moving out. Let's go. As Creator, he does commit. Cham, thankfully, he is aware, and he's massing up as many links as possible. The Roach production is still on the horizon. The Roach Horn just now finishing up. And here comes Creator. It's going to be on Cham to keep up with the shades and to minimize losses. So far it does look to zone. Lings, they chase down the shades. A Prism into the main. Yeah, the Prism does slip in. Attempts the warp in. Lings are in position. Yeah, Lings are ready. So far, no major damage. So far, Cham is keeping up. And if Chen defends well enough, he can counterattack. As Creator He is expanding, Creator He does race back home. Interesting. So Creator He doesn't commit. He pulls back home. We do have Immortal production behind this. We do see a transition out of Creator into Immortals, bearing in mind that 4-gate Glaives is not all in by any means, but ideally you do want him to get some damage done, and in a way it did. In a way it did force all of these resources being spent on Lings and Roaches, not on drones. Meanwhile, double it into the main, getting 1, 2, 3 drone kills already. Oh, getting up to 4. 4 workers go down. Brutal losses there for Cham. Creator, he doesn't lose anything, does pull away, and behind this Cham going for his lair. Now with this lair we can go into Roach Speed, we can potentially tech up into Mutaplay, into Spire. We'll see where the gas is going to be spent. As once again, Creator does shade in, and gets a drone. Oh, takes a lot of hits though. Takes a lot of damage on that Prism, but does get away. Behind this, Creator is building up his forces. Now he has sentries, now he has Immortals. Oh, and now he's moving out. Uh-oh. Creator, he does push. Cham is looking a little bit vulnerable here. That's Creator, he doesn't commit. So he pokes in, he backs off, he does force a response out of Cham. Cham making 5 more Roaches. And Creator, he's playing this out into a longer game state. What do we have? Double Robo. So double Robo production, we have the Bay on the way as well, so that's going to be for double Colossus production. Creator is going to take a more defensive stance. He's going to turtle up here on 3 bases, slowly get a 4th base, and build up that robust ground army. Meanwhile, the lair is done, and Cham is building up towards his 4th base. This 4th base is late. Ooh, that's a bit of a concern here for Cham. His economy is a little bit delayed, more so than it should be. And with that lair, he's going into Roach Speed, he's going into the Infestation Pits. He can tech up from here into Hive Tech. If so, is it just for Vipers? Does he intend to go into Lurker Tech though? We'll see. Once again, Creator does posture. Creator, he is being active. Getting his 4th. Does claim his 4th expansion. There's Colossus. With this Creator, he can hit a timing with 2 Colossus. Sorry, with 4. I believe 4 Colossus is lined up with +2. So this can be a very strong timing here for Creator. This is a style that Showtime used to go for as well, where you just defend, you build up, and you hit that +2 timing with 4 Colossus. It can be pretty intense. Especially if you don't have Vipers, right? Like, Vipers are going to be the key units here for Cham, and the Hive is halfway done. Oh boy. Colossus are revealed. Bailing speed just began. Oh no, late bailing speed. They're rolling in. Nice force, very nice force fields. He looks down the Ling Bane. Again, at Cham, you notice too late. Bailing speed is delayed. So Cham just cannot engage. Now he built up to 4 Colossus. And now it's time for Creator to push. As he looks to move out, so we do have Cham getting ready for a run by. Going for the 3rd. Does commit in. Bailing's a waddle forward. The base should fall. At the same time, Creator gaining ground, pushing further onto creep. As he does pull back, Bailings, they are being denied. Bailings being denied. Nice force fields once again, looking down those Bailings. Creator going for the main army. Oh my, the force fields are crazy. Oh my god. Fully walls the area off, takes down the expansion. Cham kills the 3rd, but Creator's all in. At this point, Creator is completely all in. Bailings, oh, they do crash in. Massive connections. And Creator not paying attention. No more force fields. As Creator, he does keep pushing. Cham across map, he busts out that front door, pushing into the natural. Does push in. And Cham is in trouble here. Now remember, the soup does lie. Cham, a lot of supply are in workers, not in army. As the army's inflated here with the roaches, we have 50 more roaches on the way. Champion needs more time. He needs more time here for his roaches, for his reinforcements. There we go, the poison being pulled. Roaches, they come in from behind. He comes in for the surround. And it might barely be enough. We get some decent force fields here. Nice juggling with the Colossus. Oh, good. And the Colossus, they reign supreme. Yeah, they shut this down. As we mentioned, Chen, he was down in army. He was down in supply. When it comes to quality, I should say. And with that, Creator's done it. Creator, he has done it. He breaks through. And Chen, he's trying to race back home. He's trying to. If he had this army back at home to defend, then maybe he could have held. It would have been close. Would have been close. As the Roach Horn falls. And Creator, he's not being stopped. He's not going to be stopped here. We have one final push for Cham. Goes to the Bile. Bile does connect. The Colossus are exposed, and he will lose one Colossus goes down. Two Colossus goes down. He gets two, but only two. GG gets called, and Creator, he will overwhelm. He will take game number 1. Whew, GG. Creator, he does take a lead. Again, Cham, he did have he was doing a great job when it came to the counterattack. I love the counterattack. He knocked down the base, he knocked down the expansion, he forced the all-in. I do think that if Cham wanted to hold on, he had to race back home. He had to race back home. As we saw, a lot of the supply for Cham was in workers. He had 86 drones against like the 44 probes of Creator. Like, so much supply was in workers, and Cham, he was stuck with a very low tier army, stuck with Ling, Bane, Roach, no Ravagers either. So he had no answer to the force fields, right? The force fields, whenever they were thrown down, Cham couldn't do anything about them. He had no Ravagers himself, and with that, we saw Creator just overwhelm. GG well played. But Cham, he definitely made it close. I was very impressed with the kind of form that Cham had here. Remember, Cham, he didn't really take too much damage from the Glaive Adept, so he had a decent Glaive Adept defense, and likewise, he forced the all-in as well. Just couldn't quite handle the all-in, unfortunately, and GG well played. We're headed into game number 2. Oh boy. Here we go. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, leading the series 1-0. We'll see if he can keep this up. We'll see if he can claim the 2-0, or if he's forced into the ace match. It is a Creator. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Red Zerg player from the land of Mexico, representing Exeritus Esports, down in the series, but not looking too bad at all in that last game. We'll see if we can bring it back and bring it home and force the ace match. It is a Cham. And personally, I am hoping for the ace match. I'm hoping for a game 3. Again, Cham, there were some really strong moments for him in that last game when it came to the Glaive Adept defense and when it came to the counterattack as well. Unfortunately, Cham, there were a couple of moments, like, for example, Baneling Speed. True, like, Baneling Speed was forgotten. Like, that was not intentional that Baneling Speed was as late as it was. If Baneling Speed was faster, potentially Cham could have engaged sooner as well, and potentially would have had a better fight. So that was a factor. But on top of that as well, as we mentioned, lack of Ravagers did hurt him, just because there was no good answer. The force fields were insane from Creator, and they were also uncontested as well. The force fields were brutal. So we'll see. We'll see if Cham can bring it back and bring it together. For now, gonna be settling in. I'm gonna calm down, gonna settle in. Looks like the round of 16 has concluded, by the way. So we have all of our updates coming into the brackets. Do you have all those updates wrapping up? And the quarterfinals are underway. Ideally, we follow this into the upper semis, but we might be able to catch the lower semis alongside them as well. Do hope so. We're not going to be settling in. It is going to be the initial Stargate open out to Creator. This time, no Twilight Council. This time, no crazy, cheeky Glaive Adept build. This time, Stargate into Oracle, standard opener out of Creator. So far, so good. So far, so good. does move out. So far, Cham getting his third base up and running, droning up, saturating. If Cham does recognize what's going on, if he recognizes that it's going to be a Stargate opener, then he can skip and delay his Roach Warren, of course. He can just drone up that much harder. We could see Cham embrace Hydra Tech, which we didn't see last game. Cham is a bit of a Roach enjoyer, though, so might still commit into Roaches regardless. As FCI, that is a rough trade here. A better trade for Creator, rough trade for Cham. Oracle moving in. Creator making his way for the mineral line. Does make his way in. Sedlip mineral line thankfully does have 2 queens. Queens are ready. Despite that, 2 more drones go down, but some nice hull damage on the Oracle itself. Upon scouting the Oracle, Cham knows that he can just drone at this point. He can just drone up, he can just saturate. He does not need an early Roach Warren, not this time. Cham is being active. He's being active. Double Oracle. Ooh, getting 3 more drones here at the third. This is slowly stacking up. Meanwhile, Lair first out of Cham, going for a 4-4T Lair timing. And from here, again, we could skip Roaches and go straight into Ling Hydra. We could go into Mutaplay. Or we could just commit into Roach Raptor again. Or at least Roach. So we'll see where Cham takes us. Who does get us around? But last, as Shield Battery, there's an Oracle. Creator will defend. Hydras are amassing for Cham. So Creator's moving in. Gaining ground. Cham needs a little bit more time for his Hydras. Cham has been able to join up to 3-base saturation. Creator rotating over. Cham trying to, there we go, does bait out those stakes. Oh, there's the 1 left. Still 2 left. Oh god. Ay. There we go. Does get 1. Does get 1 here. Likewise, we'll get the other as well. Very nice movement out of Cham. Baits out all the stasis traps. Forces back the main army. He saves his 4th base for now. Does keep it safe. Well, let's go. Let's go. Meanwhile, we've seen this before. Robo, second Bait, double Robo, double Colossus production. Oh boy. Creator is building up to that same kind of composition again. And against Ling Hydra can trade well. Hydras, ooh, they trade against the Stalkers. At the same time, Lings get a full surround, not bad. Ooh, that's a cancel. Does get a cancel. Does deny the expansion. Cham chasing Creator down. As Lings, they don't quite come in from behind. Cham still being active. Fastening in the army. Getting in top of the Stalkers. Cham is trading well, but he's running out of Lings. And as he runs out of Lings, the Hydras are exposed. The Oracles, they pop off. Stalkers, they hold their own. They hold their ground. And that's a lot of dead Hydras here. Oh god. Yeah, the Hydra count is thinning out. Not like this. Shield Batteries, they come into play. And Cham, he will lose his Hydras. I'm afraid to look. That was how many? That was 21. 21 Hydras for 12 Stalkers. Ay. That was almost a 2-for-1 trade. And Cham, it looks, I mean, clearly, as we can see, Cham, he didn't drone. He didn't drone. As you mentioned, there were 2 options. Either Cham goes for a 3-base Ling Hydra all-in, or he takes up into Lurkers. Now we know the answer to that. The answer was he was going for Ling Hydra all-in, and the longer this goes on, the worse it is for Cham. As that push was designed to end the game. Oh, nice starter stepping here. Cham going for the Colossus, but the Colossus lives. The Colossus does survive. Yeah, and Cham is just being outscaled. At this point, he's being outscaled in this game. He needed more damage. Colossus does pull away. The other did top up here with the shield batteries. Now, Cham is hoping that maybe Creator overextends. If he can get us around, if Cham can surround the army, then Cham can take a fight. As Creator, he does pull away for now. Cham, he still isn't joining. Cham, you can see here he has saturation at the 4th. He's only been transferring. He's only been transferring workers to the 4th base. He has not been droning up. Likewise, we are still teching as well. There's no hive, there's no infestation pit, there's no lurker den. It's still purely Ling Hydra, and the quality of this army isn't getting better, is the problem. As we mentioned before, like the first push that we saw here, Cham was all in. Cham, he was all in. He had to break a Creator then and there. And as the game progresses, it's looking more and more bleak for Cham. Now, this time he's mixing in Bailings, and Bailing speed is on the way. And Cham, he still has a decent army to work with. He's getting ready for the second round. This is a second wave of all-in. It's all or nothing for Cham. He's pushing into 3 Colossus and a Disruptor. Shows that Nova. Never goes off. Provides 1 Bailing. Another misconnection here for Creator. Cham setting up the flank, coming in from behind. Nice force fields. Force fields, they locked down. God, they locked down the Ling Bane. Oof. And similarly to the previous game, there's no Ravagers. And there wouldn't be with this kind of army, but that's the downside. Like, the biggest weakness of Ling Bane Hydra is no answer to sentries, to force fields. Nova goes off, massive connection. Bailey's rolling in. Ooh, and the Novas are brutal. Bailey's, they crash into the main army, they crash into the sentries, but alas, Creator holds. He holds. GG gets called, he shuts down the all-in, and Creator, he will take the series 2-0. GG. Creator, he does claim the series. A shout out to Cham, especially for game 1. Like, game 1 was very close and very intense, more so than game 2. Where game 2 was Cham going for the all-in, and the all-in did fall on its face. But game 1 was very close and very clutch, and I can definitely see a world where Cham could have taken game 1 as well, just because of how the game state had turned out, and because Creator was the one being forced all-in instead. So very intense game 1, very intense series. With that, GG. With that, GG, well played. We have the upper semifinals ready for us. Exclamation mark B in the chat to have a look at the back yourselves. Let's catch up on that bracket and figure out where we are and where we are headed. Let's clean this up a little bit. Hold on. Let us clean this up. Bam. There we go. We have our top 8. We have our top 8 players. We have MaxPax. MaxPax takes down Dolan 2-0. Did happen off stream. You know, shout out to Dolan. Shout out to Dolan. Our boy, Pappy, our boy. Does go down to MaxPax. I mean, MaxPax, he's the #1 seed of the tournament. MaxPax, he's favored to win it all. So we'll see if anyone can stop MaxPax in today's broadcast. As up next is going to be MaxPax versus Creator in a PvP. Scrolling down, we have ByuN. ByuN is up against Shameless. SHIN is up against Percival, and the winners face up against each other. We have the potential for ByuN versus SHIN in the lower semifinals. Now, because we're getting into the upper semis first, there is a chance, there is potential that we might be able to cast both semifinals. Now, the semifinals are not held, so they will be starting as soon as they're ready. The lower semis, I mean. So we're going to be jumping into the upper semifinals, and again, it might line up in such a way that we can cast both. We'll see. We'll see. I'm hoping that we can. I'm hoping we can cover both, but you know, it does depend on how things line up. Best of luck. Best of luck. With that, we're going to be going on a short break. And when we come back, we will have our next series. We'll have that PvP between MaxPax and Creator. See you soon. See you soon, Pappy. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. I apologize for the downtime. Do apologize, but we did miss out on the first game of the series. We were about to jump into the semifinals of the PiGosaur Cup number 30, but again, we were left out of game 1, so we just had to wait for it to wrap up. But now we are here for game number 2. We are jumping in mid-series into our PvP and spawning in the top left-hand corner of ByuN. We have the Danish Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Storm Gaming, leading the series 1-0. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the red Protoss. Down in the series, we'll see if he mounts back. It is a Creator. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will play the series. Best of luck in the chat as we get our gamba going. Again, it was a bit of a shame we missed out on game 1. Fun fact, we missed it by like 5 seconds. Like, we just the lobby was posted, we clicked on the lobby, game was underway already. It's like, oh, okay, I guess we just I guess we'll just sit this one out. Thankfully it wasn't too long of a game. It was like a 6-minute game. In the end, I'm not too certain what entirely transpired. I just know the Creator had just a really rough start and MaxPax snowballed out of control from there. But now we'll see how our players will adjust. As we should be seeing MaxPax go for a Gateway Cybercore into Stargate into Expansion. We do expect the same opener out of MaxPax. Meanwhile, Creator going for a 2-gate opener, which means Creator, he has the option to respond with an all-in. Doesn't have to, but the option is there. The option is going to be there for Creator. Speaking of the option of all-inning, here we go. The probe moves out. Probe does move out across the map. By eyes are on this worker for Creator. What do we got? What do we proxy? How hard are we committing? as the pylon has been thrown down. Now, based on the pylon location, this does feel like a proxy Stargate position. This would be ideal just for Oracle into the main, just to get economic damage. Technically, this could be proxy Robo, but it's a bit out of the ways. It's a little bit awkward here. We're feeling Stargate with this one. Let's go. As we do have, proxy Stargate. Proxy Stargate's out of Creator, meanwhile Stargate Opener out of MaxPax. Now the goal of this Stargate is to pump out Oracles. To go into the mineral line and to get as much economic damage done as possible. Checking MaxPax's vision, he does scout. MaxPax does confirm the pilot is missing. He knows. He knows that the pilot is missing. He knows that it is somewhere on the map. Ooh, the Zealot does see the probe. It did see the trajectory of the worker as well. Very suspect. Yeah, very suspect, and MaxPax is searching. He's checking. He does check the Zelnaga tower. Doesn't check further. MaxPax is in the dark. For all he knows, this could be a proxy robot. This could be a one base all in. We know it isn't. We know that this does lead into an expansion, and a creator should be taking as natural, but MaxPax doesn't know this. Not yet. As the Oracle's being cornered as we speak, the main base is vulnerable for MaxPax. Creator threatening a shade. Ooh, doesn't quite get in. One does. Yeah, one probe slips into the base, gets one probe kill so far, not bad. Yeah, getting 1, 2, 3 probes. Aye. This is getting a little bit out of hand, and now here comes the Oracle also into the main to focus down as many workers as possible. To focus down as there we go. Oh, it did take some extra hits though, unfortunately. That is going to be 8 probe kills in total. That could have been potentially 9 or up to 10. Another depth shades in, and Creator, he's pulling MaxPax apart, by the way. 9 probes, very nice damage. And now it's MaxPax's turn. Shield battery. There's the shield battery. That is going to buy enough time here for extra warp ins for a defensive setup. As he keeps going, no, he gets in! Creator, he gets in! MaxPax asleep at the wheel! Yeah, the Oracle pops off the adepts as well. Probe's going to be falling one after the other. 14 probe kills, and this should be game-ending damage. At the same time, though, Creator, he's also popping up. Ooh, this is getting out of hand. It's getting out of control. 18 probe kills, but 16 workers across the map. MaxPax has no expansion. Creator does have a natural. Things are getting messy. They're getting messy. They are not Ronaldinho, papi. Oh, no. Not like this. Here we go. Stalkers, they move out across the map. Do you have a Phoenix follow-up here, but MaxPax is pushing with an army. He's moving out with an army. Creator, he's racing back home. He will have the high ground. He cancels the expansion, does cancel the Nexus to just have resources to work with. And we're in a really weird economic game state. Creator technically up in workers. Double Orca gets in, gets another 4 probe kills. MaxPax down to 8 probes. But MaxPax does have the larger army. It's Revelation. Waiting for the stasis. Has how many stalkers? That's 5. Ooh, 5 stalkers here for MaxPax. Did I say 5? Down to 4. Nice pickup. We do get a nice pickup here. MaxPax does have high ground vision. Getting free damage on the gateway. Creator trying to hold the zone. Trying to hold on. As that gateway is going to go down. Yeah, there's no saving this. Not good. Massive pickup. Creator back into the main. Going for the stasis. MaxPax, he's inattentive. Yeah, massive connection. Takes out more than half the mineral line. Nice pickup here by Creator. But Creator, he just has to survive. Just has to hold on. Can he, though? Oh, my God. Pulls away to the shield battery. Oracle coming into play as well. Boys are being pulled. The Void Ray should go down. But what about the Stalkers? What about everything else? Oof. As we're down to 3 Stalkers. Oh, the Oracle. The Oracle survived. There we go. The Oracle goes down as well. Down to 2 Stalkers. And Creator holds. Creator, he holds. And Creator, he has a massive worker lead. He's holding on. Don't get baited by the stasis. He wants that final Stalker. Doesn't commit to the shade. Okay, he has 2 gateways. He can warp in 2 gateways at 2 units at a time. Back to mining. Back to mining. Back to saturation. MaxPax rebuilding that Void Ray. Creator, we can pull this off, papi. We can pull this off. So MaxPax does turn back around. And is he going to try to macro out of this? No shot. As he's down to 13 probes. Yeah, there we go. He's making more workers. Phoenix is on the way here for Creator. That will help against the voids. As Phoenix is there building up. From your Creator, he can look to attempt to expand. It's still just a really risky decision though. So risky. As it looks like he does notice the stasis. Ooh, gets caught. Oh, he breaks out. Oh, he breaks out. Oh, there you go. So it does bait at the stasis trap. Likewise, Phoenix is there racing back home. They can make up for that lower stalker counts. Again, their better economy is kicking in here in favor of Creator. Going for the ninja base. Okay. Let's go. Getting a ninja expansion. Warping the sentry. Forming one nice lift here from MaxPax. Takes out a stalker. More Phoenix is building up. Force field locks down one stalker as well. Phoenix, they go for the dive. Yeah, you have to respect the Void Ray, but they will focus down. Massive pickup. Takes down the Void Ray. MaxPax still down on 19 workers, and a Creator, he is now going to be up a base. He's going to be up in that expansion. We're still building up more Phoenixes. Likewise, catching a Phoenix in the main. Very nice catch. Phoenix goes down. Goes to the probes. Oh! As he is pinned down. Does turn on the Phoenixes. Has to get the hell out of here. Or gets caught. One Phoenix gets picked off. And behind this, Creator, of course, getting his own base up and running. Rallying across the map as well. And the win condition for Creator is just ensure that MaxPax doesn't expand. Just contain the Protoss. Ooh, nice catch. MaxPax able to catch out one of those Phoenixes. Nice pick off. Likewise, Stalker's moving in. Creator getting caught out. Uh-oh. As Creator, he's on 6 Phoenixes. Stargate is depowered. I do still favor Creator to head on fight just because of his higher Phoenix counts. Likewise, we should be able to afford more gateways. There we go, 3rd gateways on the way. Creator pushing in. And MaxPax, he is trapped. At this point, we commit. Does come in, chases down the Phoenixes. The Phoenixes, they will fall one after the other. MaxPax, he's reset. And GG gets called. Creator, he ties up the series. We are going to the ace match. Ooh, GG. A very intense game here again. Very chaotic when it came to the openers. We had Creator going for Adept harass, non-stop adepts into the bases. Meanwhile, MaxPax with that one Oracle across the map was doing equivalent damage as well, which was crazy. In the end, GG. GG, well played. We are going to the ace match. This game will end one way or another in this next game. It all ends here. It all ends in game 3. And we'll see how this story does unfold. Meanwhile, it looks like the lower semifinals did commence. Did begin. But of course, we're going to be focusing on wrapping up the upper semis first. So just keeping an eye on those matches. Oh my god. Jesus. Not what I was expecting, actually. My apologies. Sorry, I was just a little bit caught off guard. I was just a little bit caught off guard, but apparently SHIN did not win the series. SHIN versus Percival went in favor of Percival. Ay. That's a big win for Percival, not gonna lie. Percival taking down SHIN 2-1, and that means that SHIN is out. I was almost certain that there would be at least one Zerg player in the lower semifinals, but that is not the case. So no Zerg. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. I was hoping at least Shin would be there, but at the same time, that's a big win for Percival. Like, congratulations to Percival. Big win, impressive. So it looks like we have a TVT. So we have mirror matchups in the semis, but here we go in the bottom left-hand corner. We have the Danish Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Sidestorm Gaming being forced into the ace match. We'll see if we can keep this going. We'll see if we can bring it back. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the red Protoss. Momentum is on his side. Can he keep this going? Can he cause, I would say, an upset and make it to the finals? It is a Creator. Let's go. Let's go. Wild, 100%. Wild, wild. Things have not been going too well for Shin as of late. Much love to Shin. Much love. But yeah, big win for Percival. So best of luck in that lower semifinals TVT. Best of luck. So we're focusing on our own match. As we have our 2-gate opener out of Creator. Meanwhile, Gate Cyber into Stargate into Expansion out of MaxPax. So once again, we have the greedy opener out of our blue Protoss player. And once again, it is up to Creator to punish in some way. Now, last game, he punished with a proxy Stargate. Once again, Creator, he moves out with the probe for a hidden pylon. Does move out. Now, based on this proxy location, this does feel like a fake proxy pylon. Technically, this could be a Stargate again. This could be another Stargate. This is not the worst location for a proxy Stargate. Of course, you want to be closer ideally, but that might be a little bit too obvious, especially after game number 2. We'll see what we have for us. As the Cybercore is almost done, and Creator, he does abandon the pylon, so it is a fake out. So a fake proxy pylon out of Creator. We're building up towards a standard game. Okay. Okay. Building up towards the standard game. We do have the initial Stargate into Nexus here. So again, the opener that we would expect to see out of MaxPax is going for it. Meanwhile, we have a Stargate at home for Creator. Interesting. Now, a couple things are happening here. One, MaxPax looks like he does find the proxy. Does find it, does confirm it is fake. MaxPax, he can rest easy. But because MaxPax left, he does not see the Stargate of his opponent. So Creator, he should be opening Phoenix. He knows his opponent's opening Oracle. So we should be seeing a Phoenix opener here out of Creator. With his Phoenix opener, he can shut down the first Oracle. He can maintain map or air control as well. And this might be the beginning of Phoenix Wars. It also depends on whether or not MaxPax scouts this ahead of time. Whether or not he realizes what's going on. Stalkers, they do fan outs. We have the Void Ray first. Oh wait, so sorry. Oracle into Void Ray. Oracle into Void Ray. In my brain, I was like, wait, he's making the Void Ray? That's crazy. Oracle moves out. Phoenix is on the way, as we did mention. Shield battery is done. And Creator, he will have the Phoenix lead. MaxPax does confirm. And the Oracle is going to be shut down. It does go for the recall, and he should get away. Oh, just barely. Does recall back home. Speaking of back at home, we did cancel the Void Ray. Yeah, Void Ray was cancelled. The Phoenix production has begun. But MaxPax, he already threw down the Twilight Council. Right, the Twilight Council is already on the way, so he's already switching into Blink Stalkers. We are not getting into Phoenix Wars. Not completely. Not completely here. As both players are working towards Blink. Oracle going back into the main. Again, it is on a Creator to keep up with said Oracle. As he's going for the stasis. Creator does pull away, but that was a late reaction. Oh, thankfully does go down before the stasis does finish. Whew. Creator holds. Creator, he does hold on. Behind this MaxPax setting up the proxy across the map. He has how many gates? He has 3. Ooh, 3 gates back at home, which means a proxy 4th gateway across the map, which is scouted, which is spotted. So Creator, he's aware of what's going on. Yep, there's that proxy 4th gateway. So this is a 2-base all-in, or the setup for a 2-base all-in from MaxPax. But this is going to be shut down. Massive pick off, takes down a Phoenix. Takes down Phoenix, does force a cancel. Takes down the pylon, and MaxPax forced to expand. And force transition, force to expand. The aggression fails for MaxPax. And Creator expands. So far so good. Creator looking solid. Does spot the army. As MaxPax pulls away. Does pull away. The army is still amassing. Still building up. We're still going for the proxy gateway, so this is still going to be that 4-gate uplink stalker setup. It is delayed, but still on the way. As Creator, he's somewhat in position, but he's down in stalkers. Yeah, Creator, he can't fight this head on. He cannot fight this. He needs immortals. Needs another gateway. He needs war pins. Oh, has stalkers. They go for the dive. The immortal has arrived, but he was exposed. No, the immortal. The immortal's going to go down. Massive pick up. Takes down the immortal. Nice lifts here from a Creator. Does punish somewhat. That was still a massive pick up. Looking at the trades here. 8 stalkers going down for 1 immortal and 1 stalker. I don't think that was quite worth it actually for MaxPax losing another stalker. The stalker goes down. MaxPax losing a lot of momentum. MaxPax now down in stalkers. No shield battery, not yet. Boys are being pulled. Creator doing well for himself. Let's get 1 stalker, sorry, 1 probe. He gets punished there. Yeah, the punish is real. Phoenix goes down. Creator does find the proxy. Behind this, still building up. Yeah, now getting into the mid game. MaxPax claiming a 4th. A Creator, he should be getting his own 4th base as well. Oh, catching a free stalker. Does catch a stalker. And un poquito más. Phoenix says they get 3 more probe kills. Not bad. Getting up to 4. Oh, getting up to 5. And the Phoenix says they get away. Nice control out of Creator. Yo, Creator, he's popping off. He's popping off. He dives on the 4th base. Will force a cancel. MaxPax being pulled apart here. And in a head-on fight. Creator, he has a higher stalker count. Creator, yeah, he does force another cancel. Does force another denial. Takes down the pylon. Force field catches a stalker. Every stalker counts. And the prism has arrived. MaxPax is up against the wall. He's supply blocked. He lost the pylon. He's supply blocked. MaxPax, he is hurting. Ooh, adepts to distract. Yeah, big distraction. I will delay Creator. But Creator, he's so close to causing the upset. So close to bringing MaxPax down. So Creator, he does rotate. Does rotate. The immortal does get targeted, but it does survive. That is brutal. The immortal does survive. Likewise, catches an immortal of his opponent. 1 immortal left for MaxPax. Zell's charging in. And MaxPax, he is struggling here. Oh, once again, the adepts, they force a recall. Oh, god. Yeah, massive reaction here. Adepts, they shade into the natural. There's a cannon, thankfully, in position. But these Adept counterattacks, they have been delaying Creator quite a bit. Twice now. Creator there, he still has the advantage. Once again, going for the fourth. Knocking down the fourth base is his win condition. If he can deny the fourth, he'll just be perpetually ahead in this game. And nice hold position micro. Does hold position. Within range of the Nexus. Nexus spells go down. Like Rezzel say, file in. They try to. This Creator, he kills the base. I do think the Creator, he has enough at this point to break this army, but he's playing it safe. He's rotating. Wants to have the best fight possible. Bay's on the way for MaxPax. That is a way to recover. You can be down 20, 30, 40 army supply, but you can make disruptors and still make up for that. As once again, Adepts. Oh, sorry, DTs. Oh my god. Dark Templar, they get across the map. They're wreaking havoc, but Creator is going for the kill. At this point, he's going for the throat. Some Stalkers, they're in the back line. They're wasting DPS, but there we go. He blinks in. And MaxPax has nothing left. He has nothing here. The DTs, they are getting damage done. They are wreaking havoc. And they're being annoying. They're being a nuisance. But that doesn't matter. That shouldn't matter. Not anymore. Takes down the Observer. Once again, GG gets called as Creator. He breaks the 30, breaks the natural, and Creator, he will knock MaxPax out of the tournament and take the series 2-1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. A very impressive performance there by Creator as he does claim the series, does advance on to the grand finals. MaxPax, he had his own strong moments here, but I love the approach out of Creator. Time and time again, we saw some quirky builds. Referring to like Game 2, Proxy Stargate, right? Not going for the all-in and causing a really chaotic game state. Game number 3, going for a Stargate opener himself, going into Phoenixes and gaining air control. Really nicely done there by Creator. And with that, GG, well played. With that, Creator, he does advance on to the grand finals. And the question becomes, who will face off against him in those finals? It'll be either a Korean Terran or another Korean Terran. It'll either be ByuN or Percival. Let's go. Let's go. Let us find out as we do switch things over and catch up on the bracket. Ooh, looks like they just got into their next game. And we'll see what's going on here. Okay, he's crazy. Let's go. Let's go. Un momento. As ByuN and Percival is currently ongoing. Do need un momento, por favor, as they're in game number 2. And ByuN is leading 1-0. Is it leading? So I'm just trying to set up. Beautiful. Just setting up. Huh. Shout to Enki, of course. Shout to, oh, hey, we both have our overlays. But shout to Enki, of course, as Enki, he does cover the event in Spanish. So much love to Enki. El hermoso, papi el hermoso. Good dear friend to the channel and allowing us to stream his POV. Again, we're jumping into game number 2 here. We do see Percival. Percival does open up with a proxy 2-Rax Reaper. ByuN went for an economic opener. Ooh, he did go for an economic start, but the factory is already done. Actually, sorry. Double gas, sorry. Double gas opener. ByuN is fine. ByuN is fine. Is forced to cancel the natural, though. Is forced to cancel the CC on the low ground. So that is maybe best case scenario here for Percival. Behind this, Percival is transitioning. Factory is on the way back at home. Depot as well. At this point, Percival, he's just looking to pick off any key units. Maybe a SCV here and there. Maybe a Reaper here and there. Does try to sneak his way into the main. Does dive in. But is going to be forced back. Oh. Doesn't quite get the ACV. Yeah, he's being pinned down. He's being pinned down. Yeah, he will lose all the Reapers. Reapers are falling one after the other. ByuN holds. ByuN, he holds, he defends. Behind this, Percival working on his own starport. ByuN has momentum. Remember, ByuN has an even worker count, but he was forced to cancel the CC, so it is going to be, I was going to say more delayed, but it's actually still faster than that of Percival. So it's still faster command center for ByuN. It's on the high ground. Hellion pokes out. The Hellion does scout the factory, and I believe we'll see the command center on the high ground. Yeah, he sees. He's in the main. He's in the main. He will delay the CC as well. The one Reaper popping off. One Reaper does pop up. You can see ByuN dragging the Hellion within range of his own Hellions as well. Getting more damage. Oh, but the Reaper is going to fall. And with that, Percival, he should defend. Should be able to defend. But again, Percival, he's in a rough position here. The initial proxy had to do more damage. Will delay by a little bit further here with that proxy Rax. With the Rax block. Let's go. Does delay. Starports are done. Medevacs are on the horizon, so both players are going for drop play afterwards. Percival's a bit sick. He was coughing a lot today. Oh no! Hopefully he's okay. I would assume he was streaming today, I suppose, or last night. I would assume he was streaming. Much love to Percival. Great guy. And again, does stream on Twitch. Every now and then. Does stream. As ByuN is being active. Likewise, it gets across the map. Doesn't quite get the lock on, but SCVs are going to be falling. That's what's important here. ByuN, he was already ahead economically, now getting further ahead. 5 SCV kills. Ay. He won't quite kill the Cyclone, but this is still solid damage for ByuN. Getting up to 6 SCVs. Likewise, we do have Raven production underway. We have Interference Matrix being researched as well. Working towards Raven tank. Percival Alot is riding here on this double Cyclone drop. He's moving out. He's moving out with his double Cyclone. Likewise, Hellion drop back into the main, still getting more economic damage. Again, damage that Percival cannot sustain. Not like this. Not like this. As ByuN is still looking very comfortable. Oh, looks like Percival does catch the medevac. Not bad. Does catch the medevac in the center. Likewise, moving on over. Headed towards the main. Once again, those deflected. He's going to be deflected, yeah, and GG gets caught. He gets caught out. I mean, again, he had a massive deficit there, did Percival, as ByuN shut down the proxy. He got across the map, dealing critical economic damage. GG. GG, well played. Just a really rough opener, a really rough start there for Percival. It's the risk that you take when you go for a proxy, right? It's the risk that you take when you go for a proxy, when you go for some cheese, and did fall behind after the failed proxy 2 racks. With that, ByuN will advance on. It will advance on here. Oh, actually, ByuN will advance on to the grand finals to face off against his next opponent, who is up next. Of course, it is Creator. Creator, who is waiting in the grand finals. It's going to be a PvT between ByuN and Creator in a best of 5. Let's go. Let us go. So our players are just getting ready. And we are setting up on our side, bam, as well. Beautiful. So we have a ByuN, we have a Creator. We have that best of 5. Vetoes are underway, and it shouldn't take too long. We're going to be going on a short break. Once the vetoes are done, we'll be jumping into that grand finals. See you soon. See you soon after the break. Also, as a reminder, after the finals, after this series, we will be going on another extended break, like for 10 minutes or so, as we set up the overlays and we jump into another GSL cast. We have the final GSL qualifier cast coming up after this tournament, and that is, of course, to wrap up and determine the final players making it through into GSL, because GSL Group A begins tonight. So Group A is tonight, so that's why we're going to be wrapping up that's why we're going from one cast straight to the other to wrap up the qualifiers before GSL begins. For now, though, going to be going on a short break, and we'll see you guys soon after the break. See you soon. and welcome back. Never mind. We'll start the finals soon. Don't you worry. Look, we've been experiencing a couple of bugs here and there, but it's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the grand finals here of the PiGosaur Cup number 30. We have our best of 5 getting ready with both ByuN and Creator. We are just setting up, inviting everyone to the lobby, and soon jumping in. Looks like we had a bit of a bug. For those that are curious, there is a random chance that there is a skin bug when you load into the game. So we are going to be re-hosting, remaking, and hopefully everything will be okay as we are all jumping in to our fresh best of 5. As a reminder, as we mentioned before, we do have another cast after this tournament. Once we wrap up the finals, GSL qualifiers are going to be wrapping up here on the stream, on the channel, so we have that right after this. So do look forward to some more StarCraft to come. Likewise, so someone asking, what about the main event of GSL that's going to be starting this evening? Where do we find it? Well, we will be casting it via replays next week, most likely, or in a couple of days. So we're going to be having a replay cast, but if you want to watch it live, then it will be covered over on Soup. Soup is the new rebranded Africa platform. It is a Korean streaming platform. They have their global version, and they have, of course, the English stream over on Soup. Meanwhile, there is the YouTube stream as well. But as was stated, the YouTube stream, I believe, does have like an overlay, and it's a little bit less convenient because they're trying to push people to the Soup platform. So it's going to be on YouTube as well, but usually the YouTube stream is a little bit less convenient, and you get to see a little bit less there to try to push you into Soup platform. The Soup platform honestly works quite well depending on where you are, though. I know that in some places in Europe you can have some really bad routing to the Soup platform. Things can be a little bit awkward there, but for the most part it should be fine. It should be fine. Meanwhile, though, we are settling into our grand finals. Here we go. We're jumping in and spawning in the bottom left hand corner of Ultra Love. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss. It is a Creator. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the red Terran representing Shopify. It is ByuN. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into said best of 5. Get your Gamba going while you can. I see Zetecone in the chat, 007, Getcha as well. Canoya, good morning, buenos dias. I'm assuming good morning and you didn't stay up. Canoya, take care of yourself, Papi, take care of yourself. When it comes to when we'll be covering day 1 of GSL, it'll most likely, looking at our schedule, most likely next week. Yeah, it would most likely be next week. So again, if you can't wait that long, I do recommend checking out the live stream, right? You know, they have their own studio, they have their own audience as well, right? You get to see the players in the player cams, so it's a, you know, it's a bit of a higher quality experience watching it live. Definitely worth supporting the main stream whenever that does occur, over on YouTube or over on Soup. But otherwise, we're settling in. Otherwise, we're settling into said grand finals. We have our Gate Cyber Expand here out of Creator, standard opener. Likewise, ByuN across the map going for its own Rax Expand economic opener out of ByuN, standard opener out of Creator. Now, Creator, he does like to mix things up quite a bit here in this matchup. If you have been watching Creator as of late, one, we've been casting a lot of him because Creator has been very active. He has been grinding hard when it comes to online tournaments, and Creator, he's very fond of mixing in robo openers. It is quite rare. It is a rare sight. Robo openers are hyper safe, and they're a very niche opener amongst the pro scene, amongst players like MaxPax and Hero and Classic. They go into robo openers every now and then. I would say the Creator does embrace robo play more often than others, more often than maybe anyone else out there. This time though, Twilight Council. We expect a robo on some of the smaller maps like Persephone, like Torches, like Ultra Love as well, is what I would say. But this time, Twilight Council. Twilight Council opener at a Creator. From here, we'll see how many gateways he throws down. From here, we can go up to 2 gate blink, 3 gate blink, or 4 gate blink Stalker. He could take his gases for a faster robo. He could skip his gases for a faster third base. There are different ways to go about this. Meanwhile, the Adept does get across the map, takes on 1 Marine. 1 Marine does fall, as the Adept is going to be chased down. Will escape. Adept does get away. ByuN behind this, getting into his own 1-1-1. Interesting. So no add-on on the factory. Goes into reactor marine production, most likely Hellion into Widowmine, into marine Widowmine drop. ByuN with a bit of a more committed drop here. This is he's quite fond of it. It is quite common amongst the Korean Terran players. I'm referring to ByuN, I'm referring to Bunny, and I'm referring to Maru. Oh, never mind. I assumed it was going to be Hellion into Widowmine. It's going to be Hellion into Hellion. Okay. You have my attention. All right, ByuN. Let's go. Let us go. So we're going for what looks to be a Hellion drop. Of course, 3 Hellions, they can one-shot workers. Adept say third in the shade, but last creator, he is in the dark. He does not see what's going on. Behind this, he's throwing down extra gateways. We have 1 gate in the main. We have 2 gates at the natural. So 3 gate blink out of creator. A very safe play. Should be 3 gate blink into a third base. Remember, the gases have not been taken, so we're not going for the earlier rover and the earlier bay. At least we shouldn't. Yep, there's a third. So a very safe and economic opener here by creator. Meanwhile, Widowmine, oh sorry, Hellion drop towards the natural. Get 3 Hellions, they can one-shot, they can and they will. As they do unload. Oof. They have to line up their shots. There we go, 2 probes going down. He gets 2. Ooh, they line up, he gets 5. Oh no! Oh my god, he gets 6. He gets 6 workers. I'll save 2 of them and does get, oh, he comes back for more. He gets 7. And he pulls out. ByuN does pull out 7 workers. He pulls out for a moment. He pulls back in. He wants more. He wants more. And he, oh my god, almost does get it. Yeah, barely does. 10 probes. Ay, ay, ay. This is getting out of hand, back. Is getting out of hand here as Hellions, they pop off in the main. They should be finally cleaned up. Only 10, I mean, they will stop at 10, but 10 is still a hefty amount of workers. And now creator, he has to counterattack back at home because of the reactor. Hellion production means that tank production was delayed, but there's 1 tank on the high ground. Tank fully goes up, and creator, he should be zoned back. It's going to be forced away from the ramp. Does take down 1 depot. Takes down a depot. Not much more than that. Creator is still being active. He is not finding a way in. The tanks, they cover the bases. Stim is on the way, and ByuN is secure. And I would say that ByuN is in a better position here. Bearing in mind the creator, he's up a base. Creator, he should have a higher probe count. He should be up heavily here in economy, but he is not. So I say is up. He should be up. He should be ahead. Alas, has to catch up instead. Creator falling back. Oh, not Storm. Going into Colossus. Going into the bay. Going into the forge. Going into +1. Colossus production on the horizon. So players are setting up. Settling in. Here we go. I feel like creator isn't super dead. Creator, he is in a rough economic position. There are ways to recover from this, of course, but the pressure is on creator to recover. So here we go. Bearing in mind that because of creator's economic opener, like, he is able to recover economically and rebuild his workers, but that does mean that his army is going to be suffering as a result. ByuN, he's getting ready for his push, and we'll see if creator can survive this. Now, he will have 1 Colossus. Second Colossus is on the way. Likewise, he does knock down the tower, so he's going to give himself this buffer zone here to give himself more time as ByuN is getting ready for his push. Sim is finishing combat shields as well. Third TC is already on the way here for ByuN. And we'll see when he does decide to move out. Meanwhile, auto turrets here towards the natural. Getting 3 probes. Getting 3 more workers. Forcing a cancel on the shield battery. Main army is moving in. And again, you can see how bare bones this army is for creators. Charge is not done. Oh, god. And charge still not done. If charge was complete, then maybe he can pull off this defense, but this is going to be a brutal hold. And again, a lot of this thanks to the Hellion harassed earlier. ByuN knocks down those rocks. ByuN is pushing in. And it's not going to be easy. We can see creator trying to set up a flank. ByuN goes to the stim. The tanks are a little bit far back here. So really safe setup here by ByuN. He wants a Colossus. Oh, he gets it. Yeah, he does get it. First Colossus goes down. Stalkers are coming from behind. They focus on one of the tanks, but only 1 tank. And ByuN, he will overwhelm. He will completely shut down this army. The Zealots, the Stalkers, and the Colossi. There's 1 Colossus left. microing his heart out, doing what he can. He gets dragged into tank fire. And ByuN has done it. ByuN, he has done it. He has broken the third. GG gets called, and ByuN takes game number 1. Whew. GG. ByuN does take a lead, and ByuN does gain momentum. We'll see if Creator can bounce back. Again, it was just a really rough start for Creator. Once again, just to re-emphasize all that economic damage. Remember, Creator, he did open up 3 gates into a 3rd Nexus, so he was able to rebuild workers. But remember, the purpose of his build was to gain an economic lead. That was the purpose of delaying his gases and going for the fast Nexus. Unfortunately, because of all that economic damage, it meant that he didn't have the lead that he otherwise would have wanted. He had to play catch-up instead, and that delayed everything else. It delayed his army supply, it delayed his army supply, delayed his tech, delayed his upgrades, specifically charge, of course. GG. GG, well played. So with that, ByuN does snowball into the win. And now we're getting into game number 2, and we're hoping that Creator can tighten things up early on and make a series out of this. Have it back and forth. Let's go. Let us go. So we're getting into game number 2. And to be fair to Creator, the Hellion drop opener is very unorthodox. It's not very standard, is maybe a better way of putting it. So we don't really expect to see that again. And we would expect to see Creator have a bit of a sturdier start to the game coming into the mid game. Let's go there. Let's go. We're going to be loading into ley lines for game number 2. And spawning in the bottom hand corner of ley lines, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back. We'll see if he can recover and make a series out of this. It is a Creator. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Shopify Rebellion, leading the series 1-0. It is ByuN. Here we go. Hello, SCV. Let's go. As ByuN, he's very fond of this. He is moving out with the eBay block. So the SV is being sent across the map. It should be sneaking up on the base and should be throwing down that engineering bay. We'll see if Creator is able to get eyes on this ahead of time and deny the eBay before he's forced to expand elsewhere. So ByuN being cheeky. Does move in. Oh, my apologies. I assumed he was going across the map to try to block, but no. We have a 2-rack setup instead. 1 at home, 1 across the map. I believe this usually coincides. Oh, good. Never mind. I was going to say this coincides with a bunker behind the mineral line to deny mining, but Creator, he's on top of this. He scouts everything. He did check the southern location first, but then the northern location, and he does find ByuN, and he will force a cancel. So just like that, Creator with a much stronger start this time. There's a Nexus, SV Scout coming in, and again, this Rax will not complete. And hopefully we get a cancel soon so that ByuN can start up his CC back at home. Again, he does need those funds. As we have ByuN getting in position, there's a cancel, and there's a command center. So it is going to be an economic opener here by ByuN. He does waste resources, or does lose resources when it comes to the Rax, when it comes to the cancel. But now we can settle in. ByuN and Maru using Hellion drops, they've added together perhaps. They are good friends. It is known that Maru and ByuN, I would say, when I say good friends, I might even go as far as say they're best friends. Like they're really close. They're really close. They might not practice together, but they probably discuss the game a lot together. Fun fact, I say that, ByuN and Creator, also really good friends. We actually spoke about this last night when talking about Hero, Shin, and Bunny, how they're the ex-CJ boys and they often do hang out quite often together outside of the game. And it is similar with ByuN, Creator, and Maru. If you're an old school fan of StarCraft, you would know that ByuN, Creator, and Maru, they all used to be on Prime together. They were all on Prime, and that friendship has persisted over the years. And they also have their own like clique, like they have their own like friend group where they hang out a lot outside of the game as well. Of course, in recent times, ByuN and Creator have been going on hikes together. I say hikes, have been, you know, touching grass and climbing mountains. Let's go. It's really cool to see. I thought Innovation and ByuN are best friends. Different dynamic. ByuN is a big Innovation fan, but they're not close friends like ByuN is with Creator or ByuN is with Maru. So different kind of dynamic. Where ByuN idolized Innovation a little bit more from afar, less so than actually like being like close friends, if that makes sense. So different kind of relationship. But yes, ByuN is a big Innovation fan, or was a big Innovation fan. Take a hike, yes. Ah, crazy. Oh. As from here, we do have a Creator opening up once again 3-gate blink, so standard opener. 3-gate blink. This time gas. This time he does go for a gas geyser, and he does go for a robo before the expansion. So this is a different variation of 3-gate blink than we saw last game. This time he's going for a later expansion, faster robo, which also means faster colossal production, potentially. So this is a safer start out of Creator, less economic. Meanwhile, ByuN back at home, just calming down and getting to his own 3-1 setup here. This screams 2-base all in. Uh-oh. Sorry, I was a little bit engrossed talking about friend groups and talking about the Korean scene. But we have a 3-rack setup here, factory, insanely late starport. Basically what's happening here is that we delay the starport in favor of stim, in favor of really early second racks, really early tech lab, really early sim timing into really fast +1 attack, and this is going to be very strong assault here with combat shield, stim, +1, and with this we can pull the boys. We can pull the boys here. Now, ByuN, he might push without medevacs, or he might wait for the starport, then go for 2 medevacs, and then move out. Like, there are different ways to go about this, but regardless, this looks insanely committed. Now, Creator, he does poke in. He is aware. He saw the production. He saw the setup. And you can see Creator, he's here to slow this down. Charge is being prioritized. You can see Charge is almost done at this point. And you can see that thankfully Creator did go for a delayed third base. He's going for safety immortals. Safety immortals are a must here. He needs as much as he can to hold. Ooh. As the Cyclone is going to be zoned away. ByuN, he's gearing up. He's getting ready. And again, it's on Creator to pick off a tank, pick off Marine. And remember what we said, it was either you wait for the medevacs or you just pull the boys. And we pull the boys. Yeah, the boys are being pulled. 0 starport, 2 more Raxes, no add-ons. And it's all or nothing for ByuN. And again, Creator, he sees him move out. He's aware. He has to try to pick away at this army, though. Catch a Marine here and there. Catch a tank. Oh. Grazes the army. Back at home, what do we have? We do have 1 immortal, we have a sentry, we have some force fields. Stalkers, they try to poke in. But again, ByuN is going for the kill. A Zelta coming in from behind. Not bad. Tanks have yet to siege. Yet to siege up. Creator, he's catching reinforcements, picking up some Marines. Not bad. But ByuN, I believe he's within range of the Nexus. Yeah, he's within range. Oh, he will lose the tank though. Not bad. Creator, he picks up a tank. Creator, he evacuates the base. He knows he cannot save it. Cannot save the expansion. The boys are here to repair. The boys are repairing. Creator still trying to catch reinforcements. And now he collapses in. Oh, the mass on siege. Uh-oh. ByuN on sieging at the wrong moment, at the wrong time. And the tanks should fall, but they do create a wall here. Marines, they stim well. They stim well. They shut down the Zealots. They go for the Immortal. Immortal goes down. And the tank survives. The tank barely does survive. ByuN trying to chase down Creator. Oh, Creator, he pulls away. ByuN still rallying across the map, but he did lose most of his tanks. 3 tanks went down. Creator, he's retaking his third base. And Creator, he's holding for now. He's surviving. We'll get the tank. Not bad. Takes down the final tank, but we have another tank on the way. And you can see how overstim ByuN is. Remember, this is an all-in. Remember, there are 2 more Raxes and there's no starport. The starport now starts at 8 minutes. Insanely late starport here for ByuN. Because that every stim hurts. Like, every stim hurts. Every stim is killing ByuN. So the stim is a resource. Like, he has to be very careful with how and when he stims. Doesn't want to waste it. Doesn't want to get baited into a stim either. From here, does back off, does rotate. From here he rotates. Does try to rotate again. ByuN still has to end the game. Here we go. The rest of the boys have arrived. Oh, another big stim. Yeah, brutal stim here for ByuN. The Archon gets a lot of hits off, a lot of damage. Tanks, they shut down the Stalkers. Jesus. Oh my god. Forcing with a friendly fire with the Zealots. And again, the longer this goes on, the better it is for Creator. ByuN has so few SCVs, very all in. I mean, as we mentioned at the start of the game, when we saw the 3-1 setup, like it's 2 base all in. It's been 2 base all in from the beginning. And again, time is on Creator's side, just has to play it slow. Play it slow, play it safe. Just play it safe here. Getting more gateways, more immortals. Medevacs are finally arriving, but again, by the time they have, like, there's not really much to support. After pulling the boys twice, technically ByuN, he can lift his main. He can, like, I guess, lift and land his main base if need be. But he needs more damage. Oh. Creator, does he have Storm? He does! He has Storm! Yo, that should be it. Like, one good Storm, and there it is. Massive Storm on the army. And how can ByuN break this? Now that there's Storm in the mix. Ay, ay, ay. Not like this. He goes to the stim. Goes to the dive. It's all or nothing. Another Storm connects, and the final Storm. And with that, ByuN, Creator holds. GG gets called, and Creator, he will tap the series 1-1. We are going to game 3. We have a back and forth. We have a series. GG. We do have a series here. And again, Creator, thankfully, he was able to scout the all-in ahead of time. If you recall, he had the Observer checking the main base, so he saw the lack of starport, he saw the 3 Raxes, he saw Stim being researched, so he was fully aware. And initially, it was a bit of a rough hold, where he wasn't really able to slow down the army much, but I appreciate how patient Creator was. Remember, he accepted his fate. He just abandoned the 3rd. Like, the 3rd base, like, very quickly, he just abandoned and he pulled the workers away. He accepted the fact that the 3rd base would go down. So he just evacuated really fast and really quick. Likewise, it was also very fortunate that he was able to catch the army unsieged. If you remember, the first big collapse on ByuN's forces was when ByuN unsieged his 4 tanks. He had 4 tanks on the ramp. He unsieged. As he unsieged, then Creator moved in. And because of that, ByuN, he missed like 1 or 2 volleys of those tanks. And that could have been game, actually. Like we saw how close that defense was. If those volleys had gone off, then maybe ByuN breaks the army earlier, faster, then it keeps going. Potentially. Regardless, a very close game, and with that, we're getting into game number 3. We have a back and forth. We have a series, and spawning in the bottom hand corner of Tokamak, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss, tying up the series 1-1. It is Creator. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the red Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. Here we go. Whew. Okay, as ByuN has been quite aggressive so far this series. Game 1, going for the Hellion drop, of course, a Hellion drop opener into the follow-up push, which should end the game. Game 2, of course, we had the 2 base all-in. Now, I don't see a 2 base all-in working here. Welcome, one and all, to Tokamak. Tokamak, I would say, is the most defensive map in the current map pool. There are larger maps like Maganatha, that is true, but here on Tokamak, your 3 and 4 base setup is more secure, just because of the terrain, just because of the choke points, the ramps, the lack of entrances here in between the bases. You can be more defensive on Tokamak. Ooh, CC first. Okay, let's go. CC first out of ByuN. CC gasless into a Rax. Very greedy. But this goes along the lines of what we just said. We mentioned how this is the most defensive map, so you can cut corners and be greedy. Likewise, gate expand. So gate expand out of creator, CC first out of ByuN. Because of this, we do expect like a 2-gate opener into a faster third. Like we expect greedy and more economic builds from our players. We don't really expect to see our players be too safe. So it's all about that greed. Of course, this map is not as extreme as Radisson Station or as Neon Violet Square. Like, there's no pocket base or anything like that. But regardless, you know, this is kind of the macro map, if you will, or the economic map. So from here, we're settling in. And again, we're expecting a Twilight Council open out of creator. If we wanted to be really safe, we could see a Robo. But I mentioned at the time that we don't really expect Robo play unless we're on a smaller map. Uh-oh. Hello. As creator. Goes to the proxy pylon. I mean, he saw how greedy ByuN was being, and it looks like he wants to try to punish this in some way. The pylon's been thrown down. We can throw down a proxy gateway as well to reinforce across the map. Nothing too committed, but a way to warp in. And there it is. There's the gateway. So 2-gate opener out of creator. With this, he can warp in more depths and try to punish the economy. ByuN is in the dark. Despite that, ByuN, he does abandon. He's going for, wait, what's happening? Wait, what? Wait, wait, hold on. What is happening? He abandons the low ground because, one, he has no units, of course, and he got scouted. So I can see the logic behind that. He is rushing into an insanely fast eBay. That's an eBay before the second racks, before the starport. That's an insanely fast +1. What is happening? Yaku, is that you? Yeah. Oh my god. I need to send this replay to Yaku. We're going into a second racks. This feels like the beginning of a 2-base all-in. Just because insanely fast +1. Like, +1 is going to hit so quickly. Fast second racks, no starport. Bear that in mind. So from here, ByuN, he can go for a third racks. If he goes for a third racks, it's a 2-base all-in. Or he could go for a starport into a 2-1-1 variation with +1. So ByuN has options here. ByuN does have options. Meanwhile, we have mass at depth because of the early second gateway. And this army can be punished here. There's no bunker. The Marines are vulnerable. We'll see what creator gets done. Again, 6 adepts. Yeah, Sorgers as well. He raid this. It'd be creator who's going for it. He's going for the kill. Going for the throat and diving on the army. And he will completely shut this down as he... Oh, the boys are being pulled. Does pull away. Cancels the shade. Does cancel. Playing it safe. Playing it slow. Tank has arrived. I thought it was going to dive on the Marines, but never mind. He does pick up some SCVs, though. Yeah, 5 SCV kills. These are still better trades for creator, but ByuN is holding. And I'm still waiting to see. There it is. Third racks. 2-base all in. 2-base all in out of ByuN. He's going for the third racks. This is similar to the previous game, but different. Again, I'm still shocked by the fast +1, by the way. That's crazy. Now, there's no armory, so he can't rush into +2, but he can rush into +1 armor alongside this. And he can try to hit his timing with 1-1. He's already pushing. Jesus. He's already moving out. Or at least trying to. There it is, yeah, 1-1. So, I believe +1 armor should finish by the time... clearly by the time Sim finishes, of course, but by the time maybe combat shields, we can maybe finish 2 upgrades in the time it takes for a +1 armor to finish. We'll see. Early tank production. Add-on swap. Yeah, here comes combat shields. Here comes combat shields. Starport is on the way this time. Okay. The fact that this is Starport... I was going to say, the fact that this is Starport tells us that maybe we're going for a longer game state, but, I mean, there's no reason to rush into these upgrades unless we plan to make use of this timing. So, with Metamax, this can still hit quite hard. Ooh, one attack goes down, the punish is real! Does punish. 3 Stalker kills, I've been hyper fixated on what ByuN is doing, because this build is so interesting to me. But back at home, creator, he is setting up. He's getting a third base, throwing down the gateway explosion. Blink into charge. I believe there's no forge. No forge here. But what I will say is that this really fast charge follow-up is designed to shut down all-ins. Like tank pushes, I should emphasize. Maybe not all-ins, but like tank pushes and tank committed play. So really fast charge, massive gateway explosion. Creator, he's here to slow this down. Creator, he saw the early eBay, right? So already he has a piece of the puzzle. You should never see an eBay as quickly as Creator did. So like that's already wild. And 2 more Maxes. Yeah, 2 more Maxes, no add-ons, 2 base all in. 2 base all in here from ByuN. These Maxes, they're just designed to bolster the army, to reinforce. Yeah, concussive shell on the way. Yeah, +1 or 1/1 is wrapping up just in time with combat shields and the rest of the upgrades. And here we go. ByuN, he's moving out. Is moving out. And again, behind this, he can just rally across the map. And Creator, he's trying to slow him down. Charge is complete, at least. Tanks do siege. Creator, he has to pull away. He has to respect the tanks. Observers in position. And again, he wants to try to catch his army on siege. He's going for it. He's going for the surround. Who's surround 2? Tanks are exposed. The first tank falls, massive pickup. Yeah, the tanks, they will go down. And Creator, he is shutting this down so hard. Yeah, chasing ByuN all the way back. And ByuN, he doesn't have any longevity behind this. He has no 3rd CC. Now remember, late +1, late forge. And Creator, he's committing. There are some Widow Mines. Widow Mines are setting up. Creator pushing forward. Oh! Well, mine connects. We have more Widow Mines on the way. 3rd CC now begins. This is a late 3rd by ByuN. But he knows that the all-in, the aggression has failed. He's got his fast upgrades, but he wasn't quite fully able to make use of that. And Creator, I do like this. He backs off, gets a 4th. Like, remember, Creator is not all-in. Creator, he can just expand, get a 4th base, taking up into Storm. All Creator has to do is delay. All he has to do is, oh god, speaking of delay, he does delay the CC even further. Prism into the main. Can he force? No. Can he force a cancel? No shot. It's gonna be close. Okay, Zell say don't go for the base. They go for the army, so the base, so the CC will not be canceled. Thankfully. Whew. Otherwise, that could just be game. Jesus. As Creator, he does pull away. And again, time is on Creator's side. He just has to slow down, take a breath, get into Storm, throw down some shield batteries, and get ready for the push. Yeah, there's a cancel. Does cancel, he commits. Like ByuN, he was already committed to begin with, and after the delay, he knows that there's no transitioning out of this. There's no armory, there's no +2. He straight up just cancels for the refund, and it's all or nothing. It's all or nothing for ByuN. Does have his Liberators to help support. Storm is ready. Very nice Storm. Jesus. Very nice Storm. Clem, calm down. Takes the Storm to the face. ByuN stimming in. Do we have more Storms, though? Do we have any more Storms? Not quite. And so far, Creator, he bleeds out a couple units. Nice Storm here on the Marines. Another Storm coming in. The 3rd Storm not as solid. A little bit more lackluster. Concave in favor of Creator, taking it slow, taking his time, being patient. He's about to have one more Storm. But ByuN, he collapses in. He commits. Does commit. Zelce takes some mind shots to the face. Oof. Brutal connections. And ByuN, he's breaking through. We need a Storm. We need one. Oh, God. Can we land it? Even then, it's not going to be easy. As ByuN, he is gaining ground. The army is heavily overstimmed. 2 more Liberators arrive. Up to 4. We see Creator trying to catch reinforcements. That Storm, lackluster. Yeah, it catches a handful of units. Not the Storm we were looking for. And ByuN, he's done it. ByuN, he breaks the expansion. He doesn't just break the base, he breaks the army. He's pushing on through. How many High Templar are left? There's 1 High Templar. There's no Storm. And the all-in is overwhelming. And the High Templar just doesn't have the energy. And oh no, it goes down. High Templar goes down. ByuN, he stims and he wins. There's too much freedom. There's too much liberation. Ay, ay, ay. Depowers the Robo. Depowers the Twilight Council. Getting into the mineral lines. Boys are being pulled. The army is overstimmed. But the boys, they can only do so much. And the Immortals, they just cannot move in. Yo, actually, if we can warp another wave of reinforcements here, Liberators are going down. The Immortals, they're banking up. But the immortals are exposed. Yeah, they go down. One immortal left. Sorry, up to two. The juggling, the control. He warps in. Oh no. Oh my god. Brutal connection. But Creator, he's holding. He's holding on back. Let's go. Oh my god, it's still so close. Still very close, very clutch. He's got a storm. He doesn't want to waste it. We cannot waste that storm. Hold on to it, Pappy. Hold on to it. He's transferring over, resaturating his base. There goes the storm. Decent connection. Ah, good. Decent connection. Bleeds out an immortal though. Every unit counts, but he does have his third base up and running. Or I guess his fourth. It is fully operational. Creator, he's surviving. He's building up an army. ByuN rotates. No shield battery. No shield battery supports. Not at the fourth base. I guess at the new third. Oh, storm does graze the army. Decent connection. It was okay. Well, I had Temple morphing in. Going for the Archon. Does go for the Archon. We don't yet have another storm. We need a little bit more time. Okay, there's one High Templar in that War Prism. He can't afford to lose that Prism. Chasing him down. Wouldn't Mind Shot is denied. Again, ByuN is overstimmed. The Medivacs are low as well. Just noticed. A well-placed Storm can take down the Bio and the Medivacs as well. And he's got 3 High Templar. Now he's got 3 High Templar in that Prism. ByuN, he lifts up the main, lands it. ByuN, yeah, he's maintaining his economy. As he does land his main, he's muling his heart out. And with these mules, I would even say that ByuN maybe has the better economy, actually. Oh, no. Oh, he's got a ghost? No shot. He got a ghost academy. He's reacting around Vikings. He's crazy. Nice EMP. EMP on the Stalkers, but not on the High Templar. That's what's important, but another ghost has arrived. He has another EMP. Another EMP is available. Now a second ghost. Technically a third. So he's up to 3 ghosts. EMP on the Stalkers once again, catches the Immortal, brutal pickup. Storm zones. There's 2 storms left. A better storm on the Bio. No, the Prism goes down. Prism goes down. There's no more juggling. There's 1 storm left. Do we spend on the army or the SCVs? Goes to the army. Nicely done. Ah, but not enough. Not enough. ByuN, he stims in. He stims in. He breaks through the Zealots, breaks through the Stalkers. It will cost him every single SCV. But ByuN holds. ByuN, he shuts down the army. Creator, he plummets in supply. But it cost him 23 SCVs. I mean, he was all in to begin with, but now he can't sustain this all in. ByuN, he keeps going. Keeps going. Turns around with a handful of units. He's going for the third base. Creator, he's exposed. Does have a storm though. The EP! Oh my god. The storm's the ghost. GG gets called, and ByuN, he does it. He breaks Creator, and ByuN will take a 2-1 lead in the series. Whew, GG, a very intense game. Very intense, very clutch. Again, ByuN going for a wild build, rushing into an insanely fast eBay into insanely fast +1. That was crazy. So fast +1 into fast 1-1. It was a 1-1 timing. If you remember, Creator had a stronger start. Creator, he shut down the 1-1 timing. He shut down the initial all-in. Remember, he was able to catch both tanks unsieged and force ByuN all the way back. Creator, he was in a better position, but unfortunately, it was the second wave, the second all-in from ByuN when he canceled the CC. Of course, Creator didn't see that the CC was cancelled. He knew that it was on the way, so he probably thought he was safer than he was, because that no shield batteries, 0 shield batteries at the third base. Creator, he was underprepared at the third, and ByuN, he was able to break through with his liberators, with his 4 liberators, with his bio army, barely broke through. And it was still close despite that. It was still very close, still very back and forth, but GG, well played. ByuN takes a lead, and now we're getting into game number 4. Those lives did so much damage. They did. They didn't just do a lot of damage, but they also like forced Creator back. Like it meant that Creator, he had a really hard time pushing in. Like he had to be more tentative. He had to be more careful with his army. Like he couldn't commit as hard because the Liberators were just bullying the ground army as well. It was insane what they achieved. And again, Creator, he didn't see that the third CC was cancelled, right? He didn't know just how all in ByuN was in that moment. Whew. Oh boy. With that, we're now getting ready for our next game. We're getting ready for game number 4. Oh boy. That was crazy. Getting ready for game 4. Go. Looks like the players are just asking for a moment, which is understandable. They're asking for a moment to catch a breath. If ByuN takes this series, then I will 100% ask him about that fast eBay game. Here we go. Here we go. As it looks like our next game is going to be on Maganatha, the largest map in the new map pool. Let's go. Let us go. But ByuN often seems like on the edge of his seat. Yeah, for sure, for sure. He's very, very dedicated, very committed to his play. It's crazy. But it is understandable the players are asking for a moment, especially after that last game because it was so intense. Both players are like, whew, they're like, we need to take a breath, need to calm down, settle in. Let's go. Oh god. There we go. But we do need a moment here to set things up. And we'll be getting into this. I'm not privy to the vetoes and to where this series is going to lead us. So I just know that game 4 is Maganatha. We could go to the ace match. I'm hoping for the ace match. I'm hoping for game 5. But we'll see. Last chance. As I may as well set things up here. I'm just setting things up for the GSL cast. Getting the matches ready. Reggie. We have Rogue versus Shin. Yo, we got a ZVZ. Let's go. But yeah, after this broadcast, we're going to be featuring Rogue, Shin, Trigger as well. Let's go. I know Trigger, of course, he's in Korea. Has been there for quite some time at this point, and has been there for over half a year. Over half a year. And we're going to be featuring SOS as well. Jesus. So just setting up the matches while we can, since we do have some downtime. Otherwise, hope you've all been enjoying yourselves. GSL. Beautiful. It is going to be a four best of threes. Four best of threes after this finals. So just setting that up. Otherwise, whew, again, our players, they asked for a 10-minute break. So they asked for 10 minutes. And I think they came back after 5. So which again, after an intense game like that, like hearts must be pumping. They need a moment. Whew. And here we go. Our players are back and we are getting to our next game. Potentially the final game of the series. Again, I'm hoping for the ace match, but the pressure is on the Protoss. And here we go, spawning in the top left-hand corner of Maganatha. We have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Shopify Rebellion, leading the series 2-1. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player, the blue Protoss player himself. We have the South Korean Protoss down in the series. We're going to fight back, looking to force the ace match. It is Creator. Here we go. Whew, and again, welcome on all to Maganatha. Maganatha is the largest map in the map. You do not get larger than Maganatha. It's big, it's huge, and it allows for longer macro games as well. It is not as defendable as some of the other maps though. What I mean by that, as you can see, compared to Tokamak, there are no rocks here. There are no rocks in between the bases, so there is an attack path right into the natural. There's also, of course, the linear third base on the left hand side and the triangular third base on the right hand side as well. And as you can see, they are more spread out. They're more isolated than the previous maps. Likewise, the 5th and the 6th base as well. So the map is larger, that is true, longer rush distance by ground, but there's also more distance in between your bases. Likewise, there are there are a lot of attack paths as well. Into the third, in between the third and into the fourth, in between the fourth and third base, into the third base, into the natural, in between. There's just attack paths all over the place as well. So turtling on this map is more difficult, which we appreciate. Again, that's typically how the modern maps are. A lot of the modern maps, if the map is large, then it should be more accessible. If the map is small, then it should be more defendable. Just to kind of balance that out. It's often how things go. Not always, but often. Creative being as annoying as possible. One side SCV. One CSCV. Pulls away. Likewise, we have ByuN setting up on the high ground with his own Rax Expand economic opener into the delayed factory. Again, to be expected. And we'll see how Creator will approach this. Now, based on the map, we do expect 2-gate blink, like 2-gate blink into a fast third. That would make the most sense here. Creator could try to be more aggressive and try to go for a proxy at some point. That is true. Could try to double down. We saw that last game with a proxy. ByuN does move out. He does move out across the map. Likewise, how many gates? So far, 2. So far, a 2-gate setup. Hellion does rush into the main, and the Hellion will get eyes on at least behind the mineral line. Oh, takes out one probe. One probe goes down. I believe ByuN, he doesn't quite get eyes on the tech. He does see the 2 gates set up at least, so he has an idea of what's going on. Just an idea. Likewise, waiting for that first medevac, going for a committed marine drop. Marines, they move out. Widowmine stays back. And we'll see what ByuN can get done. As ByuN does boost in. Does boost into the bases. For now, pulling back. Is deflected. Creator, he does maintain himself. Does maintain the main. And it was 2-gate blink into a third. Again, economic opener. We did expect this out of Creator. Especially on a larger map. But ByuN being cheeky. Setting up behind the mineral line. Tosses it behind, takes down a stalker. Not bad, takes down a stalker. Picks up a stalker. Meanwhile, Liberator follow up here out of ByuN, headed towards the main. Ooh, Adept does threaten the shade, doesn't commit. Doesn't quite commit in. Liberator making its way towards that main. And ByuN breaks out. Now, this is going to be an earlier push. This is very ByuN. We talk about this all the time. It's only just now happening in the series, but ByuN is pushing pre-stim. Stim only just began, so the main DPS in this army, the main threat are the tanks, not the Marines. The Marines are hit a buffer, and if ByuN can get within range of the Nexus, these tanks, they can pop up. Last night's force fields, locking down the Marines. And Marines are cleaned up. And ByuN is forced to siege early on. Force siege behind the ramp. Oof, tank boy is going up for the Immortal. The Immortal taking a lot of hits. Oh no! That Immortal is almost going down. Yeah, brutal trades here from Creator. Does barely keep it alive. Getting within range of that shield battery. And Creator, he should have enough here. Blink is done. He goes to the dive. He gets one. Takes out one tank. Gets one. He's gonna get. Oh no, he's not. No. Oh god, this is brutal though. He will lose almost every single stalker. Ay, ay, ay. I'm afraid to look. That was six stalkers going down. 2 sentries, the zealots. At least Creator, he does hold, he does survive, but not the cleanest trade. The cleanest trade. As ByuN falls back, and now we have Stim. Now we have combat shields +1, third CC on location. For the first time in a long time, for the first time since game 1, ByuN is expanding. ByuN, he was not all in. It was committed, don't get me wrong, but it was worth it. And ByuN is going to be taking his third base behind this. Building up. When he does commit, he does move out. That's ByuN looking for another way in. Sieging up his mines. At least Creator, he does have the concave in his favor. He does hold line. Oh, mine shot goes off. But Creator, he should hold. Again, he's got his 2 immortals. He's got Zealot reinforcements. And ByuN is deflected. Again, there's no real pushing power here for ByuN. He's just poking in, trading whatever he can. Creator, he defends his 4th base behind this, building up towards more Colossus. And Creator is looking to try to slow the game down, build up his forces, get into a 4-base economy, and look to max out. ByuN at this point, he also building up as well. Yeah, we have to get ready for the further tech. He's going into Vikings and into Ghost production. So for the first time this series, we can actually get a macro game. I mean, including game 1 on Ultra Love ended very quickly and very abruptly, right? Like, it was a very aggressive game 1, and of course, non-stop all-ins in game 2 and game 3. But here in game 4, thanks to the size of the map, we can embrace some macro. We can embrace a 4-base economy. So the game is slowing down. ByuN is still being active, that is true, but especially with the Colossus arriving, I don't really see ByuN breaking Creator. He scans, he sees the Colossus. And ByuN pulls away. Does pull away. From here, Creator can expand. Yep, getting a 5th. So Creator is getting a 5th expansion. Behind this, we should be seeing a second Robo momentarily to get into Disruptors. Actually going for a Temple Archives first before Disruptors. Interesting, with this going to Storm. So it looks to be Colossus into Storm. We'll keep an eye on Creator. Second Forge on the way for double upgrades. Creator, he will soon max out. And Creator, he will gain map control. And from here, we will enter a dynamic that's quite common in PvT, where the Protoss player will be mass expanding, and the Protoss player will have map control, and the Terran player is going to be stuck at him defending. And as you can see, we spoke about how isolated and how far away these bases are. It's going to be difficult for ByuN to keep up with these rotations. It's going to be difficult. Zella run by on the way, on the right-hand side. Creator moving in. Creator is still only on 1 robot, which is still a concern to me. But he's fine. He takes down the Widow Mines. Zella run by into the mineral line, but last ByuN is in position. ByuN holds. Mass Viking is coming in. He's got 8 Vikings. That should be enough. But the Bio Army is still lacking. Vikings, they look to engage. Oh. Going for the Colossus. CC is denied. Not bad. CC is cancelled. That's all the Creator needed. Behind the 7 SCV kills. Still just the 1 Robo. Which is still concerning to me, but it'll be fine. Was that a kill? I assume. Oh, never mind. I didn't assume it was a cancel. That was a kill. Oh, yeah. That is brutal. The ghosts are exposed. Ghosts are going down. Yeah, they're the first to be targeted. Losing 1, 2, 3 ghosts. There's 1 ghost left. Oh. But that was a kill. Which is that much more brutal. And ByuN is being outscaled. At this point, ByuN is being outscaled. Creator, he is near max. Now we see the second Robo. Now, whew, I can breathe easy. The scary thing about being on a low Robo count is that one bad fight can spell the end to a Protoss player, especially if they don't have the production to rebuild and to replace. So second Robo is on the way. Disruptors now amassing. Creator taking top right. And ByuN is struggling. He has a comparable army, but the economy here is what's lacking. Never goes up. Up! Ooh, massive connection. Takes down a good chunk of Marines. Ooh, more Marines as well. Marauder take a lot of hits. 1 Disruptor goes down. So far, this is a better trade for Creator. From here, Creator, he can literally take every other base on the map. He has the money for it. Gonna be collapsing in. Once again, going for the Ghost. Vikings, they shut down the first Colossus. Finally, he gets 1, he gets 2. But ByuN is being overwhelmed. Creator, he has enough. He breaks on past. Getting on top of the player, getting on top of the reinforcements. And we're going to the ace match. We're going to game 5. We're going the distance, Pappy. Let's go. 11 SCV kills. GG gets called, and Creator will take the game, and we will force the ace match. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, a much more comfortable game for Creator. Typically, that is how these larger maps go. I'm referring to maps like Maganatha, maps like Tokamak, and there's another map. Incorporeal. That's it, Incorporeal as well. These three maps that I mentioned specifically in this matchup, they do favor, because of how large they are, because of how defensive they are at times, they do favor a Protoss player being more defensive and building up and maxing out and getting up to a 4-base economy. Again, these are kind of the best maps where you can do this on. And Creator, he snowballed out of control. Did snowball out of control. Alas, ByuN's more aggressive style and aggressive tendencies are less effective on these larger maps. So with that, Creator does force the ace match. Speaking of larger maps, that's not where we're headed. Where's the ace match? Persephone. Persephone is coming up next. This is one of the smaller maps in the map pool, a very aggressive map as well. This is where I now have to lean towards ByuN. I was talking about some of these larger maps like Maganatha, Tokamak, Incorporeal as well. This is where I would favor Creator when it comes to getting into that kind of game state and maxing out. When it comes to these early game aggressions, when it comes to these all-ins, Persephone will lean towards ByuN. Hope ByuN can lead into that here. He can lean into the all-ins again, and we'll see if he will. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss fighting back, tying up the series and forcing the ace match. Can he go the distance? Can he win and become our champion? As I don't think the Creator has actually taken a win or been a PiGosaur Monday champion before. I'll have to double check that, but it is Creator. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. Here we go. Just checking the history here of the PiGosaur Mondays. I know that ByuN has won plenty of these in the past, but double checking, and yeah, it looks like Creator, he has never won a PiGosaur Cup, whether it's Stego Monday or Saurus Cup, not in the hands of Creator yet, and he's close to taking his first win. Let's go. Let's go. We are settling into our game. Ooh, okay, we do have an economic open out of ByuN. ByuN going ranks into CC on the low ground. Creator, he's here to block the command center and to be as annoying as possible. He's here to delay. Second SCV comes down and the CC is forced off center. So pretty nice damage here from Creator. Will delay the expansion. Behind this, Creator going for his own standard setup. Gate Cyber Expand. And again, welcome one and all to Persephone. Persephone here, the rush distance or the attack path is very direct from one side to the other. Likewise, unlike the previous maps, I mean, we do have a lot of attack paths here as well to rotate between the natural, the third, and the fourth base as well. There are some choke points that you can use defensively to try to defend and try to turtle on 3 and 4 bases. But again, the rush distance is going to hurt the defending player more so than not. Dips in. Dips into the bases, is going to be forced back, and now we have seen ByuN be hyper aggressive plenty of times this series already with non-stop 2-base all-ins, but for the first time on a smaller map, we have a Rax expand into 1-1-1. Again, early signs of all-ins are typically when the starport is delayed, right? When you go for a fast second and a faster third Rax as well. But here we have a straight up 1-1-1 and going for a drop play. This is looking pretty standard. Okay. You have my attention. Creator confirms. He confirms the starport, he confirms the 1-1-1, he confirms the add-ons as well. We have reactor marine production, we have the, I mean, could be Hellion on the way, but it's going to be the Widowmine. The Hellion has already arrived. Hellion moving out. Bearing in mind that ByuN, he did actually not skip the Reaper, so he was able to get some scouting information. He has yet to confirm the tech of choice. So here we go. So we are setting up. So we have the Marine drop it alongside the Widowmine into the main. We have the Reaper Hellion on the right-hand side towards the natural. We'll see what ByuN can get done. From the side of Creator, is going for his Robo on 2 bases. So 2 gate opener into Blink, into Twilight Council, into a Robo before expanding. 3rd base is delayed. Now he's going for his gas. Now claiming the 3rd. And this usually means earlier Robo production. And then earlier Bay. We'll keep an eye on Creator. As the Reaper slips in. Busts into the main. Gets 2 pro kills already. It's cleaned up. Here we go. Now, once again, ByuN, he may decide to push pre-stim. I'm not too fond of the idea. I don't think he really has many Marines to work with. So yeah, he's taking a defensive stance. Sets up defensively. Got his tanks. Got his bio. And again, for the first time this series, we have a standard game. We have a standard game. Like, even Maganatha had its own quirks to it when it came to ByuN's early push with his 2 tanks. But here, there is no early push. We're just calming down. No rush, 8 minutes. Which doesn't sound like a long time, but in Legacy of the Void, that's me. It's crazy. Ooh, as here we go. Upgrades are kicking in. We have Charge, we have +1. Prism is on the way, so Creator, he's going to be the first to move out. Now, I don't think Creator plans on breaking his opponents, but he should be planning on containing ByuN. Meanwhile, Medevac is on the way. Creator, he sees a Medevac. The Observer sees everything here. And you can see Creator looking to intercept. ByuN, he doesn't know he's been seen. Uh-oh. Creator moving in. At the same time, ByuN pushes on the right-hand side. Setting up his army. Stim is almost done. And here we go. ByuN pushing in from both ends. Creator setting up on the right-hand side as well. Here comes the drop. Creator, he responds. Shuts him down. Ooh, full Medevac goes down. Massive pickoff. Here comes a recall. Does recall over. Spots the main army. And ByuN retreats. ByuN pulls away for a moment. Creator looking solid. ByuN now expanding, getting his 3rd CC. And likewise, Creator should be doing the same, getting his 4th. Yeah, 4th base is on the way. Here comes the Bay, that's going to be for Colossus production. And it has been a tense couple of minutes here, but we are building up into 4th bases. There's a 4th Nexus. There's a 3rd CC. So we're taking that next step. Getting into the mid-game. There was some posturing. There was attempted drop play. Everything was deflected. Things are still very tense and very close between the 2 players. No major advantage yet from either side. Of course, something that could factor in, of course, we have the healing pad. We have the healing pad in the center. We have the goal base on the right-hand side as well. We have the massive amount of speed zones to go up and down the alleyway on the right. And these do come into play as the game progresses, as we get into a mid to late game. As the goal base can be a 5th base for Creator. We're bringing more Zealots. ByuN moving in. Oh. Going for the Prism. Prism does survive. Creator goes to the Blink. He gets one of the Medevac. He gets one. He gets... Oh, not quite 2. Nice target firing there out of ByuN. Does focus down a couple of Stalkers. Bleeds out another one of those Medevacs. And there's no shot. ByuN holds onto this base. No shot. The army's out of position. ByuN, yeah, he shouldn't try to save this. Still on the right hand side. There's a cancel. Cancel this time, not a kill. Ooh, oh, the friendly fire. Oh my god, 11 SCVs. 11 SCVs go down. That was purely off of the Zell's friendly fire, by the way. That was crazy. These 3 tanks, they have to calm down. Oh my god. In the blink of an eye, bam! 11 SCV kills. Jesus. With that creator getting a 5th expansion, going for the center base for now, not going for the gold yet. Setting up a zealot round by. Second rover is on the way, that'll be for double disruptor production. So far, 3 Colossus, the first disruptor is on the way. Classic creator poking in. Now, Creator, he does not have to break this position. Right now, Creator, he's looking fine. He's on 5 bases. Really, what should trigger Creator is whenever ByuN attempts to expand. 4th base. Whenever ByuN attempts to take a 4th base, that should be the sign here for Creator to commit. Otherwise, he can play it slow. I mean, Creator's maxed. True, he's maxed out. He wants to go for it. But he's pushing into 3 tanks, pushing into a choke point. It's not easy to engage. EP pops off. There's that 4th command center in the main base of ByuN. Creator going for the gold. ByuN breaks out. Does break out. He gets spotted. ByuN now taking a 4th. This should be when Creator pushes in. Likewise, you could argue that Creator could have knocked down these. Okay, being knocked down now. Creator now being active. Dark Shrine is on the way. Storm +1 air attack. Getting ready for a Sky Toss transition. But I'm not too fond of the idea of Creator just allowing the 4th base to get up and running like this. Remember, the tanks are out of position. Like, in this kind of position here, in this kind of setup, the 4th base is more exposed. Creator can take a better fight. But he's being more passive. It's being more passive, being more tentative. Oh, nose going up. Not bad, taking down one of the ghosts. He gets 1, he gets 2. 2 ghosts go down, Vikings on the chase. Another Nova going up. Oh, getting 4 ghosts in total. Ay, ay, ay. 4 ghosts going down. There's 1 ghost left. Oh, sorry, 2 ghosts left. High value Novas there, out of Creator. He pulls back home. I also love that Creator, he didn't actually push with his Colossus. He kept them further back. So despite the massive Viking dive, there was nothing to kill. The Colossus, they were safe. They were safe further back here at the base. They were in no danger. As ByuN is teching, now that he's got his 4th base up running, he can afford his Sky Terran transition into Liberators. We have Liberator range on the way, plus 2 ship weapons. Liberation is going to be his ideal. Creator is focusing on his bank. Colossus once again have to pull away. First Colossus goes down, massive pickup. Vikings, they get 1, nice storm. So it graces the army. Another massive storm, my god! Storm on the ByuN, storm on the Vikings. A bit of a panic storm towards the end. At the same time, DTs, they get into the bases. Nothing major, getting 5 SCVs so far. Catching up 5 SCVs. And the Creator should be mass expanding. Should be taking bottom left, even top right as well. Should look to take all the bases. EMP's going up. Decent connections. Novas, they pick up a couple of key units. Likewise, again, taking the fight out in the open. This is more ideal for Creator. Yeah, he smells blood in the water. He's going for the engage. Goes for the dive. Takes down the Liberator. Ooh, takes down another Ghost. But Liberation. There's so many more Liberators here coming in. Creator has to pull away. Has to retreat. And ByuN, most important thing, he secures a 5th. This is huge. This entire game state, the win condition for Creator is containing the Terran, delaying the 4th and delaying the 5th base, but the 5th base is going by uncontested. Snipe goes off. Like, there's a lot of pressure here in Creator to break this expansion. And he has, again, it's more wide open. It's easier to engage. Leading out some Stalkers. The base isn't up and running yet. As we're warping in a lot of Stalkers here. A very Stalker heavy composition. I mean, the Liberators, it makes sense for now at least. But, not ideal. Tanks, they're popping up. 1, 2 of them going down. Yeah, but a very awkward engage here from Creator. Does zone with the Storm. Rotating back over. Nice EMP. He does shut down or does blanket the army. And it's just a really chaotic state here for Creator. We're getting more Zealots. He has a very low Disruptor count. He has 1 Disruptor, 1 Eye Templar, 1 Colossus. Nova doesn't quite connect. Yeah, the army here just isn't really working out. Second Colossus has arrived. Collapsing on some of the bio. There are no Vikings, true. Colossus, they can trade well. We have 2 more Colossus on the way, but now ByuN, he restarts his Viking count. Going back into his Vikings. The base is getting fully saturated. Yeah, ByuN is getting out of hand. He's getting out of control. Like, securing this 5th base was the win condition for ByuN. If he can get the 5th, then it's over, and he took it. He took the 5th base, Massive Storm on the army. The goal base is crumbling. And Creator, there's just nothing really here. But he can't stop this. You can see he's now switching into a Fleet Beacon, but this was necessary earlier. Like, if he wanted to go for the switch, it feels too late for that. Likewise, ByuN stimming on forward. Takes down 14 probes. That's Creator trying to push in. Trying to commit, but into liberation zones. Nova's better connections. Did they speed through those speed zones? Damn. That was terrifying. Seeing that Nova zoom past the screen. But that's ByuN's max. ByuN's maxed out, and Creator, he has no bank. He has no bank. He lost his bases, lost his economy. Creator now down in workers. Mass EMP to make sure there's no recall. And from here, Creator is falling apart. And again, Creator, he was in a decent position here, especially when he was containing ByuN on 3 bases, but ByuN, he got his 4th base uncontested, his 5th base as well. Ideally, as a Protoss player, you want to be making your opponent fight for it, right? You want to fight for the 4th, fight for the 5th. You want to trade and make use of your bank, a bank that once Creator had. But it did feel like Creator was too passive. He was just a little bit too passive here. He wasn't able to threaten the bases. Here, catching reinforcements, not bad, but here comes ByuN. ByuN, he races back home. He's got his Ghosts, got his Marauders, his Mass Medevac. GG gets called. ByuN will overwhelm, and ByuN will take the series at 3-2, becoming this week's PiGosaur champion. GG. GG, well played. With that, ByuN, he will claim the series. An impressive comeback here, and a shout to Creator because, hey, we went all the way to the ace match. We went all the way to the ace match, all the way to game 5, all the way to that final game on Persephone. And again, Creator, he did have a good position in this map as well, as we were mentioning, as the chat is catching up as well. As we mentioned, like typically when you're in a position here in a PvT, when you're going into the late game as a Protoss player, you do want to, like, your goal, your win condition is to mass expand, which Creator was doing, but is to also delay the expansions of your opponents and make them fight for it. And you won't kill your opponents, you won't necessarily win these fights, but you have the resources, right? You have that mineral bank specifically, so you want to engage, you want to fight, you want to trade. Once you lose your zealots, you back off, keep warping in, right? You keep warping in, you keep reinforcing, and you trade out some of your resources here to delay your opponents, and that hurts your opponent more, as you have all these other bases, and you have the gold base as well, right, behind it. Unfortunately, it felt like Creator got a little bit too comfortable. Once the 4th base was taken by ByuN, Creator, he was teching, which was fine. He was getting a Dark Shrine, he was getting +1 air attack, he was throwing down, I want to say, another Stargate and getting another expansion, but again, he was being a little bit tentative with his army, and he got a little bit too complacent, and with that, ByuN got out of control. He got out of control. Right after he secured his 4th, he took his 5th. Like, that 5th base was so fast for ByuN, for him to secure that location, and by the time he got into that 5th base, like, Creator just couldn't stop him. GG well played. There was some nice fights with Creator, is what I will say. Like, if you recall, when it came to his Storms, when it came to his Novas as well, he was taking some good fights in the center of the map, but he wasn't stopping the economy. GG well played. With that, congratulations. ByuN will claim the series, and with that, we have our champion. Congratulations to ByuN. A shout to Creator. Again, Creator, he has yet to win a PiGosaur Cup, but he came close. He came very close, and I think we can all see a world where Creator would have won that series as well, like 100%. Especially like winding it back to, yo, I'm still thinking about Tokamak. Like, Tokamak is living rent-free in my mind. I'm referring to the map where ByuN went for the all-in. The all-in got crushed, and then he went for the second 2-base all-in. Went for the second 2-base all-in with those 4 liberators. I'm still thinking of those 4 liberators, not gonna lie. Like, the entire time, I'm like, yo, that Creator, he was so close to defending, to taking that game, and if he had maybe a different outcome, maybe, you know, a different kind of setup here. GG. Freedom reigns from above. It does. A lot of freedom. Oh. How fast are those balls? They were insane. Oh god. Yo, seeing a Nova coming at your face through speed zones, that's a new kind of fear. Let me tell you. But yeah, with that GG. No tempers, no carries. Yeah, I think it's fine that he wasn't really switching into that Sky Toss yet. He didn't really have the gas income for that sort of thing, but regardless, GG well played. With that, congratulations to ByuN, and with that, we are wrapping up our initial broadcast of the day. But we are not done. We are not done. Nowhere close, as we are setting up here for the rest of our schedule. As you can see, we are here Wednesday morning. We just wrapped up with the PiGosaur Cup. And as you can see, we actually have a kind of a split here to cover another event, the GSL qualifiers. Yesterday, we were live the entire day casting GSL qualifying matches. There are just so many matches, 16 best of 3s, and we have gone through 12. We have gone through 12 of them. We have 4 best of 3s remaining, and we do plan on going on a bit of a break here and then coming back and wrapping up those final GSL qualifying matches before GSL begins. For those that are curious, GSL proper, the GSL group stage, does begin later on today. Checking the schedule in 5.5 hours. In 5.5 hours, GSL will begin, so we do hope to wrap up all the qualifying matches before then. 4 best of 3s, they shouldn't take that long. So we're gonna go on a break. We're gonna go on an extended break. I say 10-minute break. Like 10-minute break. I have to set up all the overlays. Likewise, gonna get some water and take a breath, as we just finished a 4-hour cast. So gonna take a breath, take a moment, take 10 minutes, and then we'll be back with some more StarCraft with the GSL qualifiers. Let's go. Who we're gonna be featuring? We're gonna be featuring players like Rogue, Shin, Trigger, SOS, Nightmare, and Bunny. Let's go. We didn't get to cast any Zerg today, so I appreciate that we get to cast at least some Shin, because we casted no Zerg. With that GG well played. Also, if you want to help support this tournament, you can do so. Also, help support the CranKy Ducklings, you can do so via you can do so via Patreon, !Patreon in the chat, and you'll get a link to our Patreon page. You can help support us there. 100% of the money on Patreon goes towards our tournaments. It goes towards our tournaments, goes towards Sea Duckling Open, Macedon Open, and Sparkling Tuna Cup as well. We host 3 events on a regular basis, and all that money goes towards the players as well. We don't take a cut, not at all. All goes towards the players and the prize pool, so you can help support the scene and help support the players via Patreon if you wish. Otherwise, thank you for watching. We're going to be going on that 10-minute break, and when we come back, bam, we'll have those GSL qualifiers. See you soon after the break. See you soon. Bye. See you soon. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another day, another edition, another season, another year of the GSL, of the Global StarCraft 2 League. I apologize. Hold on. I'm not exactly ready for this. Hold on. I need to quickly. There we go. Yo, if we're gonna jump into GSL, you have to chain me up, Abby. Beautiful, beautiful. We have the theme going. We are here once again with the GSL qualifiers. If you were here yesterday, you would know that we spent the entire day casting GSL qualifying matches. We had a morning broadcast, we have an evening broadcast, we have 8 hours of GSL content that we did cover throughout yesterday. Now we're here to catch up on the remaining matches, and as we catch up, a big shout out to Papi God. Thank you so much to Chicken Man, El Pollo Loco himself. Oh my god, ay Papi, thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream, hope you had a great cast, hope you had a great time covering the OSC mid-season playoffs. Hope you had a great time. Welcome to all those that are now tuning in. We just wrapped up with the PiGosaur Open Cup. We just crowned our champion, but now we are not done. We are continuing with the GSL qualifying matches. As we were just discussing, yesterday we were live the entire day. Covering those GSL qualifying matches. We covered 12 best of threes, and we still have more to go. we still have more to go, Papi. Let's go. The Ducklings, we're never done, but never. No. We're degens, Papi. We're degens. Let's go. When it comes to our matches, let us switch our scenes over and catch up on what is coming up on the broadcast. Now, thankfully, it's going to be a bit of a shorter broadcast because we just finished casting one event, but we have 4 remaining matches. We have Rogue versus Shin. We have Trigger versus the loser of that series, so a confirmed Zerg opponent, and we have SOS versus Nightmare. Likewise, Bunny against the loser of that series as well. So we have 4 best of 3s remaining here. This is the last chance qualifier for GSL. Basically, we already went over the initial rounds, the initial qualifying matches, and these players here, they failed to qualify. Initially. They were invited into this kind of last chance wildcard qualifier, where out of these players, only four will make it through. It's a little bit bittersweet. For those who are curious, there are less slots this time. It's very bittersweet, but there are less slots in this season's GSL. Only 12 players, not even 16, but round of 12 players in total are going to be a part of GSL. So some of these players will rise, others will fall. Let's go. Yeah, the DJ Doc, he's beautiful, man. He's beautiful. Let's go. But let's go. We're jumping into our first series of the GSL qualifier broadcast. We're jumping into our ZVZ, jumping into Rogue versus Shin. Let's go. We are jumping in, but again, hope you had a great time covering the OSC mid-season playoffs. I know the season playoffs did begin. I know it's a massive bracket, a massive tournament, so best of luck with that event, as I'm sure there's going to be many more OSC mid-season playoff broadcasts to come. As spawning in the top right hand corner of Ley Lines, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing his new team, Weibo Gaming. It is Shin. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the other South Korean Zerg player, the South Korean Blue Zerg, representing Team Falcons. It is Rogue. Here we go. We are jumping into our ZVZ, and this is a rematch from earlier in the year. I do love casting me some Rogue versus Shin. I believe they faced off earlier, either in the Rex March Madness or potentially in a Little League Cup, but they do go back and forth. Rogue, he is a very dynamic player in ZVZ. I will say that Rogue is a little bit more predictable against Terran and against Protoss. Like, he's very fond of his lurker play, he's very fond of his late game play, and his goal is to slow down the game and max out, get into his lurkers, get into his Nidus play, get into Mass Overseer. That's how he does approach other matchups. Here in ZVZ, he's an animal. He's an absolute animal, often coming up with his own builds, his own styles. Last time we casted Rogue versus Shin, Rogue, he went Proxy Spire. It was crazy. He went two base Muta, Proxy Spire. It was insane what he was put. Didn't work, but I believe that was on Frostline, if I remember correctly. It was in the previous map pool earlier this year. It was on Frostline, and Shin did shut him down, but I'm curious to see how Rogue has adjusted and adapted since then. Let's go. For now, Hatch Gas Pool, standard openers out of both players, no major deviations yet. We're keeping our eyes open when it comes to their third base timings, when it comes to their bailiness, and when it comes to how they spend their gas and whether or not they pull out. So our eyes are on both players to see where any kind of deviation does arise. Both players going to be saturating, joining on up. Initially, we should be seeing Link speed. And we should be pulling out. At least one. There we go. Link speed has begun. As you can see, SHIN pulls one out of gas. That is standard. That is the go-to. Rogue across the map does the same. So no one is staying in gas, which means we're not committing into any early Bane bust or any committed Bane play. So far, standard play. So our players do pull out. From here, we're moving out across the map. Oh, SHIN does nibble away at the Lings of Rogue, and we'll chase. We'll give chase. Both players should be expanding. Then we'll go third base for SHIN, third base for Rogue. And from here, both players should be throwing down safety Baneling Nest. Baneling Nest should be on the way. There we go. Baneling Nest for Rogue. And SHIN doing the same. Mirrored builds. So far, mirrored build. So far, I mean, this is as standard as ZVZ gets. From here, we should be saturating. We can make a handful of Ling Bane to defend and to be safe. We'll see if anyone commits into Ling Bane aggression. Otherwise, we can head into Roach versus Roach. Sorry, just sneeze. Speaking of committing, we have 10 Lings on the way. So SHIN, he does mass up some Lings. Likewise, so does Rogue. Both players building up their Lings. Both players are massing up their armies. Baneling Nest is done. We have safety Banelings on the way for both players. We have one Baneling for Rogue, one Baneling for SHIN. Being as efficient as possible. They don't want to spend or waste their gas unnecessarily. And from here, we should be droning. Yeah, we're droning up. It looks like we are heading into Roach versus Roach. Roach one's on the way for SHIN. Roach one's on the way for Rogue. I'll be honest, I'm a little bit surprised by how passive this game has been and how standard it has been. I'm used to seeing some earlier Ling aggression, some earlier Evo chambers, earlier Roaches. I'm used to seeing just, yeah, more aggressive play from both SHIN and Rogue. But here, at least in the GSL qualifier, they're calming down. They're calming down. This is also the last chance qualifier as well, so there's a lot more riding on the line here. So it looks like, at least in game one, neither player really wants to spice things up. Oh. SHIN does poke in. Does keep his Baneling back at home. Does keep it at home. Pushing forward. Oh, he does get the Baneling. Nice pickup. Yeah, nice pickup here for SHIN. Takes down the Baneling. Behind this, both players still droning up. Both players still working towards their Roaches. The Baneling does survive. Baneling survives. Evo Chambers on the way for upgrades. SHIN is going for, Rogue is going for a slightly faster lair. Bear that in mind. SHIN a little bit more committed here on hashtag. Oh! Baneling doesn't connect. And Rogue holds. Rogue he holds. Rogue he has a slightly higher drone count. Likewise, Rogue has faster Roaches, faster lair. And I believe he can start up his +1. So Rogue has a slight edge. Does begin Roach production. I say that no upgrades. There we go. Roach speed now does begin. Getting to Roach speed. Likewise, SHIN going to +1 range. +1 range on the way. SHIN going for the earlier Spire instead. Taking his gases. Does prioritize. Gases are being saturated. Spire is on the way for Muta play. Rogue for now committing into Roaches. For now, just posturing. And it's going to be on Rogue to scout. And now, as a reminder, the lair is done. Lair is done. We should be seeing an Overseer scout momentarily from the side of Rogue. Overlords are in position. Speaking of Overseer scout, SHIN does move in. He gets eyes on the gases. And does try to slip into the main.
They're attacking your base, you know.
God damn it. God damn it. The Ling Scout. Oh, who needs an Overseer Scout? 2 Lings, they slip into the main. And Rogue confirms the Spire. He's fully aware what's going on. And bam, he pushes. Rogue, he doesn't hold back. He wants to punish SHIN. SHIN has been banking up resources, waiting for his mutas. His Roach army is smaller as a result. Checking the sizes here, we do have 37 roaches against the 15, and now the 20 of SHIN. SHIN's in trouble. SHIN, he's in so much trouble here. Rogi does step forward, collapse on top of the army. He's here to break SHIN before Mutas, and he will. As SHIN just doesn't have the army, doesn't have the supply. Rogi does pull away. We get some decent baiting connections, but there's still just so many roaches. Boys are being pulled in a moment of desperation. Queens are being targeted. You have how many roaches left? You have 12. 12 roaches remaining. Rogue still has double the roach count. Drones are going to be falling. The spine crawlers, they're too little too late. They're now waddling in. Oh, SHIN is holding. True, he does hold on. Spine crawlers do reposition, and the drone count is actually neck and neck. We have 52 versus 52. We have an equivalent economy. Oh, he canceled. Oh no, he canceled the spire. Which means he can't go for immediate counterattack. I mean, again, he canceled the spire to make sure he had enough roaches to survive and to defend, but now he has to rebuild it. Meanwhile, Hydrogen on the way for Rogue. He's beating him to that anti-air. Ay, ay, ay. I just assumed that it was on the way. And that it was done. Rogue, he rescouts, he confirms. Oh, you canceled. Oh, no. So coming into this, Rogue, he's in a better position. I say that, Rogue, he did hit without +1. So true, he's lacking upgrades. +2 is on the way for SHIN, so SHIN, he will be able to reach +2 sooner. That is true. But Rogue, he has some Hydras. He will mix in a handful of Hydras, which will help out when it comes to supporting the army and adding a bit of extra DPS. And again, it's one of those things where SHIN, he survived, but what for? Ideally, he would have survived for his tech to get into those mutas, but it's just not the case. Again, thankfully, he has those upgrades, building up more roaches. The quality of the army is going to be slightly better for Rogue just because of the addition of the Hydras. Do you have a handful of mutas on the way? There are a handful of mutas. And they can maybe give SHIN some map control, but I'll be honest, if Rogue pushes here and now, I don't see SHIN holding against that. The mutas aren't going to help at all defensively. The Ravagers will. Some Ravagers on the way. SHIN now taking his fourth base. On set 5th. Mutas have hit the field. And the Hydras are getting in position. Now from here, both players are about to max out. But again, there's going to be, in a way, dead supply here for SHIN, where these mutas are not really going to help in a head-on fight. They do supply block Rogue, though. Rogue is supply blocked. SHIN rotating over. He is spotted by the Overlord. Rogue not quite in position. Let's wait for his roaches. There we go. Does pull away in time. It does pull away. SHIN collapsing, and he's got his 1-1 upgrades. Avoids most of the bile. Some of them do connect. But again, Rogue, he has the defender's advantage. Does have those reinforcing roaches. I say that's still a very close fight. Still very clutch. And the roaches are still on the way. SHIN, he's breaking through. Let's go. Does break through. Does force back the army. Nice bile steal on the eggs. Denies some of the roaches. But he doesn't get into the economy. He doesn't get into the mineral line. Rogue, he's holding. At the same time, mutas, they tried to push in. They didn't get much done. Mutas are deflected. And now Rogue is catching up with the upgrades. +2 is almost complete. And SHIN is going to keep going. Just gonna keep going. Just gonna keep reinforcing. SHIN, he does have the higher army supply, true. He's got 32 roaches. He's got 6 Ravagers. Does tend to opposition. But the last Rogue, he starts as forward. Bold move here by Rogue. He has his queens. He has some transfuse. He has a couple of transfuse available. The Hydras as well. They add a lot of DPS in the back line. And Rogue, he does hold on. He forces back the army. Now it's time to counterattack as well. And this time Rogue has the better upgrades. This time better upgrades. Yeah, GG gets called. Shin, he was all in, and Rogue, he will take game number 1. Whew, GG. Rogue does take a lead. Again, a very intense game, especially when it came to the all-in that Rogue had went for. Unfortunately, Shin, even though he survived the all-in, even though he survived the push of Rogue, he had nothing to really, nothing to speak of, nothing to call his own there. He was working towards a Spire, but again, he cancelled the Spire, so he didn't even have that tech to his name. He was just stuck on Roaches, and he just got outscaled. He got outscaled by the Roach Hydra of his opponent, of Rogue. And with that, we're jumping into game number 2. And we'll see if we can force the ace match. The pressure is on, as spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Amygdala, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Weibo Gaming. It is Shin. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the other South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Team Falcons. It is Rogue. Here we go. Our ZVZ does continue as we do load into one of the larger maps in this previous map pool. As a reminder, these GSL qualifiers did take place last week, and they actually took place before the new map pool. So because of that, they played on the previous map pool instead, on Abyssal Reef, Neo Violet Square, Amygdala, Leylines, Ultra Love, Whispers of Gold, the older map pool. Although I'm sure the main event will be taking place on the newer map pool. At least I would hope that that's the case. So now our players are settling in. Do have our initial hatch gas pool, standard openers. As a reminder, last game we did have mirrored builds up until a certain point, up until 3-base saturation. That is when Shin did go for the fast Spire. Did cancel it in the end, and he did try his best to hold on and survive. But outside of that, there was no major deviation. So we'll keep our eye on our players. I'm hoping for something more aggressive here. I say that this is a larger map. It's difficult to be aggressive here. I do really like Muta play though. Mutas can be amazing on Amygdala just because of how large the map is, just because of how awkward the ground terrain is as well. There are just a lot of rocks, and the the rush distance by ground is quite long. It's quite long. Takes a long time to get across. So we'll see. We'll see who goes to the mutas this time. If anyone. If any at all. Hello, hi. Hello. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Bienvenidos. Bienvenidos. So I'm looking forward to getting some breakfast after this cast. It's gonna be beautiful. It's gonna be amazing. It's gonna be amazing. So now Shin pulls out of gas, likewise so does Rogue, so nothing crazy, no one is committing into Ling Bane, everything's looking normal so far once again. A much more passive ZVZ so far. Of course, Rogue did all in last game, eventually, did get there. Third bases are on the way. Bathing Nest for Rogue, and we should be seeing the same from Shin as well. There's that Bathing Nest. The nest is thrown down. From here, we should just be getting a safety Baneling, still droning, working into a Roach Warren. There is a chance here that one of our players might just make a massive amount of links and flood across the map. There's still a chance. But so far, it looks like that isn't the case. As Rogue does poke in. There's that Roach Warren for Shin. Rogue as well, and both players are droning. Okay, never mind. So again, just really passive setup. Now this does make more sense on Amygdala just because the map is working against aggression. It's more difficult to, oh Jesus, as the Baneling gets baited out. Nice move here by Shin. Baits out the Baneling. But again, more aggressive styles can be more difficult to pull off, but I wouldn't be surprised if even Rogue this time goes into 3-base saturation into a Spire. We'll see. So now we're just droning, just saturating. Gases are on the way. Evo chambers for the early upgrades. And +1 melee for a Rogue. Okay, we have the answer. Gases are being taken, lair is almost done, and Rogue is going to be going into Muta play. As you mentioned, this map does favor Muta play more so than the previous one. The rush distance by gun. Oh, wait, Muta versus Muta. Great minds. They think alike. Zerg minds think alike. Let's go. Jesus. Now getting into this, we did mention how large the map is and how long the rush distance is by ground. It isn't just that, but also the attack pods early on are very limited. In the early to mid game, they're very limited here. What I mean by that, there are 2 attack pods, top side and bottom side, and they're both covered by Xel'Naga towers. And in ZVZ, both players don't even need Xel'Nagas. They have overlords covering both paths as well, so they see any early move out, any early aggression is spotted, and they have plenty of time to react and respond to it. Likewise, what doesn't care about all these rocks and all this terrain are mutas in the air. So both players are rushing to their spires. We're getting into Muta versus Muta. I'm loving the Roach speed being revealed here. I mean, both players are going for it. Now, based on Roach speed, it looks like both players might actually invest into Roaches, but +1 melee says otherwise. One of these is fake. Either we cancel melee or we cancel Roach speed. So we have 24 more lings on the way. Spires are about to complete. There we go, 7 mutas here for Rogue. The Spire's a little bit late here for Shin by a couple of seconds, but I mean, that means everything. As Lings will be still being active. +1 air attack for Rogue. Rogue, he has not scouted the main base. Meanwhile, Shin has. Shin, he knows about the mutas. He's aware. Shin is making his way across the map. He's got his roaches. He's got his lings. Defensively, Rogue, he doesn't have any roaches of his own, but he does have the mutas, and they pop out just in time. The mutas, they have arrived. They go for the roaches. They will clean this up. And no economic damage. Likewise, Lings, they hit the 4th base once again. Rogue, he will defend. He will shut this down. Cleans up the army. And how many mutas? We have 12 for Rogue. We have 10 for Shin. Shin, he's down in mutas. Likewise, he's slightly behind when it comes to the upgrades. Oh. Does get an Overlord. Overlord goes down. Lings are moving in. Both players did cancel Rogue speed, as we had assumed. One of them was going to be cancelled. So it does cancel Rogue speed. Lings are committing in. Oh, they get in. Oh no! The wall is wide open. The queen is exposed. Yeah, the wall was not a wall. Queen goes down. This does distract his opponent. At the same time, though, 4th base does go down. Nice pickoff. Shin now up an expansion. Taking the gas geysers as well. Does take the gases. We have 19 versus 19. And again, there is a couple second window here where we have +1 range or +1 air attack over Shin. Rogue can make use of it. Speaking of, does go for the dive. Does waste a couple of volleys. +1 does kick in. And he has 10 seconds without upgrade. And with those 10, he takes a fight. He does take the fight. Ooh, 10 seconds means everything here. At the same time, 4th base is denied. Shin does deny the expansion, but Shin, he is down in mutas now. He does have extra gas income though. He can make more. So he can make more mutas. At the same time, Rogue, he still just can't get his 4th base, just now taking his gases. Just now trying to saturate. Oh, Lings, they get in once again. Oh, the wall's not a wall. Lings, they get in. The mutas, there's still a higher count here in favor of Rogue. Rogue will take the better fight. Likewise, 21 drones. Oh my god. 21 workers go down. The +2 melee Lings, they crack. They're crazy. Takes out the mineral line. Shin is being pulled apart. So likewise, again, Rogue, he can still win this fight. Still has more mutas, and he will overwhelm. Does pull away for the time being. He can still take it though. Yeah, Cannon will still take it. Behind this, Lings overwhelm the army, and with that, Rogue, he breaks Shin. He takes over the ground, and he takes over the air as well. GG gets called. Rogue will take the series 2-0, qualifying for GSL. GG. GG, well played. A very intense back and forth. Both players going for the same build, but Rogue, he was slightly faster when it came to Aspire and slightly faster when it came to his +1 air attack. We saw that 10-second, I say 10 seconds, it was like a 15-second window, was impactful. We saw for 15 seconds, Rogue, he took a fight where he had the better upgrades. He did overwhelm the meters. And with that, that was almost game then and there. Of course, the winning factor was the Ling run by. 21 drone kills, 21 drones in the National was insane. That should never have happened. But Shin was out of position, his wall was open, and his ground army wasn't quite ready for that either. GG. I should also emphasize when it comes to the upgrades, that was also +2 melee Lings from Rogue and +1 melee for Shin. So Shin was also down in the ground upgrades as well. And with +2 melee, made that mineral line melted. GG, well played. With that, Rogue does qualify for GSL, and Shin, he's going to be knocked down to the lower bracket, to a final chance to qualify for GSL. Up next is going to be Shin versus... Up next is going to be Shin versus Trigger. Oh boy. Here we go. So congratulations, Rogue. Yo, we got a Zerg in GSL. Let's go. We have another Zerg player in GSL, but now Shin, he has to try to fight for one final chance here. As a reminder, the winner of this series does qualify for GSL. The loser is out of the tournament. Let's go. As Trigger, he does step up. Again, Trigger, he has been in Korea for over half a year. He's been there for like, what? Jesus. 9 months? It's been a while. 10 months? Almost a year. Almost a full year Trigger's been in Korea. Yeah. And he has been training, he's been practicing, he's been improving as a result. We'll see how these two compare. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of ley lines, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Weibo Gaming. It is Shin. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player, the blue Protoss himself from Atlantic, Canada, representing Basilisk. It is Trigger. Hello, Rogue. Sorry, hello, Shin. Rogue was on the mind. As Shin, he does move out with a hatch block across the map. A little bit of a cheeky start here from Shin. Does move in with the drone, and he does come in with the hatchery block. Let's go. Now, as a reminder, behind this, there's no pool and there's no gas. This should be a hatch opener out of Shin into a spawning pool, I would imagine. Yep, there we go. Drone is moving out. So this is an economic opener. It is just designed to delay the economy of Trigger. Oh, as this isn't lined up. Trigger, he does deny the expansion, and Shin, he takes the gas. He has to take a gas a little bit earlier. Oh, this is brutal. So they block each other. Let's go. Shin gets pylon blocked, Trigger gets hatch blocked, and no one can expand. No one can expand. Smurge, Pappy Smurge. Shin forced to throw down the gas geyser and forced to throw down the earlier spawning pool. With this, he will have earlier Ling speed and earlier Queen and a couple of earlier Lings. But this wasn't the original plan of Shin. As now he takes the expansion. Here we go. Behind this, the initial hatch block does force out one Zealot, forcing out another. Now, the most scariest part about this is the reaction. So from this, as the hatchery does actually complete even to delay even further, this is going to be a big investment here from Shin. I'm sure a part of this is because he was forced to make the earlier spawning pool, so now he can make some links across the map. But what I was getting at here is that once this gets cleaned up, what is Trigger going to have? He's going to have two Zealots, and potentially 2 Adepts. Like, he's going to have quite a lot to work with here. Behind this, going for a Stargate follow-up. And it's going to be up to Shin to survive the counterattack and to minimize losses as well. As down goes the hatchery. Now, these lings were delayed. They were delayed lings, waiting for as long as possible, and ideally this forces supply back at home, but the Zealot does stick around. Yeah, Zealot forces to cancel. And here comes the Adept. And because of this Adept, Shin, he has to make more lings. Whereas otherwise he would want to be droning. Likewise, mining is being denied at the natural. Adept does threaten a shade. Gets eyes on all the lings. And Trigger should be feeling pretty good about this. Like, he just forced a mass amount of lings out of Shin. And he is denying mining. Ooh. Just catching with the chat. Did you guys watch any SOS games yet? I just woke up. We'll be casting some SOS after this series. After this qualifying match, we have SOS versus Nightmare. We'll have that PvP. As Trigger does pull away. Again, he's got his 2 Zealots and 2 Adepts. Oracle is in production, or is already moving out. Spores are ready. Shin coming in for this round, not bad. Yeah, Zealots say abandon the Adepts. Massive pickoff. 2 Adepts go down. Shin, he needed a win. Things they attempt to run by. Trigger, he set up. It's set up. Likewise, now moving up to 2, soon to be 3 Oracles. A pretty standard setup here. Triple Oracle into a 3rd base, into +1 and Blink on the horizon. This is a standard setup here from Trigger. We'll see if he deviates from the norm. And again, Shin is still trying to stabilize after the shaky start. He hasn't lost many drones yet, but he also hasn't made many drones. That is what's been hurting him. So Oracle's a dip in between the bases. You got 1 drone, they get 2. 2 drones go down. Trigger does pull out. Likewise, Shin trying to ideally delay the 3rd. But the Oracle's in position and Shin is forced back. Trigger, he does defend. Does hold. Behind this, yep, there's the 4s. There's the Twilight Council into +1 and Blink. Shin going lair first. Oh. Trigger does not get another drone. Taking a bit more hull damage. Now, we don't see a Roach Warren yet. With the faster lair, with the lack of Roach Warren, we're expecting Ling Hydra out of Shin. We'll see if he throws down a Roach Warren towards the tail end of this lair. But this is looking more and more like we're skipping Roaches. And we'll see if Shin goes for +1 melee or +1 range. Based on the timing here, because it's so late, range would make the most sense here for Shin to go for like a Hydra 3-base all-in. But here we go, Lings, they come in for the surround. They catch out 3 of those Zealots, not bad. 3 Zealots and the Adept. Decent catch there from Shin. And there it is, +1 range. So this does look like a 3-base all-in. Basically, the range upgrade here is going to impact the Hydras the most, and we have a choice to make. We have 2 choices. Either Shin drones up and keeps droning and gets into an infestation pit, takes more gases, and goes into Hydra Lurker. Otherwise, he will stop taking gases. He won't take the gases at the 4th base. He'll get up to 3-base saturation at 66 workers and commit with Ling Hydra. So we'll see if he ever does drone up the 4th. So our eyes going to be on the 4th base. Otherwise, it will just be an all-in. Lings, they pick forward. They get into the mineral line. A Trigger out of position. Uh-oh. It does move out. Denies the shield battery. Gets 3 probes. And he's going for the base itself. He gets up forced around. This next is it. Doesn't go down. Pulls away. Whew. Does pull out. Behind this, going for the Spire. Okay, that's a little bit more out of left field. Okay. I see you, Shin. Now that we're going for the Spire, this tells us that he's going to drone. He should be droning up this base and eventually taking gases. This is a very expensive tech choice here from Shin. And we'll see, though, because he is still cutting workers at 66. Like, this is still only 3-way saturation. Okay. Interesting. Like, he's hyper-fixated on just purely Ling Hydra. He will deflect this army. Stasis goes up. The Oracles, they come into support. A couple of Stalkers are going down. Decent catch here from Shin. He starts steps forward. He punishes the Stalkers. A very nice catch. Again, Ling Hydra is ideal against mass Stalker-based compositions. And Shin, he's not droning. Like, this is a transfer. Like, these are not fresh workers. He did transfer over from his main. He's massing up more Lings. The Spire is throwing me off, but for the most part, it's committed. Oh, as Shin gets supply blocked. Supply block is brutal. There we go. Gases are being taken. And we should be seeing workers. As Shin, he has 9 mutas on the way. Jesus. Here's a lot of mutas. Surrounds the Southern Army. Trigger having a hard time keeping up. We've been focusing a lot on what Shin has been up to. From the side of Trigger, he hasn't been teching. Just now working towards Storm. But he's heavily reliant here on just pure Stalkers, on the gateway composition. Yeah, the splash damage does feel late here for Trigger. And he's struggling to keep up. Meanwhile, Shin, he does prioritize the gas geysers. He's going into his mutas. Trigger otherwise distracted. And the mutas are on the way. 9 mutas towards the natural. Trigger, he's busy here with the Hydras. He is kept busy. Shin's still trading well. Mutas, they hit the base. And Trigger, he's not ready for this. Trigger getting caught with his pants down. Probes are falling left and right. Getting up to 7 probe kills. 8. 8 probes go down for 1 muta. Shin escapes, and Shin is still making more mutas. He's switching out of Ling Hydra. What's happening? He's switching out of Ling Hydra into Ling Muta, but he's still getting +2 range. He's doing a bit of both. This is a very expensive composition here, gas-wise. Going Hydra, Mass Muta, into Lurker, into Hive Tech. Okay. Okay, let's go. Very gas-intensive. Shin, he does settle on 21 mutas. And Shin, he gets into the main. Takes down the cannon. Trigger, not quite in position. And with that, 10 more probes go down. And Trigger's just getting pulled apart at this point. He's being torn apart. Leading out Stalkers, just the mutas, they just fight head on. And remember, these mutas, they can trade. Remember, at this point, we're going for the Lurkers. We don't care about the mutas, not anymore. They've served their purpose. Jesus, he just fights the Stalkers. And he does overwhelm. Nice Storm, now going for the High Templar. He gets 1. Oh my god, the Storms are insane. And the mutas are finally dealt with. But remember, the mutas, they don't matter anymore. It's all about the next step. It's all about the Hive Tech, the Lurker Tech. The Lunkers, they're coming. They have 7 Lunkers on the way. Shin just running rings around a Trigger. And I'm sure Shin is hoping the Trigger just counterattacks. He wants Trigger to move out. As he's massing out more Lurkers. Shin, he does have to contend with these storms. That is going to be a lot of storms. Shin, he pulls away. He is now within range of the Nexus. And he's just bullying back the army. Trigger, he just cannot engage into this. He's just too far behind. The mutas, they did so much damage earlier. Already 22 probe kills. 22 Stalkers alongside them. At this point, Shin should be looking to trade, but he's keeping up with the Zealot round by. Forces a recall. Does force a recall. Shin looking to waddle in. And this was just a supply issue, where Trigger doesn't really have much to work with. High Templar, they get targeted. Brutal losses there for Trigger. At the same time, Lurkers, they move in. A nice stasis traps though. Very nice stasis. That Hydra's pushing forward. They're still trading well for themselves. Shin, he's still maxed out. Lurkers, they break out of stasis. As Shin, he does leave the army idle. It does borrow. Some rough trades there for Shin. From here, he pulls away. Morphs in more Lurkers. Still just rallying across the map, and Trigger, he has been broken. Like, the Mutas earlier just did so much critical damage. The High Templar exposed. He's gonna get them. Takes on what, 3 High Templar, 3 to survive. Nice hopping macro there from a Trigger. Saves him for as long as he can, but he's still gonna be broken here. Yeah, Ling Hydra, they flooded in. He breaks the third. GG gets called, and Shin takes game number 1. Whew. GG. Shin does take a lead. Again, a really awkward game there for Trigger. Coming into the mid game, it did feel like Trigger was stuck on Stalkers for a little bit too long, and it took him a long time to get out of pure Stalker, pure Zealot into Storm, into splash damage. By the time he did, Shin, he was doing flips and popping off, and he was going into Muta play for some reason. It was crazy. Committing into Ling Hydra, then into Muta, then back into Lurker. Shin looking very informed there, very in control. Now we're getting into game number 2, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Amygdala, we have our South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Weibo Gaming, leading the series 1-0. It is Shin. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Canadian Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Basilisk. It is Trigger. And Shin once again moving out with the hatch block. Now the opener was very awkward just because we had the hatch block, we had the pylon block. Things were still very up in the air when it came to the start of the game. But again, Shin, he was able to stabilize, he was able to get comfortable, and able to embrace his 3-base setup, his 3-base economy. From here, the drone is once again moving in. And Shin, he does go for his regular hatchery back at home. Does open up hatch first. Moves down, triggers in position. And the hatch block is denied. Yeah, Shin, at this one, he has no intention. Shin, he's going for his gas, going for his spawning pool. There's the Nexus for Trigger. And both players are able to expand. Let's go. Trigger takes his natural, and Shin takes his own as well. So both players expand. Drone is killed. And now we can calm down. We can calm things down and settle into a more standard opener. I'm sure this time Trigger is going to be a lot more comfortable. Now we can settle into his own build. I don't really expect Trigger to go into Glaive Adepts. He's not really that kind of player too often, to go into Glaives and to mix things up too much. He's not as chaotic as Estrella, for example. Trigger, he's a little bit more by the book. For the most part, like, there are exceptions, of course. Specifically in PvP, like Trigger, he's an animal. Absolute animal in PvP. Meanwhile, Stargate opener out of Trigger. He's across the map to delay the third. Shin is being forced back. Forced to expand towards the top side instead. So taking his third. Oracles are going to be on the way. We could see Trigger go like Void Ray Opener or Phoenix Opener and mix things up a little bit. But for the most part, standard play. Let's go for standard play instead. Likewise, from here we should be seeing a third expansion, then into Forge, into Twilight Council, just like the previous game, except of course everything is faster for Trigger. Also, welcome one onto Amygdala. If we were to end up in a more longer, secure late game and macro game, then this is the map for it. I mean, that's Amygdala. We did mention this in the ZVZ previously, just how secure you can be on 3 and 4 bases. Even more so in this matchup, just because we have SimCity, we can wall up and wall off. So this could be the beginning of a longer one. I mean, even in the ZVZ, we got up to 4 bases. As your Oracle pokes in, Adepts say race back home. Oh, good morning, Ahí están. Ay. Buenos días. Meanwhile, do you see what I see? I see no Twilight Council. That is a Robo and a Forge before Twilight Council. Okay, this does look like an Archon-based opener. It looks like a delayed Twilight Council into Temple Archives, into High Templar, into Storm, into Archons instead. So Trigger, he is mixing it up. Yep, there's that Twilight Council. We do not expect Blink. And we expected Temple Archives. As this can lead into a delayed Archon drop. Shin pokes in. Pulls away. Purple as well, Pappy. Oh yeah, see, Pappy, see. We're in the second half of the broadcast. Let's go. We just wrapped up the PiGosaur Cup. Now embracing the GSL qualifiers. We're wrapping up. As we mentioned, this opener did scream Archon drop, and there we go. We have Charge, we have +1, we have the Temple Archives on the way. That is for Archons, is for Storm. The reasoning for this is because we went for the Robo before the Twilight Council. Does ensure that we are not going Blink. Lings, they do attempt this around. They catch out 2 Adepts, not bad. They get 3. 3 Adepts go down. But the earlier Storm here can catch Shin off guard, especially if Shin blindly goes Ling at Hydra again, and he is. Just like the last game, what do we see? We have a 3-base saturation, we're taking all the gases, we have a 4th base on the way, a Hydrogen +1 range into a Hydra heavy composition, but this time Shin is droning up even harder and taking up even harder into the infestation pit. So this time Shin is working towards Hive Tech. He's building up towards Hive. Lings are moving out. And we did mention at the start of the game, like, oh, this can lead into a more longer late game macro game with a split map scenario. Wait, we're getting there. It's happening. Oh, no. Storm is halfway done. And once Storm finishes, then Trigger can start pushing. Until then, Shin is racing into Hive Tech and racing into Lurker Tech. If he can get there, then he can slow the game down and delay any kind of aggression from the Protoss. And once Trigger gets eyes on the Lurkers, then we should be responding with Sky Toss. Then we go for the Fleet Beacon, Stargate, Tempest Production. And then we defend on 4 bases. Shin takes the map. We fight for a 5th. And we settle in. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. But now, first things first, we have Storm, and we have plenty of High Templar. Jesus, we have 6 High Templar. We have 6 Templar and an Archon. Now, Shin should be fine if he had lurkers. What do we see? Lurker Den is not done. Lurker Den is not done yet. Trigger, he can go for it. He can break Shin. At the same time, Shin attempts a Ling run by. Does get caught by the safe traps. Trigger moving forward. And lurker production has begun, but he needs more time. At the same time, Tempest, the fleet beam is on the way for Tempest. Trigger, he's already taking up into Sky Toss. Going for the expansion. Lurker Den is exposed. Decent storm on Lings more than anything. Couple of Hydras as well. Base goes down. Takes down the expansion. Lurkers are revealed, and Trigger he gets the hell out of here. He cannot engage into the lurkers. Not with this kind of army, so he does back off. But again, Trigger, he's already working on that Sky Toss. Fleet Beacon is done. Mothership is on the way. Likewise, Shin is still stuck on 3 bases, now getting a 4th, going for the center base. Both players are looking to max out. Now, Trigger, he does start the mothership. He has the fleet beacon, but he's only making 1 Tempest at a time. This is a very slow switch into Sky Toss. It's very slow, so he's going to be more reliant on a ground-based army for a little bit longer instead. Working more zealots, passing up those immortals. Trigger, he is moving out once again. Now his goal here should just be to deny the bases. Deny the would-be 4th. As he rotates towards the center gold. He does get eyes on that. At the same time, Shin goes for a massive counterattack. He does take a stasis at the base. Storm as well. Storms are connecting. Trigger, he responds. He does leave behind a couple of Archons. The base is under fire. But Trigger is coming in for the surround. There's a revelation. Collapsing the army. We do have the mass cloak as well. Activates cloak, gets takedowns all the lurkers, and Shin, he does permanent supply here. He'll lose everything. How much was that? That was 5 lurkers. 5 lurkers going down. Ay, ay, ay. And Trigger is not stopping. He's going to keep on pushing forward. And GG gets called. There's just nothing left here as Trigger, he blankets the army, and Trigger ties up the series 1-1. Whew, GG. GG, well played. Again, Shin, he lost everything towards the top side. He got completely surrounded, got completely shut down. And with that, Shin, he had nothing left. He had nothing left. He lost his entire army. And again, Trigger, he was so much faster to rush into the mothership, into the Tempest production as well. If you remember, Trigger, he was working towards Tempest before he even saw the Lurker Den. Just because he knew that he was in a good position, he had more bases, he had that storm timing. Got away with a lot there. GG. GG, well played. We are going to the ace match, and we'll see how this story ends as we are loading into now a smaller map. We're going to be loading into Ultra Love. Now that we're loading into a smaller map, this is where aggression can be favored. This is where I would imagine the Zerg player is most likely going to go for some kind of all-in. We'll see. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Weibo Gaming. It is Shin. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Canadian Protoss player, the Blue Protoss representing Basilisk. It is Trigger. Here we go. We have our setup. Trigger gets across the map. We do have our 15-15 out of Shin. Gets his expansion on location without the pylon block. So from here we can calm things down. But again, welcome to Ultra Love. Ultra Love is a smaller map, a shorter rush distance by ground. Does have some defendable bases, that is true. We have some choke points here at the triangular third, likewise a choke point here at the linear third base as well. We have some high ground, we have some bridges, we have some choke points. On this map, if you can reach a certain point, if you can reach 4-base saturation, you can slow down the game and force a late game, right? And just cut the map in half. That is a little more viable here on Ultra Love. Once you exceed a certain point though, before that point, we still see a lot of all-ins. even though it can be difficult to push into this third or push into this third base, what we have seen a lot of is players commit to 2 or 3 base all-ins and they just go in between the bases. They push right down mid, in between the third, the fourth, and the natural, and they just push into the natural, or they pick and choose, right? They pick and choose wherever the army is, they push elsewhere, and they force the army onto the low ground, into their siege, into their setup. So we have seen a lot of success with that in all matchups, whether it's TVP or ZVP or TVZ even. TVZ being a little bit different, to be fair. But we'll see how our players will approach this. We could still just drone and try to go for a longer kind of game state. I do really like the build that Trigger had gone for last game. It was a little bit more passive and it really plays well into the map itself. Because Trigger was safe early on, he could get away with skipping Stalkers. Like, he didn't really need them. He just skipped Stalkers straight into Charge, into Storm. I don't see him doing that build here though. This is a map where you'd be punished for that. This is a map where Stalkers would be more required. But now, Stargate. Stargate open out of Trigger. Likewise, we technically could see some Glaive Adepts, true, but again, I don't really think Trigger's that kind of player. It's a Glaive It Up. Don't forget to hydrate, Bobby. Don't forget to hydrate. Trigger's walling up. It's walling up. Oracle first. From here, we're going to the third. And we'll see if Shin skips his Roach Warren again. Bearing in mind that Shin, he has skipped Roaches every game so far in this series. Oh, meanwhile, that's a fast Twilight Council. I wonder if Trigger noticed as well. He's like, hold up. If you're skipping your Roaches time and time again, Glaive Adepts can pop up. 100%. As gateways are on the way, and this feels like Glaives. I say it feels like Glaives. Technically, this could still be Blink. This could be with this many. It's good. It's Glaives. It's Glaives. 100%. So we should be seeing Glaive Adepts here out of Trigger. I did mention that, like, I didn't really see Trigger going into Glaives too often. I stand by that, but never mind. He is embracing it here and now. Let's go. Third base being taken. Remember, this is not a Twilight Council opener. This is Stargate into Twilight Council. There we go. Glaives are on the way. We're going to be backing up those Adepts here in between the bases and soon moving out. And if Shin skips Roaches, it's going to be a tough hold. Oh boy. And again, my concern here is that Shin has been skipping Roaches every game in the series. Every game so far. Adepts, they shut down the Lings. I say that they trade. They do trade back and forth. As 3 Adepts go down. Not a bad start here by Shin. +1 melees on the way. This also does confirm that Shin does intend to play Ling Hydra. And, oh, okay, whew, there we go. Safety Roach Warren. Now, this is a 445 Roach Warren. So this is a more delayed Roach Warren here out of Shin. It is going to be thrown down, it is going to be available, but there's still going to be a window in time where Trigger can still pop up. But thankfully, Shin has that Roach Warren. He cancels melee. Okay. Lings, they try to break forward. They are denied the scouts. But Shinny feels like something's off. And here we go. The Adepts are moving out. I think he saw the Adepts on the right hand side. Yeah, he saw the Adepts. Now he knows. So it makes sense for him to cancel +1 melee. He needs Roach Ravager. Adepts are moving in. As Shin, he's ready to wall off. He's ready to wall. Speaking of, does wall off in time. Quick moves here by Shin. Going for the Queens. Shay does run out. Lings and Queens, they collapse on the Adepts. And Shin's holding. Shin, so far, he's holding on. He's buying time. But now he pulls away. Likewise, the Trigger shading towards the 4th. Does commit. Does shade in. Likewise, threatening another shade towards the natural. This time Shin, likewise, he does wall off once again. He's embracing his Roaches. And so far, Trigger, he has not done enough damage. Trigger, he's traded with Lings. That's all he's done. We need some drone kills. There we go. He gets 1. He gets 2. Gets a handful of workers. Oracle comes in. But this is still not enough. Only 3 drone kills, and SHIN, he's amassing an army. He's getting ready for a counterattack. Roach speed is on the way. And it's going to be a tough hold for Trigger. It's not going to be easy. Trigger pulling back to get 5 worker kills in total. And SHIN, he's not droning. SHIN, he's turning this into an all-in. We have Overlord speed on the way. What does this mean? This means Dropper Lords. We're going for Dropper Lords. We're going for a Queen Dropper German taxi, if you will, across the map, alongside Lings, Roaches, and Ravagers. This is designed to kill. Now, Trigger back at home. What do we have? We have a shield battery, a cannon, Immortals are on the way, Prism as well, important. Prism is going to be here to help micro, help reinforce, and help juggle back some units, preserve his army. Blink is not done. Oh, he cancels? Oh. Does cancel the cannon. Lings are coming for the surround. Roach is nice, very nice force fields. He locks down the Roaches, he shuts down the Lings. Clean defense so far by Trigger, very clean. So here come the Overlords, here come the Queens. Queens are walking across the map, they're waddling in. Once again, force fields out the Queens. Yeah, SHIN only fighting with half his army. Now trying to push in. No Drop Lords, Queens, they break through, but now there are no more Lings. Roaches are falling. Trigger making his final stand. It does juggle well. Basically working with Blink. But Stalkers are still falling. And SHIN, it looks like he will break the 3rd. I say that we have another wave of reinforcements. Stalkers are coming from behind. We do get almost a full surround. And boys are being pulled. Trigger is getting desperate. A 2nd Immortal has arrived. Trigger still maintains that 1st Immortal as well. And SHIN is running out of steam. He's running out of steam. He's running out of army. Queens are falling. Roaches are falling. That Immortal never... The Immortal's immortal, papi. Never went down. Never went down. And Trigger holds. Trigger, he shuts down the all-in. Blink is now done. +1 is now done. And Trigger, it's time to counterattack. It's time to counterattack. He's got how many Stalkers? 9 Stalkers, 2 Immortals, has the Prism as well, chasing down the Overlords. And SHIN has nothing. SHIN, remember, he wasn't droning. SHIN, he was all in. He bled out all the Queens. That means no injects. No injects. His production here is stifled. Massing up Lings. Making whatever he can. Going for a counterattack, trying to force Trigger back home. Uh-oh. Again, SHIN has to buy time. He has to buy as much time as possible. Lings, they poke in. Trigger did race home. Definitely say overreacting to these Lings. SHIN is building up more Roaches, building up more Ravagers, getting to +1 melee. Drone count still looking brutal. Still not what it needs to be. And Trigger is moving in. Here, Trigger, he is moving in. Rocks, they were knocked down earlier. And he only has the 2 Immortals, but he has so many Stalkers. So many Blink Stalkers. There we go, he does toggle back. Preserves the Immortals, hard pickup, does save them. And Trigger, he just trades so well against this. Blinks on 4, dives on the Ravagers, goes for the Warpin as well, and SHIN has nothing left. GG gets called, and Trigger, he will qualify. He will qualify for GSL, and SHIN is out of the Global StarCraft League. GG. GG, well played. Very bittersweet here. Trigger, congratulations, he does make it into GSL. My apologies to SHIN. SHIN, I mean, he is one of the best Zerg players in South Korea, especially with the absence of Dark. When I think of the best Zergs in Korea, I think of Solar, I think of SHIN, and I think of Rogue. But, I mean, it came down to 2 of them, right? It came down to Rogue and SHIN. Rogue did win the ZVZ. SHIN had a chance, didn't quite make it. He didn't make it through Rogue, and he doesn't make it through Trigger. SHIN will not be in GSL. Whew. GG. GG, well played. So SHIN is out, and now we have our next set of matches here. We have our next best of 3. Oh boy. Up next, we have a PvP between SOS and Nightmare. Of course, SOS, he does mark his return, which is great to see. SOSC, of course, announced like a month ago at this point that he was looking for a team, that he was looking to compete and invest time into StarCraft 2. Nightmare, he has been spending time doing other things. I know that Nightmare, he did embrace Stormgate quite a bit. When Stormgate initially came out, I mean, a lot of players did, to be fair. And I know that Nightmare, he's actually competing in Deadlock. He is competing in a Deadlock team. We did announce that last week. Did announce that last week that yeah, the Nightmare, he's competing in Deadlock, so he's, you know, spreading his wings a little bit and competing in other events. Nightmare has been less active when it comes to StarCraft 2, but we'll see how he compares. With Nightmare reducing activity and SOS increasing activity, I would assume that they're quite close in skill here. We'll see. We'll see how SOS and Nightmare do compare and do compete. Let's go. Let us go. As we are jumping in. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, in the top right-hand corner here of Leylines, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the returning Protoss after a year-long hiatus. He is here. He is back. Oh, sorry, just setting up the player names. It is SOS. $O$. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the other South Korean Protoss, the blue Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Nightmare. I should also emphasize that SOS did also join Streamer Zone as well. Both SOS and Nightmare, both on the same team. And again, SOS, he does mark his return after a year-long hiatus. For those that are unaware, SOS, he was, of course, competing last year. He was competing on Team NV for a time before Team NV's kind of retirement or step away from the scene. But SOS was on NV and was likewise competing in WTL. And something that I will say is that SOS, over the past 2 years, in 2024 and 2023, SOS, he wasn't really as cheesy. He wasn't really as cheesy, wasn't really as aggressive so far. Gates, Cyber, Expand, Economic Opener out of SOS. But yeah, in recent years, like that more crazy, chaotic style that we saw many years ago, I didn't really see again. Not as much, I should say. So we'll see. We'll see if he does go back into form, or if he is more of a standard player nowadays, which is what we have seen in recent years from SOS. I'm curious. We'll keep an eye on him. For now, again, Gate, Cyber into Stargate into Expansion. This is an Economic Opener out of SOS. Meanwhile, Nightmare will have the option to all in. So 2 Gate Opener out of Nightmare. It reminds me a little bit of Stats. Like, if you're watching Stats last year, Stats, he also was actually mixing in some cheese and mixing in some all-ins. Like Stats, he wasn't like the only standard macro player like he once was previously as well. Alright, that's the other play that I wanted to bring up. Speaking of, even though Stats was a part of EWC last year, sorry, even though Stats was a part of IM Katowice last year, and even though Stats did return to the game after military service, Stats, he did not play in this season's GSL. That's what we were waiting for. We did mention during our conversation with Yaku how we were like, this season of GSL would be a big sign of who is still wanting to compete and who will silently retire. Like, we did not get an announcement from Stats. Likewise, I don't think we got an announcement from DRG either. And there are certain players that, yeah, they just didn't play in the qualifier, haven't said anything, haven't been around for a while now, so we just assume have silently stepped away. Stats is one of them, which is a shame. Like, Stats, it was really cool to see Stats last year at IM Katowice. It was really cool to see Stats competing last year for as long as he did. But it does look like he has, at least for now, stepped away. You know, maybe next season GSL, maybe he then shows up there, but yeah, GSL is a big indicator for that sort of thing. As for now, we are going to be settling in. Again, so Economic Opener out of SOS. He does claim his natural, going for the Oracle. Meanwhile, we do see Nightmare. He doesn't respond with an all-in. He goes for his own 2-gate opener into natural base, into Blink. So with this, SOS does have the economic lead over his opponent. Does have the better economy. Disastrous. As I was just saying, with that lengthy conversation, I was saying that stats. He's one of the players that did not show up for GSL, so we can assume that he's like silently retiring. Where there was no announcement, but he has been gone since last year EWC, so he's been gone for like 6+ months at this point. And we were waiting to see if he would return. Like an example of that is Estrella, right? Like we had assumed that Estrella would also retire, but we were waiting to see if he would come back for DreamHack Dallas, and he did. Like Estrella, he came back 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, Estrella made his return. It's like, oh, let's go. But Estrella, he was also gone for like 4 or 5 months. But he is back. He is back for EWC. So there are certain players that we were just kind of waiting on. Parting started streaming again recently. Thoughts? I mean, that's cool. It's cool that he's streaming. Always a good thing to see people playing StarCraft. I don't think he's going to compete, so like I don't think he's going to play in tournaments, but it's cool nonetheless. Like for entertainment factor, it's nice. As Yorko is going to be shut down, Nightmare does claim his third, and we are building up. Behind this, we do see an interesting setup here from SOS. Despite the Twilight Council opener, yeah, he will skip Blink. Okay, so SOS is going into a more immortal heavy composition and going to charge, skipping Blink Stalkers. Let's go. Nightmare, he's pushing right through the center, hoping to try to catch his opponents or even deny the expansion. Speaking of, yeah, SOS, he cannot contest against this. Nightmare, he should force a cancel. Yeah, the base is going to be denied. SOS, he just cannot move in. Nice pick off. Nightmare, he takes down the third. He's getting his own. So Nightmare, he will have the economic lead. And SOS, he's going to be stuck here and contain until he can build up his immortal count. Nightmare, he's aware of the immortals. He does scout. He's aware, pulls away at the same time. Double adept into the mineral lines. Probes are going to be going down. Just a handful of them. Nightmare, he defends. He shuts down the adepts. He'll shut down the adepts. SOS trying to regain ground here. Trying to stabilize. Working towards Archons. So again, I would say that SOS is working towards a superior composition, which is Immortal Archon charge lots. Like, it does quite well for itself. The problem, though, is because in the mid-game, Stalkers, they reign supreme. We've seen SOS struggle a little bit here, maintaining his bases and getting away with this kind of quote-unquote greed. As a result, Nightmare should have the higher probe counts. Should. As this is all probing up. Likewise, Nightmare, he has to be careful not to be left behind. Nightmare, there's no like, where's charge? There's no charge, there's no temple archives. Where's his own charge or archon composition? Nightmare, he's sticking with Stalker Immortal, which doesn't scale as well. That's what he does, maintain himself. Again, he's building up a very hefty immortal count right now. And this is where I'm concerned for Nightmare. Like, immortals, they're ideal against stalkers. They're ideal. And likewise, Nightmare, he did not get a fourth. He stayed on 3 bases despite having map control. Moving out with the stalkers. Now, he does potential with these force fields. If he can lock down the army, if he can engage like half the immortals at a time, that would be ideal. But there are archons for those sentries as well. He can break the force fields. Stalker's breaking in, but he's pushing into 5 immortals. So SOS, he's holding his own. Again, this is almost like the equivalent in PvP of a player playing mech, like where you just skip stalkers, you just go massive Mortal Archon. Like it's very slow, very like very slow, but also very robust army. It's like Protoss mech. And Nightmare is getting caught out. And again, Nightmare, his army just doesn't scale well against this. What does he need? He needs Zealots. He needs Charge. Also, he needs his own Archons. We spoke about this. Temple Archives now is on the way. Charge never got researched. Nightmare is being left behind. And Osos is moving in. He is moving in. The slow push of Archon Immortal. Ay. And Nightmare cannot fight this head on. No shot. As he still has no charge. He forgot charge. No, I don't think that was intentional. The slows are warping in. Ay. There is no charge. And here comes SOS. Again, snowballing out of control, just collapsing on the army. He does catch out the Immortals. One Immortal goes down. Hot pick up, does save the Immortal. Nicely done. Nightmare with the control. Saves the Immortals, pulls them back. God, but the Gateway army just melts. And again, there's still 4 Immortals behind this. SOS just started stepping forward, breaking his way through. More reinforcements on the way, coming in from behind. And Nightmare, he has been broken. He will fall apart here. Nightmare had a stronger start to the game, but did fumble the ball. GG gets called, and SOS takes game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. SOS embracing this slower, kind of more defensive style of PvP. As we were mentioning, SOS, he had a really hard time getting his third. His third base was denied. Nightmare had map control, but the question then becomes, what did Nightmare do with that map control? He got his third base up and running, didn't get a fourth, he didn't tech up either. Remember, he never researched charge, and he very late, and he almost never researched and got his tech structure for the Temple Archives, right? He got it towards the end of the game, so he was stuck on Stalker Immortal, and that just did not scale well at all against the massive mortal of his opponent, of SOS. GG. GG, well played. With that, SOS does take a lead, and now we are jumping into game number 2. Oh boy. And I'm curious if SOS is going to play the same style, because I do favor that style here on Amygdala. Oh boy. Ay. As we are getting into our next game. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Amygdala, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, the returning Protoss. After quite a long hiatus, he is back after a year. It is, for Streamer Zone, SOS. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the other South Korean Protoss, the Blue Protoss. Also for Streamer Zone, it is Nightmare. And as we said, a big shout out to Hansmuff in the chat, 666. God, baby God, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the Twitch Prime. Also, for the subscription. Thank you so much for subscribing for the channel for the first time. Thank you so much. I hope you appreciate the content, the casting, and I hope you appreciate the StarCraft as well. Thank you so much. As we are settling into game number 2. And again, because the map is so large and because it is a lot more defendable as well, if SOS were to go for the same build, Gateway into Cybercore, into Stargate, into Robo, into Immortal production early on, I mean, I'm hoping that I do favor that kind of style here, and I hope that Nightmare is faster to recognize what's going on and faster to transition out of just pure Stalker. We'll see. Shall see. Thank you for streaming also. Oh, thank you. Do appreciate it. Appreciate the kind words. Do appreciate it. Gracias, papi, gracias. As we are settling into game 2. And so far, same build. So far, once again, Gate, Cybercore into expansion. We typically go Stargate first, Stargate followed by the Nexus. And we'll see if that's going to be the case. Nightmare trying to block him. Does move to the low ground. Is on patrol. Will force out the Zealot. And there is the Stargate. So Stargate first here from SOS. Meanwhile, Nightmare, he's fully aware. He does go for a 2-gate opener himself. There is no probe out on the map, so there is no proxy. We're not going for the all-in. Nightmare is just expanding. So this is almost a mirror of what happened in Game 1. With our red Protoss being more economic, and with our blue Protoss not punishing with aggression, just building up and catching up with his own base. From here, our eyes are going to be open when it comes to the follow-up. Will SOS once again go for a Robo into Early Immortals, or into a Twilight Council into Blink? It's going to be one or the other. But now Oracle's on the way. So I'm moving out. Looking at SOS playing, please innovation, go back to SC2. We need everyone back. No. Do you know who we need back? We need patience back. We need patience. Let's go. I'll take patience over anyone else. I think we had a small discussion on that with Yaku during the podcast, maybe like 2 months ago. We posed a question: if any old player can come back to the game, who would we want? And my answer was I would want Impact back, but I wouldn't want him back just because of like his success, right? Like Impact, he's like a bodybuilder, like he's really successful, and he's got his own thing going on, like he's got his own now new career. Like I wouldn't want to take away from that. So I'm like, you know, I want to be selfish and say Impact, but because of everything that's happening and because of how good he is right now and how successful he is, I'll go for patience. give me some patience, baby. And Yaku, I think Yaku went for Rain. I think we had the consensus of Rain together, of course, but no. Aye. How could we not? Patience Blink Stalkers, yeah. Like every now and then we get to see Patience play. True. Like every now and then, I don't know if you notice, but Patience, he like enters Hero's body. He like like maybe Patience, he's like Hero's roommate. And every now and then, like Hero, he steps aside, and Patience, he like takes over the keyboard. And he blinks in and dies. It happens every now and then. It's cool to see. But I want to see more of that. No. Well, I don't see innovation in the machine. I was a bigger, like, I don't know, I was like a bigger TY fan, true. Like I was a big fan of the Splice Boys, for those who remember. It was Stats, Solar, and TY that were on Splice together. Big fan of the Splice Boys. More so than, like, I was an innovation fan, like, when he was on Acer, true, but I think over the years, became more of a TY fan than innovation. For now, though, we're going to be settling in. All right, we just kind of glossed over the game. I mean, it's been pretty passive. We had a little bit of posturing here and there. Both players, they take their third bases. When it comes to our take of choice, we do have Blink this time out of SOS, so we do see SOS switching gears. Remember, last game, he went fast Robo into Immortal production. This time, Blink into Charge. This is a much more standard setup here from SOS. Meanwhile, across the map, Nightmare is going for his own setup as well. Also, Blink Stalkers into Robo. I'm hoping that this time we go into faster Charge and a faster transition. For the time being, Nightmare is going to be sticking, committing to Blink Stalker again. This is the same build 2 games in a row. There we go. Faster tech though, Temple Archives. So both players are rushing into that mid game. Both players are taking up into Charge Lot Archon. At least they're heading in that direction. The hallucination does get eyes, or the scout does get eyes on the Charge Lots. Again, that does kind of trigger these Archons from coming out. We're still missing Charge from Nightmare. That's my one concern here. Still no Charge. We missed it last game as well. Meanwhile, from the side of SOS, still no Templar Archives. He's going Blink Stalker Charge Lot, but where are the Archons? So SOS missing Archons is a concern, as SOS is actually committing. He's moving out. How many gateways? No gases. No gases here at the third base. He's on 7, soon to be 8 gates. He's going for a 3-base 8-gate all-in. Okay, so big all-in here from SOS. Meanwhile, defensively, Nightmare Archons are going to be ideal, but how many Archons will he have? As Nightmare, he did get eyes on some gates, but not on all. He's going for the Archon. Does hard it down. Without the Archon, there's no defense. And he does want it. The Archon barely does survive. I spoke too soon. The Archon goes down now. 0 Archons for Nightmare. Zealots come in, and the 3-base all-in is looking to overwhelm. Oh, second Archon does arrive. Okay. Does get a second Archon. Yo, we got the slow low reinforcements. Once again, SOS, he's targeting down that Archon. He wants it. Oh, he wants it. He will get us around. And the Archon will not make it. Does go down. And SOS, he's breaking through. He's breaking the third base, pushing further into the natural. Again, Archons, they were meant to be the backbone of the defense. But now they're gone. Now they know where to be found. Zeal's taking into the mineral lines. The probe's going to be falling. And SOS, he just commits. He just keeps on going. And again, that's why there was no tech and no gases at the natural, no gases at the third base. Just an 8-gate charge all in. As SOS does head towards the third, drags the army out into the open. SOS, he wants that army, he wants that Archon. Up once again, he's going for it. Does go for the Archon. His shield battery's a little bit too far behind. There we go. One of the Archons is targeted down. Shield battery barely keeping alive, but not enough. Yeah, the Archon falls, and there's nothing left. There's nothing here. There's one Archon, there's one Immortal. That's not enough for a defense. The third base is forfeits. More Zealots warping in. Remember, warping in 8 Zealots at a time. And SOS is on a GG gets called. And SOS, he will overwhelm Nightmare. He will take the series 2-0, qualifying for GSL. GG. GG, well played. We had SOS playing very slow and very defensive in game 1, but here in game 2 we saw SOS in a way punishing Nightmare and catching him with his pants down. Again, it was an 8-gate all-in, no gases at the third, no gases at the natural, just pure Zealot reinforcements. And as we mentioned, the goal, the linchpin there, the defense for Nightmare was going to be the Archons, but they were targeted down every single time. Likewise, he also didn't realize it was being all-in, otherwise we would have seen more shield batteries. We would have seen more site defense, but he was unaware of the all-in. He was unaware of how committed SOS was, and with that, GG. With that, GG, well played. That leads us into our final matchup here of the broadcast. Nightmare has one more chance. He has one more chance to qualify to GSL, as there is a lower bracket match. We have up next Nightmare versus Bunny in a best of 3. Let's go. It is still so brutal that these are all best of 3s. Like, I would love to see longer matches and longer series, but you know, this has been the case for quite some time. Just pure best of 3s here between all these players. And this is also a little bit heartbreaking here. Again, I'm a big Bunny fan, big Nightmare fan. They're both quite active when it comes to the online tournament scene and online tournament circuit. Let's go. Game 1, ley lines. We go. So we're getting into our next map. We're getting into our next getting into our final qualifying match, our final series, and spawning in the top right hand corner of ley lines. We have our South Korean Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Nightmare. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Terran player, the blue Terran himself, representing Team Falcons. It is Bunny. We go. If battery overcharge still exists, I doubt this would work. I mean, that would imply that that the all-in not being scouted would you could still maybe get away with the defense. But again, like, unfortunately, Nightmare, he didn't scout, right? He failed to confirm the lack of gases. If he was aware of the all-in, then he would have had extra static defense and most likely extra weapons as well. Remember, he was also trying to defend without any charge himself. But Nightmare, what happened? He was caught with his pants down, papi. He just didn't know until it was too late. Until it was too late. Is it a final? This is the final qualifying match. So, in a sense, yes, these are best of threes. SOSC's in GSL, and there's one spot left for these two players. Either Bunny or Nightmare. We've already said goodbye to some key players like SHIN. Like, I'm still like very, very somber about the fact that, you know, SHIN's not in GSL. It's crazy, crazy. Smurge, papi, smurge. Here we go. So far we have our standard opener, economic opener out of Bunny, I should emphasize. Likewise, standard opener out of Nightmare. And again, we haven't really casted much of Nightmare recently just because he has been playing a lot of Deadlock. He's been playing and competing quite a lot in Deadlock instead. So we'll see if he can tighten up here against Bunny. Let's go. Let's go. See someone asking, is this live? The cast is live, but the matches are via replay. These matches occurred last week. They all occurred last week. Just to re-emphasize once again, because I'm sure some people maybe are unaware, the GSL qualifiers are never casted live. I say never, like the last time they were casted live was maybe like 8 years ago. Like, it's been a very long time since there's ever been any live coverage on GSL qualifiers. They're only ever covered by replays. So the replays, they were given out. This was last week, but we didn't have any time to cover them just because we were so busy with our schedule. It was this week where we had some time. Yeah, and even then, like, it's still very clutch and very, very tightly packed because we just finished casting PiGosaur Monday. Like, we just finished casting another tournament, and now bam, we gotta go straight into the GSL qualifiers while we can. Otherwise, there's just no room. There's no room in our schedule. We're just casting too much StarCraft. Too much, papi, too much. We gotta cram it all in. All the matches. Because of course tomorrow we're casting Uthermal's 2v2 tournaments. Tomorrow is also the Pondcast. The weekend you have the May Mayhem. You have SDO, STC, Brazilian StarCraft. Busy, papi, busy. For now though, Bunny does go for the dive. It is going to be a Twilight Council opener out of Nightmare. How many gates? We have 2 gateways in the main base, and we have 2 gateways to the natural. It has been a while. Never mind. I was about to say, it's been a while since we've seen 4-gate blink. Let's go. And then he cancels. We still won't see it. We still will not see it, but he will be forcing an overreaction. The goal here is that Bunny is going to be hyper defensive. We have the bunker on the low ground. Tanks are amassing, and Nightmare instead he expands. But alas, Bunny will confirm this, or at least he should. Yeah, he gets eyes on the pylon, confirms the gateway is now missing. Bunny is deflected, and Bunny gets eyes on the 3rd. So nice scout here by Bunny. Nightmare with the attempted fake out. From here we're calming down. Bunny getting into his own 3-1-1 setup. Likewise, Nightmare also taking up into charge. From here we should be seeing a Forge and +1 alongside charge. He should be. Oh, as the Widowmine drop is being shut down. Oh my god, one more volley. Oh, Widowmine does fall, and so does the other. And not a single shot goes off. Nice defense here by Nightmare. He shuts down the drop play. Behind this, going for charge, going towards Templar Archives, in towards Storm. Interesting. Often we would see Blink a charge into Colossus, but no, Nightmare, he's embracing Storm instead. Still no Forge, by the way. He's headed into Storm. This is not live. This is light. Oh, no. Ah, I see what you did there. I stand. Aye, aye, aye. Never too much. True, true. I mean, sleep would be nice. It would be nice to get some sleep sometimes. A little bit. But it's just a very intense month for StarCraft. Because we have all of our regular events, which is already twice a day, every single day. And then we have GSL on top of that. Then we have DreamHack Dallas. We have Cheeseadelphia next month. We have Star Zagora. And Home Story Cup, right? I keep forgetting. But Home Story Cup is also next month, by the way. Like, it's just everything all at once. It's crazy. I think the Home Story Cup is the one that caught me off guard. It was like, oh my god, like I can't, like that's also in the middle of all these events. Like, Jesus. Here we go. Storm is almost done. Bunny, he breaks out. Behind this, getting up to his own 5-rack setup. 3. Okay, no third CC, by the way. He's rallying everything across the map. Bunny, he's very committed here. He is committed. There are 3 High Templar in the Prism. Storm coming in. Oof. Yeah, Dust shuts down the army. Oh, the storms are brutal. And here we go. We have the final storm. And last storm pops up. Tanks go down. And Nightmare's holding. Nightmare, he's holding. Shuts down all the tanks. Takes down most of the Bio. High Templar, all 3 of them survived somehow. Nightmare, calm down. Saves all 4 High Templar. There's the NG overcharge. He does have a storm available. And Bunny, he has to back off. And Bunny, this third CC is so late. Again, this was borderline 2 base all in. I say borderline because he didn't pull the boys and he didn't have extra Raxes, which is why it caught me off guard. And Bunny is in trouble. Especially considering the location of the third. 1 man goes down. Nightmare, he spots the third base. Waiting at the mine shots. Baits out 1. Waiting at the other. As he just collapses in. Decent mine connection. Storm from behind takes down the Prism. Oh my god. High Templar, they unload just in time. There's still 1 storm left. Whew. But Bunny holds. Bunny, he does hold on. Shout out to the flanking drop. If it wasn't for that, that could have been it. That could have been game. Oh, he even gets a High Templar as well. Barely not. Nightmare does pull away. Nightmare pulls back. Bunny claiming his own third. You just need to learn to cast in your sleep. True, true. I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of dreading the Home Story Cup weekend. Like, especially here in Australia, like the Home Story Cup casts are brutal. For those who don't know, for the past couple of editions, we have been the B stream for Home Story Cup, and the Home Story Cup group stage. It's a full day event, mate. It's a full day event, but it's a full day event that starts at like 10 p.m. here, so it goes into the next day at like 10 a.m. It's crazy. It's crazy. Aye, aye, aye. We'll be all over that. Don't worry. We'll be there. Nice splits. A nice reswitch here by Bunny. As Nightmare, he falls back. Bunny, he holds. Let's go. Bunny, he holds on. He claims his third base. Ghost Academy is on the way, building up towards eventually Viking production as well. Bunny is stabilizing. I do still feel like Nightmare has more momentum. Nightmare getting his 4th base up and running, still maintaining his High Templar. Colossal production has begun. Still very tense, still very back and forth. Nightmare still looking for a way in. Uh-oh. Speaking of, does deny the drop. Speaking of drop plays, we're going for the storm drop. Let's go. Nightmare going for the mineral line. Storm's popping up. Lands 1. Ooh, lands 2, lands 3. So far getting 7 SCVs. He wants 1 more. Oh no! Get out of here! No! They stack 16 SCV kills. Almost every SCV goes down. Ay, ay, ay. Did cost 4 storms. True. That was a lot of storms. But worth it here for Nightmare as long as he doesn't die to the counterattack. As there are limited storms to defend. Bunny, he's pushing out. He's pushing out. There's still so many more High Templar. Again, the initial dropped High Templar, they don't really have any energy left, but there's still some left over. You know, these reinforcing High Templars instead. Nightmare, he has some storms left over. He's ready for this. Bunny kind of push up the ramp. And Nightmare, he regains map control. Catching out 2 ghosts. Massive pickups. 2 ghosts go down. Less EMPs. There are what? 5 ghosts left in the army. 4 ghosts left even. Nice EMPs. Does catch a couple of High Templar. But there are still so many behind. Oh my god, how many High Templar are there? 9! 9 High Templar! Each with at least 1 storm, some of them with 2. Oh god. That's a lot of storm. Plus triple Colossus. How many Vikings are there? A decent Viking count. 6. It's okay. 6 soon to be 8. It's not ideal. But the storms are coming. Bunny does it off his army. Coming in for a dive. EMP raises the Colossus. Storm zones away the Vikings. Okay. Feedback here on the Ghost, not bad. Storm's covering everything. Oh god. And he commits mass storm on the army. Bio army gets forced back. We still have more storms, by the way. He's still not stopping. You keep going, Bobby. GG gets called, and Nightmare, he will take game number 1. Storming all over Bunny. Ay, ay, ay. GG. He had 9 High Templar. That was crazy. That's an insane amount of High Templar. Plus a Colossus on top of that as well. And with that, GG well played. Nightmare does take a lead in the series. And he needs 1 more game to qualify for GSL. Bunny has to fight back here and now to bounce back and to force the ace match. Let's go. The pressure is on. Pressure is on Bunny. As we load into one of the larger maps in the map pool, let's go. This morning in the top right-hand corner of the Amygdala, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Streamer Zone, leading the series 1-0. Uno mas, 1 more game away from advancing on and qualifying for GSL. It is Nightmare. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Team Falcons. It is Bunny. Here we go. That is peak degeneracy. Ah, no. Oh, the storms. He just wants to make sure that Bunny is washed, that he's clean, he's cleansed. Cleansed by the storm. Oh, God. Yo, I appreciate it. Oh, thank you, Hans. Thank you. Thank you. You appreciate it. Oh, as Nightmare opening up with a proxy. Hello. Esther, Nightmare. We have a gateway back at home. I'm assuming a gateway across the map as well. Nightmare spicing things up here in game number 2. Now, considering the size of the map, we do expect Bunny to go for an economic opener. We expect single gas racks expand, which I'm sure Nightmare is hoping for as well. Yep, there's the gateway. So proxy gate, and the goal here would be to not just delay, but ideally cancel the CC. Oh boy. Speaking of, here it comes. So command center on the low ground. Nightmare going to be hyper aggressive here to shut it down. Nightmare does confirm he should be feeling good about this. He's like, oh, let's go. The CC is getting ready for me. Beautiful. First Zealot's on the way. Cybercore's almost done for the proxy. And here comes the Stalker. So Zealot first, Stalker is proxied, and the Adept is back home. The reason why the Adept is being made from the gateway that's back at home is because the Adept has shade, so it gets across the map even faster. Faster than a Stalker, and faster than a Zealot. So it's all about speed. It's all about getting across as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, the CC is almost done. And again, the goal here is to cancel, is to at least delay, but maybe even force a cancel here, as there's only one Marine. Yeah, one Marine to defend. SCV is going to be targeted down. The boys are going to have to be pulled here. Bunker on the high ground. Oh no, and again, the CC is almost done, and it's not going to finish. Here we go, the boys are being pulled. Zod has arrived. And can Bunny finish the command center? Oh no, can he? He's not going to. Yeah, he's not going to. Second SCV goes down. Nightmare pushing up the ramp, catching out more workers. You're getting 3, 4, 5 SCV kills. Adept has arrived. Marines trying to hold their own. The bunker is about to finish. He almost has the bunker, but it may not matter. It may not matter here. That's going to be 9 SCV kills. Adept gets behind the mineral line. Stalker's knocking down that front door. They force a cancel. No. They forced the cancel. That's all he needed, and he's getting even more. As Depot does catch fire. Depot goes down. That supply blocks Bunny. Here come more Stalkers. The Cyclone is almost out. And the Cyclone should turn. Oh no, he's just going for the Cyclone. He just doesn't care. He just goes for the snipe. Oh no! One shot away. One shot away from going down. The Cyclone on 1 HP. Jesus. Does survive. Does hold. But Bunny, he's still supplied, but he can't make anything. There we go. Does finish up the pylon. Sorry, the pylon. The depot. Tank is on the way. Marines are on the way. Back at home, Nightmare. He's already on 2 bases. He's up to 25 probes. He has a massive economic lead. And Bunny, how do we recover? He has to just now begin his CC. Just a brutal start. Again, the stars aligned for Nightmare. We spoke about it, but Nightmare, who was hoping that Bunny was going for a Rax expand, which is exactly what had happened. Likewise, Bunny, he just was unable to save the low ground. Lost so many SCVs in the process. The proxy is going to be shut down, but Nightmare has a massive lead. So lead for Nightmare. At this point, Bunny is borderline 1 base all in, but like he doesn't really have the economy or the supply or the production to sustain an all in. From here, he can maybe go for a medevac and drop across the map. I think that might be the best chance, is to go for an early medevac. Otherwise, we could try to play a longer game and go Tech Lab into Banshee. But even then, I feel like the medevac might be the only way. Add-on swap, okay. True, if we're going into Banshee play, this is going to be faster. There we go, so the add-on swap, Banshee is on the way. He's still supply blocked. Oh god, just now breaking out. Banshees are a way to recover. They have potential to wreak havoc and get some SCV or get some probe kills to get damage across the map. But the pressure is on Bunny. Ay, ay, ay. Nightmare being somewhat active, moving out. I mean, he's already miles ahead. Like, Nightmare, he doesn't have to get more damage, but he's going for it anyway. Gets 1 SCV. Threading a drop into the main. It's like, Nightmare, you're good. It's fine. It's like, no, I want more. Give me more. He's going for the tank. The tank is going to be targeted. Massive pickup. Takes down the Marines. Oof. And now going for the SCVs. This is brutal. From here, the Banshee is out. The Banshee making its way across the map. We'll get eyes on the third. Remember, there is no cloak. There are already 3 Stalkers and an Observer in the main. He's ready for the cloak. Ah, no. Nightmare, he's ready for everything. Banshee does poke in. The Banshee is going to be shut down. 0 damage from the Banshee. Doesn't get a Stalker, doesn't get a probe. Does shield damage to the Stalker. Oh no. Terran players, look away, papi, look away. Not like this. Not like this. Nightmare claiming his third. We have Blink on the horizon, a Gateway Explosion alongside this. Going into Mass Blink Stalker. And it's all or nothing for Bunny at this point. This has to wreak havoc. Now, there's a chance that we end up in a weird base trade, but the problem here is that Bunny just moved out and Nightmare's already here. Let's get a tank. Tank goes down. There's nothing at the natural. Nightmare Tree's like, hold on. Where are you? He's like, what's going on? What's happening? Ah, he's ready. Yo, we got the slow lot defense. The slow lots are coming in. Blinks the forward, takes down one of the tanks. He gets one, he gets both. And these are vanilla Marines. There's no stim. GG gets called, and Nightmare, he will take the series 2-0, qualifying and being the final player to qualify for GSL. GG. Congratulations here to Nightmare as he does claim the series, does qualify. My condolences to Bunny. Bunny, I'm a big Bunny fan myself. I know Yaku included as well. Big fans of Bunny, but he will not be a part of GSL this season. It is brutal considering how jam-packed this month is going to be and how important GSL is for a lot of these Korean players as well. And certain key players will not be a part of it. Not be a part of it. GG, well played. I'm actually curious. Let me just double check. The qualifier itself. There are the matches, of course. Rogue took down Shin 2-0. Rogue qualified for GSL. Trigger took down Shin 2-1. Trigger also qualified. We had SOS over Nightmare and Nightmare over Bunny. Ay. And let me quickly just open up the Wikipedia page. We can all have a look together as we have concluded all the qualifiers. Let's go. Let us go. From the top, we have the technology. Bam. Okay. Whew. Actually, you know what? I'll link you guys in the chat as well. We can all have a look. We can have a look together, Pappy. Let's go. I'll link in the YouTube chats. I'll link in the Twitch chat as well. There it is. Okay, we can all have a look together. So from the top, we did have our qualified players. Shout out to ByuN. We had ByuN, Classic, Gumiho, Hero, Maru, Rainer, Solar, Cure, Rogue, SOS, Trigger, and Nightmare. 12 players. 12 players did qualify. Of course, we did cover and cast all of the qualifying matches. Just looking to see any other notable pickoffs here. Oh, Ryung. We didn't get to cast him, but Ryung also didn't qualify. I was thinking of Shin and Bunny. Shin and Bunny don't qualify. Ryung, he also doesn't qualify. Went to the ace match against SOS. SOS took a map off of Hero. Let's go. But yeah, Ryung, he's also another player here. He went down to Shin early on, so that is a brutal loss here. Another player, another key player, not going to be part of GSL. Scrolling down, DRG, Dongregu. That was another player that we were looking for. DRG has been inactive for like 5 months, maybe like 4 to 5 months. DRG has been inactive. He is one of those players that we were waiting to see. Does he show up? Does he play? This is almost a group of death, by the way. Jesus. We have Rebellion, we have Ateshi, we have DRG, alongside the more notable players as well. This is a brutal group. Oh my god. In the end, DRG went down to Rogue and DRG went down to Nightmare. So DRG, he will not be a part of GSL. Scrolling down, who else do we have? We have Percival, of course. Percival being the other notable here. We had, of course, Rainer qualifying, ByuN qualifying. I'm pretty sure Zaun also qualified as well. Creator! I forgot about Creator. Oh no, that is sad. That is sad. Creator, like we just casted, like Creator, he just went to the ace match against ByuN in a best of 5. Like Creator, he's not a bad player, but he did lose to Percival here. That should have been a win. That was yeah, I would say that was an upset here for Creator. Percival popping off, even taking a map off of Rainer. Percival, calm down. Yo, Percival, if you were here this morning, he 2-0'd he 2-1 Shin. Percival, he also beat Shin. He beat Creator. He takes a map off of Rainer. Percival looking very in form as of late. Very impressive. But Creator, another player that is not going to be a part of GSL. The final group here, who do we have? We have Atrox. He's a very young Zerg player. We got Luna C. Luna C took a map off of Bunny. Let's go. We had Homono. Honmono, who did not partake. I'm pretty sure Homeowner is not in Korea, so like Homeowner he couldn't even play. Does that make sense? But that leads into these were the seeding matches. We already casted these. The seeding matches are a little bit less important. And here we have Percival. He won't be a part of GSL. He gets knocked out. Percival alongside SHIN. Zound. Oh, I just assumed. My apology. I just assumed, like in my brain, Zound was already in. Like in my brain, like, oh yeah, Zound, he's in GSL. Zound, that's even more brutal. Oh my, Zound is in form. I would say that Zound is like top 3 Protoss in Korea right now. I would say Hero, Classic, Zound. They're top 3. I rate Zound higher than SOS, higher than Nightmare, even higher than Creator actually. Like I rate Zound very highly here. That is brutal. Zound down to Nightmare and down to Bunny. Ay ay ay. Okay, so GG, well played. We have our set players for GSL. We will not have DRG. We won't have Bunny, SHIN, Zound as well, Ryung. Stats. He didn't show up. He didn't play. So that's like a silent retirement from Stats. Yeah, very cutthroat. Very cutthroat. GG. Just catching up in the chat. Catching up in the chat. Creator struggles last year. So Creator, he took some time off. He took some time off, and so he's a little bit less informed. But I say that, but like Creator, he played well today. Like Creator, for those that were watching, for those who weren't here today, like Creator, he's in form. He took down MaxPax. He I wouldn't say clowned on him, but Creator, he shut him down really well. Like Creator, he played really well today. He took down MaxPax, and again, he went to the ace match against ByuN, and honestly, he could have beaten him as well. I'm still, it's like 3 hours later, I'm still thinking about that game on Tokamak. Like Creator versus ByuN on Tokamak, like god, that was so close. That was so close. But like I'm still like again, like Creator, he's in form. He's a good player. Same with Zound as well. But you know, GSL can be very brutal, can be very cutthroat, can be very unforgiving, very unforgiving. So it's all about, you know, being solid on the day, right? On the day, on the qualifier. So with that, GG, well played. When it comes to the main events, I do see some people asking about it. Yes, the reason why we squeeze in back-to-back broadcasts, which we usually don't do, is because GSL begins tonight. Group stage 1. Group stage 1, you can see here, 3 hours. Bam, in 3 hours time, Group A begins. It won't be on this channel. We'll be casting next week via replays. So we're going to be casting Group A via replays, but if you want to watch it live, then check it out over on YouTube and on Soup. Soup is Africa TV. They rebranded as Soup. So they got you covered there. And this is today's or tonight's broadcast. We have a Cure versus SOS and Solar versus Rainer. This is a GSL group. So GSL format, as in winner plays against winner, loser against loser, and then the decider match. So 5 matches. I believe these are best of 3s. Hold on. All matches best of 3. Okay. So group stage 1, all matches best of 3. Group stage 2, all matches best of 3 as well. Okay. So it's going to be 5 best of 3s tonight in tonight's broadcast. Top 2 advance on, bottom 2, they're out. So best of luck here. This is going to be a brutal group for Rainer. I do rate, it's going to be close. It's going to be a close one. I do rate Solar ZVZ really highly. I do think that Solar has stronger ZVZ than Rainer. I think it's going to come down to Rainer versus Cure in the ZVT. Oh, actually, based on these matches though, Rainer, he might never play Cure. Worst case scenario for Rainer, I feel, is that Rainer, he goes down to Solar, Cure takes down SOS, Cure takes down Solar, Cure advances on in first place, and then you have Solar versus Rainer in the rematch. Like that would be brutal if Rainer has to play purely ZVZs, like to make it through. But we'll see. I know Rainer, even though he's been lost in the Rift, I know that Rainer has been practicing a lot recently, so I'm happy to be surprised by Rainer's ZVZ and happy to be wrong about it. So best of luck to Rainer. Best of luck when it comes to his matches. Not an easy group. Scrolling down, tomorrow we have Group B. That's going to be Maru, Nightmare, Rogue, and Trigger. Oh boy, big Trigger fan. I want Trigger to do well. We have seen Trigger perform quite well against Maru before. I'm always thinking about WTL Trigger versus Maru on Gressvan. That was a crazy TVP, and where Trigger was looking very, very solid, very strong. I mean, that was like over a year ago at this point, but it still lives rent-free in my mind. Trigger versus Maru on Gressvan. Highly recommend the VODs from like a year ago. But we do have a rematch here. Likewise, Rogue is going to be an interesting one as well. Rogue has a very unique style of ZVP and ZVT, and Rogue, he can be very tricky to deal with in that matchup as well. Expect a lot of lunkers against Protoss and Terran, all the lunkers. Scrolling down, we have Group Stage 2. As a reminder, we already casted the seeding matches. ByuN, Hero, Classic, and Gumiho, they are seeded directly into Group Stage 2. So they already skipped the first round. They play next week. They play next week instead. Here we go. Not many Zergs. I mean, we're just missing SHIN, right? I think for Zerg players in GSL, I think SHIN is the only like big one. Like you could argue DRG, but I would say that like DRG, he's less informed, so I don't think it's wrong that that some of these other players made it over DRG. But it's just SHIN. It's just SHIN that's missing. So we have Solar, Raynor, and Rogue as the 3 Zergs. Rather wait a week. Ah, thank you. I do appreciate it. It's okay. It's okay. Like I do recommend watching it live just because you get the cameras, right? You get the player cams, you get the audience. It's a very different vibe, very different experience. So you can watch it live. It's all good. It's all good. Just no spoilers in our chats. No spoilers. Watching the angry letter get GSL and lights me up. No, it's okay. It's okay. If I cast it on GSL, I have to wear pants. I have to wear pants, baby. Oh no. Without Dark, not observed. Yeah, Dark. He for those who don't know, Dark. He has commenced his military service. I think Dark, he commences military 2 days ago, the 5th of May. I want to say. Dark's last tournament was the Pigsty Festival. Pigsty Festival, that was his last event before going to the military. So we bid Dark adieu, bid him adieu. It's been a long time coming, and I know that he put it off so that he could be there for his daughter. He could be there. Like, for those who don't know, Dark, he's a dad. He's a pappy. He's a pappy, you know. He was there for the birth of his daughter, and of course for the first year as well. So I was able to be there to help raise his daughter and all that good stuff. But now is going to the military. So much love to Dark. Much love. I'm an old dog. I've watched plenty of GSLs when it was big. These days I have to pace my viewing. Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. The pants. Oh no, not the pants. But yeah, with that, thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. We do appreciate it. Again, there's the reason why we had back-to-back broadcasts today was so we can squeeze in the qualifier cast before GSL began. So yeah, GSL 3 hours. GSL is going to be in 3 hours time. And again, it's a bit of a shorter format, right? Only 12 players. 12 players. We have Group A, then we have Group B, and the Group Stage 2, Group A, Group B, and then 4-player playoff bracket. So it's a pretty fast tournament. It's what I will say. This is 3 weeks. Week 1, week 2, week 3. 3 weeks of GSL. And as a heads up, a reason why it's gonna go by so quickly as well is because season 2 of GSL starts immediately after. It's like I think it's like week 3 is playoffs, and then week 4 I think it's the qualifiers already. I think the qualifiers of GSL season 2 is like right after the playoffs. It's crazy. So like back-to-back GSLs. For those who are curious, why is it so jam-packed? It's because of EWC. Esports World Cup is in July, right? Hold on. I think EWC is in July, so everything has to be done before July. Let's see. Yeah, Esports World Cup is in July. So because that, you have to like cram in all these events. You have to cram in GSL, DreamHack Dallas, that is later on this month. Next month is Star of Zagora and Home Story Cup as well. And I believe Cheesadelphia is also in June. So we have 3 big events in June, and then Esports World Cup in July. So just a really, really jam-packed and intense schedule. So it's not ideal, but it's a lot of StarCraft condensed in like 3 months. We'll weather the storm. We'll do it. Time to ladder. It's 4:30 p.m. I would like some breakfast. Thank you very much. I would. No. Aye. How long was the cast? 6.5 hours. 6 hours and 40 minutes. You're crazy. You're crazy. But yeah, with that, we're going to be wrapping up. With that, we're wrapping up. I'm going to go and get some food. I'm going to go get some breakfast, and I'm going to go get ready for the stream. I say that we're going to be laddering. Sorry, we're going to be streaming some Final Fantasy later on tonight. I will not be laddering any StarCraft 2 today, just because we casted so much. But if you follow our schedule, bam. Here we go. We have our weekly schedule. So we just wrapped up our Wednesday cast. Tomorrow we're going to be casting Euthermal's 2v2 circuit, and after the 2v2 circuit, I'll go live on my stream. After tomorrow's morning cast, I'll be laddering. I'll be laddering after the Euthermal 2v2 circuit, and I'll also be laddering after Friday on Little League Cup. So 2 days of ladder, Thursday and Friday. It's been like a week since I've laddered, and it's been like a week since I've streamed. We also have the Pondcast Thursday tomorrow evening. We also have over the weekend the May Mayhem, SDO, STC, Brazilian StarCraft. The weekend is going to be very intense when it comes to content, when it comes to StarCraft. There's a lot going on. So do check it out there. So if you want to support us, you can do so via Patreon, !Patreon in the chat. You can help support our tournaments specifically. 100% of the money on Patreon goes towards the players, goes towards the tournament prize pool. So you can support us there if you wish. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Thank you for watching. Thank you for the support. Going to be heading off here for the evening. And again, we'll be back here on the CranKy Ducklings tomorrow for Euthermal's 2v2 circuit. That is Euthermal's 2v2 tournament, the April event. We all over that, and of course the podcast and more Little League Cup as well. And again, it's next week that we'll be, because our schedule's already full, next week we'll be doing some GSL replay casts. We'll do that next week. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Stick around. We're gonna be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. Who is live at the moment? Who is live? Who can we raid? Who can we send everyone over to? Let's go. Find someone. Yo, Kanoya streaming. Let's go. Practice X. We raided Practice X yesterday. Find someone. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for watching. You can follow us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord. Follow us on YouTube. Subscribe, because we do upload on YouTube on a daily basis. If you see something that you like here, and if you can't watch it live, YouTube is the place to be for all the VODs. All the VODs are on YouTube. Otherwise, we'll see you guys tomorrow for some more StarCraft action. Until then, hasta luego. Ciao. Bye. Ciao. Hasta luego. Take care, everyone. Have a great week. Have a great week.